record, you reckon? Yes, it is. She's inside 2 minutes. Clay's in front of Jenica at this stage. Liz Clay's going to have a huge run. What a comeback. McSwain's going to win. McSwain wins. Stewie's done it. The king of King Island.
A very good morning and welcome to the WA Athletics Stadium here in Perth for day one of the 2025 Australian Junior National Championships. Over the next 5 days, the very best athletes from across Australia will converge here in Perth to contest for gold, silver and bronze, and the honour of competing at the biggest event on the track and field calendar, the National Junior Athletics Championships. It's great to have the competition back here in Perth, the first time since 2016, and terrific to have all of the athletes and officials and families here in the West since 2016. My name is Travis Jenkins, and alongside me is the resident expert of all things track and field, Ethan Quinlivan. You wouldn't have slept much last night, Ethan. Pretty excited. How are you?
I thought there was somebody else in the box when you said resident expert, Travis, but I'm privileged and honoured to be here. As you said, it's the first time we've had the National Championship since 2016. Got some more numbers for you. I haven't been counting, but 3,309 days. And this is just the 9th time WA has hosted the Junior National Track and Field Championship. So a historic moment for WA and a historic moment for a lot of these athletes. As you said, they're going to be battling it out for gold, silver and bronze, and the honour of being the national title, because you can set personal bests, you can run World Championship qualifiers wherever you want, but only in Perth this year will you become a national champion.
Beautiful scenes here in Perth. It is 23 degrees down on track. We have the easterly breeze in, which means there is a headwind down the home straight, and it looks like it'll be pretty solid for most of day one and probably day two, and then by Sunday it will start to turn around into a tail breeze. So it'll be pretty tough conditions for our sprint hurdlers. That will be the first event we're going to see here this morning. We have had Heat 1 run and won. James Atkins with the big Q into the final. Deacon Pelprat also with the big Q. First two through the final automatically. 13.50 was the winning time. The headwind was 1.4. Plenty of action now also going on in the field. Competition well underway here on day one. We've got pictures now of the pole vaulters, the under 15 and under 16 pole vault competition just getting underway in front of the main grandstand here in Perth. You can see the trees in the background with that easterly breeze coming in off the hills. It's going to be right into the face of our Heat 2 competitors in the next event on the track. So we're not too far away from the start. We can see here the lineup from the inside. Harisith Ramesh Kumar, you can see him right of screen. He was 5th at the National Championships last year, so he'll be one to watch. And Finn Wyatt from Queensland, we can see him in the centre of your picture. He was 4th in the under 14 National Championships. And of course the boys now in the under 15 age group move up to the 100 metre hurdles. This time last year they were competing over the 90 metre hurdles, so a little bit of extra distance, a little bit more time to just secure that fast sprint finish.
For those wondering the qualification process, Travis, there are 3 heats, so only the top 2 in each heat get into the final automatically, and then they'll combine the times, and those who didn't get an automatic spot, the next 3 fastest athletes will go through to the final.
Left of screen is the West Australian Vivan Raghu Reddy. We're just about set for the second heat of the boys 100 metre hurdles under 15s. And we're away, first time of asking, Outwell Wyatt, and also starting really nicely from New South Wales is Rogers. He's got a little bit of a lead with 3 hurdles remaining, so Rogers just ahead of Pentecost of New South Wales. His teammate Reddy, the West Australian, has splashed home for 3rd. Rogers will secure victory and through to the final. Douglas Pentecost also through as an automatic qualifier in the second of 3 heats.
How's the wind, Travis? Minus 3.3 to start off the championship, so they're going into a bit of a breeze, but he looked really cruisy during the opening stages of that race, secures himself into the final automatically. Top two will go in, then the next three fastest into the final, and an unofficial time of 15.08.
So heat one was secured with a 13.50 from James Atkins. So a little bit slower there in heat two. And results now just starting to come through from the second heat. Now looking at some high jump action for the under 13 boys high jump final. Early stages of the high jump. We are at currently 1 metre 50, the height of the bar. So just confirming, Tatum Rogers 15.05 and Tane Katalinik 15.33. Two automatic qualifiers from heat two. Heat three not far away. Clearance of 1 metre 50.
As you said before, Travis, the defending age group champion in James Atkins, he's gone through to the final with a personal best time of 13.50. Minus 3.3 that win, so probably better for these hurdlers than a plus 3.3, because that's when it can start to get a little bit, I wouldn't say dangerous, but a little bit unsettling for the athletes, because they'll be pushed a bit closer to the hurdle than they'd initially and probably hoping to be. But headwind with a 3.3, that is still grueling, as we are almost ready to go for heat number three. Same process, top two to go through automatically to the final.
So very even third heat, not much separating the competitors in personal best. Jaden Crosby, the West Australian, third from the left of screen.
So on the box, it is heat number three of our 100 metre hurdle.
Diane Seal from New South Wales in lane 5 had a terrific New South Wales Championships finalist there. He'll be in the centre of the screen. So just about set. First two to go through. The official there just having a few little hat issues with the breeze. He's secured it nicely now, and we're just about set. So from right to left, Bryce Cornell, Jesse Brain, Dakin Armstrong from Queensland, Kyan Seal, and the West Australian Jaden Crosby, Maximilian Kyle, and closest to the stands, Ed Mills from Queensland. Just about set to go for the third heat. Nice start from the West Australian Crosby, and also Maximilian Kyle from New South Wales. Second from the left is hurdling nicely. Coming through now, Crosby. The West Australian Seal is also putting a bit of pressure on Crosby. The West Australian moves to the front and takes the win. The first win of the championships for the home host state. Jaden Crosby. Good run too from Jesse Brain. He may have just secured second, tight with Dakin Armstrong. But nice running from the West Australian in front of his home crowd.
Didn't get the best of the start. He was able to compose himself, Travis, and for those wondering, the wind was a minus 3.3, so identical to the last heat, but Crosby, over halfway, he just looked really composed, and that allowed him just to glide into the lead, and then once he got it, he didn't have to do a lot, because that meant he would be going through to the final automatically if he just kept his poise and his position. That's what he was able to do. So well done to Crosby and to Seal, and Armstrong will have to wait on times to see if he's into the final.
He's been impressive in the West Australian circuit. WA champ for his age group, and
We'll introduce another one of
he's
our
gone
few
through
finals here. It's
to the final with a 14.84. Ethan Cayenne Seal of New South Wales 14.96, and Jesse Brain has gone through as a non-automatic qualifier with a 15.01. So congratulations to the two West Australian boys through to the final. So that will finalise the competitors. James Atkins, probably the favourite, 13.50, the fastest qualifier. Deacon Palprat, 14.76, and Jaden Crosby, 14.84, the top three qualifiers for that under 15 boys 100 metre hurdles final. Good crowd in, Ethan. It's day one of 5 days in the junior championships, and currently bathed in sunshine, the WA Athletics Stadium.
25 degrees it's just hit as well, Trav, and there was just at our right, there's just a bit of cloud cover, but it looks like it's going to be passing. I'm just looking over to the left near the 100 metre start line, where we've been seeing our hurdlers take off from, and it doesn't appear to be any clouds at all. So set to be a magnificent day of athletics.
So that's our view up to the north, and then we swing around. Great pictures here out to the west, and that will bring in to screen the pole vaulters. Early stages here in the pole vault, 2.60 metres, the height of the bar, currently on first attempts in the under 15 and under 16 pole vault final. This is first look at 2.60 metres. Pretty comfortable for Cumming of Victoria. Lachlan Cumming, PB of 3.20 metres, coming into the championships. Just 3 competitors in the under 15 final. Lachlan Cumming, Thomas Bartlett of Queensland, and Christoph Jacob of South Australia.
Everybody knows this thing as a didgeridoo. It's not a didgeridoo, yeah? It's called a yidak. Yeah, the name didgeridoo is actually a made-up name
And
for
then
this instrument. What happened
back
was
in
when
the
settlers came over,
high
they
jump,
left
the
off
under
baby instruments.
13 and under
And
14
that's
high jump.
the thing you play. And they go, a yidaki.
Height of the
Yeah,
bar,
it's a yidaki.
1.50 metre.
They went, no, well, we'll listen to it. It sounds like to us you're playing this thing that goes didgeridoo, didgeridoo, didgeridoo.
Nice clearance
So we're gonna
from
call
the New
that
South
a
Welshman.
didgeridoo. It is not a didgeridoo. We do not call any other instrument a wind instrument.
Zachariah Issa
Yeah, because
has
that's
climbed over 1.61 metre, so early stages for him. Nice clearance
the name of the nerd, which is a yidaki.
in the early stages of
Yeah, so just something that I want to let you know
that
as
competition.
well.
Big field contesting the under 14 high jump final.
Okay, so this is my family's homeland.
Young Bartlett
It's been like that for a long, long time. Since
in the pole vault.
Back on the pole vault, you just mentioned before, Trav Lachlan Cumming. He is the All Schools champion from last December. And good to see that he's been able to get over the bar for the under 15 men's
Australian athletics.
pole vault.
What is mom and you're winning? Yeah. So it's my pleasure to welcome you all here today to the Australian athletics.
That'll move us then
And may
to
the good spirits all
the
bless you here
under
as
16
well. So thank you very much and have a good day.
age group. First of the jumping order, Darcy Webb just about set to go. Not the traditional direction the pole vaulters enjoy usually here at the WA Athletics Stadium. Normally it's contested in the other direction, with the sea breeze being the prominent wind, which the pole vaulters love here in WA. Of course, Nina Kennedy, who she'll be on show a little bit later in these championships, and she'll be looking to secure a consecutive title in the pole vault.
Be going for a 5th national title as well, Travis. Been on the podium 8 times. She's won gold 4 times, so 1 in every 2 times she's been competing at nationals, she's walked away with gold, and ever since she's been immersed into the peak of her powers, she's been able just to take off. So very keen what she's able to do. Darcy Webb, he's approaching 2.60 metres.
3 of them, top 2 from each heat will go through automatically. The next 3 fastest times spread across all 3 heats. We'll join them from there. They're behind the blocks. This is heat number 1 of 3, men's under 16, 100 metre hurdles.
Just about to go with a 100-metre hurdles as well, Trav, and there's a few great names to look out for. So one of them to look out for is just in lane number 4, Harry Osborne. He is the national silver medalist from last year. Third from your right. Second from your right, I should say.
Yes, he's in the Queensland colours. He's wedged between a couple of West Australians, Emo Etam and Campbell Bannister, who was a finalist in the 90-metre hurdles a couple of years ago and also last year. He's been in good form. He runs in lane 5 next to Harry Osborne, the Queenslander, second from the right. Away cleanly, and the favourite is away well, the Queenslander. In lane 3 has been challenged now by Campbell Bannister, and a couple of the New South Welshmen are putting themselves up into contention. Max Ferrugia has charged to the lead. He's just going to canter over the line. Harry Osborne and Max Ferrugia of New South Wales. The top two to automatically go through. He turned off the jets, Harry Osborne, towards the back end of the race and has secured with a minus 2.0 headwind in Heat 1.
Wasn't the first to touch down over the first few hurdles was Osborne, Trav, but he was just able to work his way slowly through the field, and then once he got to the lead, he was just able to compose himself and say, I've done enough to get into the final. Wind has died down, as you said, minus 2.0. So we are getting into some of the famous West Australian conditions, but still a few more metres per second. We got to switch around to make sure it's a tailwind, but that will come, don't worry. But well done, Harry Osborne. The national silver medalist as well as the all-school silver medalist has made his way through to the final.
Yeah, he looked pretty comfortable, didn't he, Ethan? And Max Ferrugia, he was the bronze medalist last year as well. So those two athletes know each other pretty well. And they'll look forward to meeting once again in the final. The defending champ from last year over this distance, Trevon Ackerman. There you can see him in the West Australian colours, undefeated here in Perth all summer. He's had a great season. He won the 100-metre hurdles and the 200-metre hurdles at the National Championships last year. You were there, Ethan, in Adelaide. And it was pretty impressive, wasn't it?
And he's just been impressive throughout the whole season, has Trevon Ackerman. Last year's Nationals was just a glimpse of what we can expect from him in the future in this season. Particularly over the past couple of months, he's just been able to go from strength to strength. So I'm excited to see what he's going to be doing. He will be the third from your right in lane number 4. Top 2 to go through automatically, then the next 3 fastest. And Trevon Ackerman, he'll be one of those you'd think that will get the automatic spot. But this is hurdles and anything can happen. Wind look like it is dying down just ever so slightly as we are about to have a look at the results from heat number 1. Harry Osborne, 13.69. Very impressive time. And then the bronze medalist, as you said last year, Trav, from last year's Nationals in Max Ferrugia, was able to run time of 13.73. And they just look so easy when they cross the finish line, which indicates to me that there's plenty left in the tank.
So we've seen the silver and bronze medalists from last year's National Championships in this event. It's time now to see how the defending champion is going to shape up. Third from the right of screen, Trevon Ackerman, 13.04, his lifetime best. The national record stands at 12.59. So he's not too far away. And from that time, he's looking pretty focused. He won't have it all his own way, though, that's for sure, because it's a very strong field. Jedediah Onaga from Queensland has also been in good form. The Victorian Kevin Novodia runs second from the right of screen in lane 3. Has stopped the clock at 13.39. So there'll be a little bit of pressure early for Trevon Ackerman. He's the last one to put his head down. Heat 2. And the defending champion has got away well and is in front at the first hurdle. He's been challenged nicely by the Victorian in Novodia, and the Queenslander Onaga also in that top 3 or 4. But look at the defending champ go. He's away, ladies and gentlemen. And it's a good time too, into a 1.0. And he has been undefeated here in the West all summer. And that winning run continues for the defending champ, Trevon Ackerman. He's in the house.
Fantastic time, 13.34, wind minus 0.1. So the breeze is starting to settle back a bit, but Trevon Ackerman right out of the blocks, he looked very impressive, and he will go through to that final. You have to say his favourite after that. We'll see what Heat 3 is able to produce, but Trevon Ackerman, a very swift time indeed.
Just a beautiful technician, Ethan, isn't he? He gets that lead foot down really fast. His trail leg is low over the hurdle, and he's just got a very efficient arm swing as well. Beautiful technician.
Not a lot of wasted movement at all.
He's booked his place in the final, the defending champ. Congratulations to Trevon Ackerman from Western Australia. Third heat not too far away.
3.93 for him as well. So a close competition. The men's under 15 events. Xavier Wilson out there in front, 3.83 metres for him, and Casino in second, 3.28. Crowley in third, 3.05.
So here is Heat 3, probably the most open of all the heats. No defending champions or medalists from last year's national championship. So a good opportunity for some of the youngsters on paper with the fastest time of 13.78, Kanae Miller.
And now discus throwers in the middle of the track. Only just started their competition, but 40.47 for karate. She's out in front. Rita in second, 38.55.
So the results have come through from Trevon Ackerman's run, 13.29.
Wow.
His time, Eamon Henderson from the ACT actually came in at second at 13.86. So 13.29, the fastest time so far. Heat 1 was won by Harry Osborne in 13.69. So Heat 3, Akeem Kaba from New South Wales will be wide of screen. Max Horsey alongside him, Lyndon Hermes, the Queenslander. Ryan Cox, New South Wales. Charlie Huata from Western Australia. Leo Conduit, the West Australian. Kanae Miller and Nate Hall.
So there's a look at last heat. Trevon Ackerman, as you can see, 13.29. And at the moment, it is Kevin Avodia and Jediah Ananga who has got one of the little cues, and 14.01 is what you need if you for this race. If you don't come in the top two and you are aiming to progress to the final, you need to get about 14.01 to find yourself in those non-automatic qualifying positions. So look for that time. That was a very fast heat that we just saw on your screen from Trevon Ackerman, who was victorious in that. So we'll see what Heat 3 can do. The wind is just starting to die down a bit, Travis. Can't see as many flags just flapping through the wind as we get set to go Heat number 3.
So Miller, the Queenslander, second from the right. Probably one of the favourites going here. We're away cleanly, and Miller in lane 8, second from the main grandstand, has started well, now being challenged by Lyndon Hermes of Queensland, and he's hurdling nicely. He's skipped away in the closing stages, and he'll accelerate to the line. And it is Queensland 1-2 in the final heat. Lyndon Hermes secures victory ahead of his teammate Kanae Miller.
2.1 minus 2.1 the wind. Just picked up.
A little bit of room in the tank, one feels, for Lyndon. He was able to just canter towards the finish line and safely secured victory to get the big Q. He'll book his place for the final a little bit later on with his teammate Miller set to join him. It's been some exciting hurdling for the under-16 boys. That'll be a good final. Trevon Ackerman will probably start the favourite, fastest qualifier, the defending champion. And he'll have his West Australian team in full voice come final time a little bit later today.
So just has come through, Travis, those results. Kane Miller came second, 14.25 was his time, personal best. Nate Hall, who did come third, unfortunately he won't progress through to the final. So the finalists that will go through with little cues will be Kevin Avoida, who was able to run 13.90, and then Jedediah Onaga, who came in fourth, who was able to run 13.91, and then in Heat 1, Bo Sinclair with a little cue. So that is the results from Heat number 3. Lyndon Hermes, the champion in that heat, 13.84. Kane Miller, 14.25. So we know what our final will look like. We've got a few returning medalists that will be going through, so that is one that cannot wait for. Set to be incredibly exciting. So plenty more to come in the National Athletics Championships at the WA Athletics Stadium. Welcome back to the WA Athletics Stadium. Hope you're having a great morning and great day wherever you are. Ethan Quinlivan and Travis Jenkins taking you through the commentary of day number 1 of the 2025 National Junior Championships. It is 25 degrees in the west. We're about to get going with our first of our heptathlon events for the under 16 girls. Just seeing on screen one of our discus competitions that is currently taking place, the under 16 girls. Leading that competition is Loami Cartree, who has been able to throw 40 metres 53. Anisha Redder is sitting in second with a throw of 38 metres 55, and Pelba Liuma is sitting in third from Tasmania, 38.26, and I dare say that is Pelba right there. Degrees in the west. The winds have been a little bit strong, a little bit of a headwind. Did get up to a -6, Travis, before we did go on there, so thankfully it has died down since then. At last count was a -2.1, so we'll see how the wind keeps going, because that is something that WA is known for. It's strong winds. Usually it's a tailwind. At the moment we've got a headwind, but don't worry, it will swing back around.
Lane number 3 from Victoria is Armani Mariahuhu. Lane number 4 from New South Wales.
So Ethan, I know you love the multi-events.
Yep.
It's one thing you do sharpen the pencil for, because you're a man of the statistics, and this will be a really interesting first event, won't it?
It will be, Travis. I'm excited for this. This is going to be the B final. So for those wondering where the A final went, they've just sort of shifted it around, so this is going to be the B final. Watch for Ella Leith, who is in lane number 7, second from your left. She is the reigning silver medalist. She'll be one to watch. Next to her, Annabelle Cook from Tasmania. She's the bronze medalist from last year. So second from the left and third from the left are ones to look out for. So it's all points based. Well, a great start from Hobbs on the inside. Whiteside was away quickly. Lee's the first to touchdown over the first 3. Challenging her is Morodiu on the inside. She's gone level with Lee. Lee's just trying to move away from her. They've only got one flight to go, and Lee is going to be able to take the top spot in the first event of this heptathlon. Then it is Maruhio who's able to take second, and third it was Cook from Tasmania. 15.17 the time, and the wind is a -2.8.
A good fight back from Cook, the Tasmanian. She was a little bit edgy over the first couple of hurdles, but she fought back well to finish third and gain some very valuable points. It's a big couple of days for our heptathlon athletes, and it's always nice just to get that first event out of the way, and an exciting day for all of our multi-eventers, and wishing them all the best as they continue on through the day.
Decent crowds come in, Travis. Very pleased with the way the track's been set up. I was here on Wednesday just as the preparations begun, and I got here at about 3:30, and it looked like they'd been here all night. So the track is just in a glorious condition. as we are about to get set for the next hurdles race. We have got that discus competition still going on, and it is pretty close between our top three. Only about, 2 and a bit metres are separating gold and bronze. And Lilith was able to take the victory, but more importantly get 826 points to her name. Morihio was able to get silver, second I should say, 779 points, and Annabelle Cook 695 points. So they'll be just trying to relax, decompress from the hurdles, and then they'll go get ready for their second event. 4 events on day 1, 3 on day 2.
In the second heat, Ethan, we can see there she's just got her arms in the air, slapping the legs. It is Sophie Williams, defending champion. She broke Jane Jamison's record at the championships last year, Ethan, and she'll be probably one to beat. You can see there Sophie Williams has a really impressive hurdles time, doesn't she?
She does, 14.07. She's had a great start to the 100 metre hurdles. She's the all-schools bronze medalist over the 90 metre hurdles in December, and she's made a great transition from the 90 hurdles to the 100 metre hurdles. National record holder, as you said, she's been training well leading into this 14.07. It's a pretty impressive time, so can't wait to see what she's able to do there. Conditions, we've just got a bit of cloud cover going on at the moment, Travis, but nonetheless, still fantastic. Watch for Sophie Williams, second on the left from Western Australia.
She broke the under-16 record. As we mentioned, the under-18 record, she was only a couple hundred points off that as well. So it might be one to watch as we get closer towards the end of the championships. She scored 5,515 points in Adelaide last year. The under-18 record, Sharon Jaklowski, set back in 1985, 5,650 points. So she has perhaps got a small little chance there of giving that a nudge. We'll no doubt have you on record watch, Ethan, throughout these championships.
So from the inside to outside, Travis, it's Latanis, Tarabe, Peterwood, I should say, Hoyonis, Frankie, Hess, Williams, and Hearn. Williams second from the left. Also look out from Hez, who's just on Sophie's left, on our right. She is from Germany. She has got a personal best of 14.48. Very excited to see what she can do. Let's go. It's a great start from Latsanis on the inside, but they will be called back for the first event of our under 17 girls heptathlon.
And we can see the official just going to consult.
So just a warning, so no disqualifications, just warning issued to her.
Perhaps just a few nerves. Day 1 of competition. Be a terrible way to start. DQ from the hurdles. Thankfully, it hasn't happened on this occasion. Looking forward to your call here, Ethan.
Okay, going again, 23 degrees, bit of cloud cover. Headwind might have picked up ever so slightly. Great start from Tarabe on the inside, so too Williams on the outside. Hess is moving with her over halfway. It is Williams that is leading from Tarabe, and then Hess is behind her. Williams has got a gap of about 5 metres. She'll carry that over the final barrier and carry it to the line. 14.31, she's ecstatic with it, and so she should be. Hess behind her, and then Tarabe is next across the line. It's a minus 1.3. Wind has died down, but great start from the national record holder in Williams.
Yeah, great start from Soph Williams, the defending national champion in this event. She broke a long-standing record held by Jane Jamison, and she has kicked off her 7 events in fine style. She's been really impressive here leading up to the national championships in Perth, and for Soph Williams, that's the perfect start in the attempt to retain her title. So I've been keeping an eye on the discus too, Ethan, and
Yep.
had a slight change in the order. Emily McKinley from Victoria has moved up into silver with a 39.13. Loami Karate still leads the way, and I think we might have just timed it perfectly to see our leader. She has discus in hand and is fifth in the throwing order, and I think will be next to go. So 40.53, here it is, our leader of the competition. Loami has thrown 42 metres 12, 40.53, season's best for her already. That was in round 2. She takes her place in the circle and is about to let go. She'll have her tailwind behind her for this throw, and she winds up and gets plenty of elevation. It's out over 40 quite comfortably, it looks like. It's a nice throw. White flag has gone up, and our leader, Karate, will now just keep an eye on the distance. I'll keep you posted, Ethan.
936 points for Sophie Williams. Hess from Germany was able to receive 838 points, and Maddie Tarabe 775 points. So the time's important, points even more so in the heptathlon. That is the under-17 girls heptathlon. Their first event is done, and next up we are going to be having the under-18 heptathlon, I do believe, over the hurdles.
I can confirm Karate has increased her lead, Ethan. 41.31 in round 3 to increase her lead.
Any more to come in the WA Athletic Stadium. Of course, we are proudly supported by Chemist Warehouse, and Chemist Warehouse has proudly signed on for 5 years, all the way into the end of 2029. Chemist Warehouse supporting the future development of both the sport and athletes from grassroots level right the way through to the elite arena, just what we are in right now. You can save on your prescriptions year-round at Chemist Warehouse. Head online or look for the Chemist Warehouse prescription price list in-store to see how you can save. Chemist Warehouse is here for all your discounting prescriptions every day.
Hi, Shell. Shell has high blood pressure, and the rising cost of living certainly doesn't help. Annie manages her diabetes with good nutrition, but fresh fruit and veg prices keep rising. And Jack has high cholesterol, but nothing is higher than his power bills. That's why they save more money every year by getting their prescriptions from Chemist Warehouse. And you will too. Head online or look for our price list in-store to see how much you'll save. Chemist Warehouse, discounting prescriptions every day.
Welcome back to the WA Athletic Stadium. Thank you to our friends at Chemist Warehouse. Right now, you're looking at the start list for the under-18 girls heptathlon 100 metre hurdles. .76 centimetres is the height of the hurdles that they will be going over. Watch for lane number 8, Adelina Condon, who was the silver medalist in the heptathlon last year when they were under 17s. And it was a good start from Nichols on the outside, so too Condon just on the inside of her. Mitchell on the inside is moving really well. She's got the lead at halfway. Condon is coming after her. There's about 2 metres separating them. It is Mitchell that is leading, but here comes Condon. Condon storms over the top and takes out the opening event for them.
Adelina Condon, too strong over the final couple of barriers. Beautiful technician over the hurdles. She was able to just stay nice and low as she moved over the hurdles. That lead leg snapped down really fast too. And that's a nice start to day 1 of competition for Adelina Condon.
Be back from the WA Athletic Stadium in just a moment, Travis, and I've got some breaking news, so hold on to that thought. We'll be back in just...
Wherever you may be watching from, welcome to Perth for the day one action of National Athletics Championship action. And Ethan, you had me on the edge of my seat. You just gave me a little teaser that you had a bit of breaking news.
Are you ready for it? You've been waiting for it, Travis. I haven't even told you during our brief break, but the wind has switched. It was a plus 1.8 just then. So we've had headwinds all day. We've dispensed of them, hopefully, for the time being. And we have had our first tailwind of today's and the National Championships. So let's hope that the wind continues to flow down the track, not coming into the athlete's face. So we are about ready to go in final B of the under 18 girls. The ones to look out for is going to be Ashley James, who was the bronze medalist from last year, and also Recce Roberts, who's the under 17 gold medalist from last year. It was a quick start from the inside in Taylor. James quickly got past her. On the outside, Browick has moved well. So too has Smith and Roberts in the middle. But it is James who has broken clear. It's a 10-metre gap. Hunting her down is Browick, but it's too late because James, I should say, has won 14.44 the time. Browick is able to get second. And the wind, it switched back to a headwind, unfortunately. Ever so slightly, though. It's a minus 0.4.
Very impressive time too. That's a nice little kickstart to day one action for our heptathletes. 7 big events, and always nice to get that first one out of the way. And South Australian looks pretty happy with the hurdles. So Ashley James, 14.25, her best ever over the hurdles, and she's too far off that here this morning. So we've got high jump action, which is starting to get a bit more into the business end of the event. With Harrison Corrigan, New South Welshman. Had 2 misses at 1 metre 60. So we'll be looking to fly over the next height. I think towards many of these young men's personal best. And it could be the 3rd miss for our Queenslander. So over this height of 1 metre 60, Thomas Hunter, who was the silver medalist for the National Championships last year. He has gone clear at 160. Diabru, the West Australian, was his second look at 1 metre 60. He's jumped 165. The young West Australian. This is under 14 boys high jump. So getting towards deciding the medals. Over Waters has also gone clear. So 2 athletes clear in the under 14 high jump at 1 metre 60. Clearance. From Riley Death. That was his second attempt at 1 metre 60. So he's the 3rd competitor to go clear at this height.
Thomas Hunter, who you mentioned before, Travis, is one of 3 competitors who has gone over 1 metre 60. He is the silver medalist from last year when they were under 13s. One of the first times we've ever seen under 13s compete. Good to see that he is over. Riley Death is joining him, so too Oliver Waters.
The young Queenslander, I think that might have been Murray. So we head back to the track, Ethan.
Let's have a look. They're just getting ready, so just warm-up phases for the under 15 girls 90 metre hurdles. It's the first time we get to see 90 metre hurdles in these championships. So there will be 3 heats, so it's similar process to before. Will be the top 2 fastest that go into the final automatically. Then the next 3 athletes quickest across all the heats who haven't got an automatic spot will then make their way through to the final. Last year they did compete over the 80 metre hurdles when they were under 14s. It'll be Dabby on the inside next to Matheson, Simon, Yang, Ganasiri, Kera, Steele, Horsey, and then Buzzer. Felicity Buzzer, and then Adeline Mears, I should say, is going to be on the extreme outside. And Felicity Buzzer, she is the bronze medalist from last year when they were under 14, so look from her. Doesn't look like we've got a lane 10. So she will be, no, in fact we do have a lane 10, I'm reading it wrong, but Felicity Buzzer, she's second from the left.
In the high jump, Ethan, bottom right of screen, Levi Jakeman, we just saw before at the West Australian jump. He has cleared 1.60 metre on his last attempt, so he will win the under 13 gold medal, Levi Jakeman. So congratulations to him. He will remain in the competition. It's a PB as well for Levi. Congratulations to the young New South Welshman.
So it's pretty cutthroat, it's pretty tight. Only 2 will go through into the final automatically. Then the next 3 athletes, fastest times who didn't get through to who didn't make the automatic selection will then go through. Also look for Alexia Matheson on the inside. She's the All Schools and national champion from last year. She'll be running out of lane number 3. She'll be second from your right. 12.60 is her season's best, as you are seeing on your screen. Incredibly quick. So we've got the gold medalist and the bronze medalist from last year. They'll be on either ends of the field. Matheson in lane 3 and then Buzzer in lane 9. Heat 1. Girls 90 metre hurdles. They will be just called back. Heat 1 of the under 19 girls. Well, Dabby got away really well, but I won't say that too loudly.
The weather's starting to become a little bit interesting here in the West. From over the next 9 days of competition, it did look like today was probably the only day of a little bit of unsettled weather.
I can give you a weather forecast after this, Travis. That is
a bit of thunder around. There we go. Coming in from the southwest, which usually means it does blow through pretty quickly.
Yep. So hopefully that's not the end of Snyman from Queensland. She did get away really well, but there has been a recall before, so we will see if it's disqualification. Oh.
Yeah, terrible for the young Queenslander. Just a reminder of the cutthroat nature of the track, and mistakes just unfortunately not tolerated. We wish her well.
So Matheson, the national and all schools champion, she is second from your right, and then Buzzer is the bronze medalist from the national championships. Away quickly was Dabby on the inside, so too Matheson on the outside. Moving well is Steele, but Matheson is moving the best. Coming after her is Dabby, so too Steele, and then Buzzer is catching up to steal, and it is going to be Matheson that was able to win, and then Buzzer was able to storm over the top and claim second. 13:22 the time for the defending champion. Minus 1.2 the tailwind on that, 13:22 unofficially.
Ethan, it's all happening here. We're well underway on day one action. It's time now for a quick break from the WA Athletics.
Welcome back to the WA Athletics Stadium. Perfect timing. We've got heat number 2 for the under 15 girls 90 metre hurdles. Williams, O'Regan, Hobday, Campbell, Quintana, Oliver, Ivory, Howson and Raymond from inside to out. It was a great start from Williams on the inside, so too Howday in the middle, and on the outside moving really well was Raymond. She's got the jump on the field. Ivory's moving with her, so too is Hobday on the inside, but it is going to be won by Raymond. And then Ivory was in second, 13:32 the time and a minus 1.7 the tailwind. Headwind, I should say.
So Howson into a 1.7 has run beautifully here. Sadie Raymond also has hurdled her way into contention for the 90 metre hurdles. The under 15 girls hurdles. Results coming through. Sophie Howson, 13:30 the winner. And in second, Lila Oliver, 13:94. With the big Qs next to the name, they've booked their place into the final of the girls' 90 metre hurdles. So Ethan, I was just keeping an eye on the discus. It was a really interesting final round.
Last time I looked, there was less than 2 metres between first and third.
So Palepa Luama took the lead in the final round. She threw 41.91 to move into the lead. So it was all up to Lawami Karate on her final throw. She was sitting in silver and she's popped out a 42.99 personal best to take home the gold. So Lawami Karate, congratulations from New South Wales, 42.99 in round 4. The pressure was on. She was able to rise to the occasion and she secured the gold. Palepa Luama the silver, and Emily McKinley, who threw her best throw in round 3, 39.47, a personal best. She will take home the bronze for Victoria. So a really interesting under 16 girls discus final.
Yep.
As we turn our attention back to the pole vaulters. And we've got the under 15 and under 16 pole vault competition taking place just in front of us here. We are at 3 metres 35 currently. We're into second attempts.
And Travis, sorry to interrupt, it is pretty close in this 90 metre hurdles. And that is, we're about to see event heat number 3. So to get into the final based off a non-automatic position, you need to run quicker at the moment than 14.46. So Margaret Hobday is in that position. She's got the little Q next to her name. We'll see if the athletes are able to break in. At the moment, the quickest non-automatic qualifying time is 13.46, so a second difference between the top non-automatic and then the bottom. But here we go, heat number 3, almost ready to race. Quick start from Piet on the inside. Moving well is Georgakopoulos in the middle. So too is Vesela. Vesela's quickly catching up to Georgakopoulos. Georgakopoulos has got the lead. Piet's moving with her. Piet's got the lead and they're both into the final. Piet and Georgakopoulos are in 13.87, the unofficial time, and the wind is a minus 1.8.
Really impressive running. Minus 1.8 the wind. Slightly slower than the previous heat. But always nice to get the first race of the National Championships under the belt. And it is thumbs up for Georgopoulos. So it might be just a little bit of rain. We can see the Doctor of Athletics, Brian Rowe, under the umbrella. He'll be just making sure everyone's staying safe and well looked after here in Perth. I was talking to Brian Rowe earlier. He arrived on Tuesday. He was here busy organising the team of officials who are some of the best in the world, and many working towards 2032 Olympic Games credentialing. You can actually just see a little bit of light rain starting to fall here, Ethan. We were expecting a couple of showers earlier this morning when we arrived.
8 mils of rain was what the Bureau of Meteorology said. The top of 25 degrees, and I reckon we've already hit that today. And I reckon we're getting some of those 8 mils that we are predicting. Tomorrow, for those wondering, top of 27 and the low 15 with up to 4 mils of rain. But yeah, just starting to untraditionally bucket down in April in Perth. Not too heavy. Doesn't look like it will be floating around for too long, but Perth weather.
See the final summary of results for the under 15 hurdles, Ethan, as you called beautifully. Alexia Matheson was the fastest qualifier with a 13.19. Sophie Howson from New South Wales 13.30, and Felicity Boozer 13.40. The three fastest qualifiers for the final.
She'll be hard to beat in that final. Matheson, all schools and national champion from last year. And she's going to, and she has made a great statement to her competitors. So this is the first heat of 3 for the under 16 girls 90 metre hurdles. 3 heats. Doonan, Clayton, Kalavoda, Wardle, Liam Brugan, Wallbank, Terblanche, Hughes and McBain. All going from the inside to the outside. Top 2 into the final automatically. And a quick start from Doonan and Clayton on the inside. In the middle, moving well, is Liam Brugan. Liam Brugan has got the lead. Here comes Clayton. Clayton's issuing her a challenge on the outside. Treblanche is moving well, but breaking clear is Lehman Brugan. And Lehman Brugan has been able to hit the line first and win at 13.32 the time. It's a minus 1.5. And she is into the final automatically.
She was 6th last year, Ethan, in the final was Leah, and this year, though, she has improved tremendously, running consistently in the 12-second time barrier, and the reward has paid off because she was really impressive over those last 2 or 3 hurdles. And with her 6th placing last year in the national final, that'll give her plenty of experience and confidence for the final. But it's a good start for Leah. Liam Brugan books her place into the final. It's been a really impressive rise up through the ranks for her.
And you're so right in your summation of that. Just those final 5 barriers, she just hit another gear and just went boom. Just separated away from the field, so well done to her.
It's a very competitive age group in the hurdles. The under 16 girls, 13.30 the time. Blanche from Tasmania, 13.65, has also qualified automatically.
Okay.
So Jemima Hood, interestingly, the defending national champion in Adelaide, 13.09. She'll be still to go.
She'll be in the next heat. She'll be in lane 2. Get ready for heat number 2. So they're just starting to assemble behind their blocks. And it will be Davies from the inside, then Brayshaw next to her in 3. Bessley in 4. Veen Villette in 5. Then in 6 will be Dunlop. Kyle in 7. White in 8. Tiwari in 9. And Bitossi in 10. There's a look at Molly Brayshaw, who will be second from the right, just next to Tamara Davies. Top 2 to go into the final automatically. And the next 3 fastest will go into the final off times. There's a look at the start list. Davies, Brayshaw, Bessley, then is Vent Villette, Dunlop, Cole, White, Tiwari and Bitossi. Heat 2 about to race.
Molly Brayshaw, the West Australian, there second from the rider pitcher, Ethan. She finished 4th last year, just outside the medals. I remember talking to her over the winter months, and it really burnt her fire in her stomach to come back here at these championships and win a medal.
Good start in the middle from Dunlop. Moving with her is Cole in the early stages. Van Vliet is moving on the inside for Soto. Bessley, Brayshaw's running well. It is Van Vliet who is just leading. She's been able to break away over the final barrier and she's into the final automatically. Bessley will be joining her. 13.64 the time, and it is a minus 1.8 wind for our winner in Van Vliet, and then Bessley is second through to the final automatically.
Yes, great run from Lucy. She was able to get out of the blocks really well, Ethan, and through that middle stage was just rock solid with her technique. The pressure came on, but she was able to respond beautifully and secure that automatic qualification. Ethan, we're well underway here on day 1 action, and we are going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back shortly.
The rain has gone as we welcome you back to the WA Athletics Stadium. Clear skies for the moment, and we hope that can continue. Ethan Quinlivan and Travis Jenkins with you for day number 1 of the 2025 Junior National Track and Field Championships. Heat 3 of the under 16 girls 90 hurdles about to race. Great start from Hood on the inside, so too Geck next to her. Cox is also out well. She's pursuing Hood in the early stages. On the outside, Briggs is running really well, so too is Gack. But it is the defending champion in Hood that books her ticket into the final, and Briggs joins her automatically. 12.99 is the unofficial winning time, and it is into a minus 1.3.
What a run from the defending national champion. She won this event last year in Adelaide. She also won the 200 metre hurdles as well. She ran 13.09 to win the final in Adelaide, and she's arrived in Perth in terrific shape, in personal best form recently, and Jemima Hood is into the final. She will look to defend her title that she so dearly loves. Really impressive over the hurdles, Ethan. Just the start was electric, just right from the first hurdle. She put pressure on the rest of her competitors, and she was able to just relax through that middle stages really nicely.
Speaking of relaxation, I was impressed with how Gracie Lee Briggs was able to run it. She had competitors either side of her in Sojerovic, I should say, from New South Wales, who was in the lane on the outside of her in 10. So Briggs is able to get that second automatic spot. 13.39 was the time that she was able to race and come second in. And also we've got 2 non-automatic competitors going into the qualifiers going into that final from that race. Hannah Sojerovic, 13.47 was her time, and Charlie Cox, 13.61. So they are 2 of our non-automatic qualifiers that will go into the final. And if you're wondering where the third one came from, I can tell you it was in Heat 1. Amelia Wadley. So well done to her. She has gone into the final automatically, as we're just starting to pack up the hurdles, because next up I believe we're continuing with our multi-events, Trav, under 17 boys. And there's a look at the results from heat number 3. Jemima Hood, the reigning national champion in this age group. 12.97, magnificent time. So they rounded it down 0.02.
Has run 12.83, Ethan,
Okay.
but that was pretty comfortable and with a nice little tail breeze behind her. That will come under threat. The
And
record, 12.31.
Okay, and on a wet track. So hopefully no more rain. Get the sun onto the track, quickly dry it up and get ready for that final, because that personal best, that is under some serious danger.
Good to see the West Australian too, Gracie Lee Briggs, for a national final. Pole vault action. We are at 3 metres 50 in the pole vault. The under 15 boys competition is all over. Lachlan Cumming securing the gold medal with a best vault today of 3 metres 20. Christoph Jacob the silver, and Tom Bartlett from Queensland has taken the bronze. So we have just the under 16 competitors remaining, and the height of the bar 3 metres 50. We've had Lucas Jakima go clear from Victoria. Remy Mitchell from New South Wales still to go. Here is Zombor, who has had one miss at 3 metres 50. And as the pole vault action continues, we're going to turn our attention to one of our main sponsors of these championships, Chemist. Watching day one action, 5 of the junior competition. Then we have a rep on Wednesday, and on the under and open national. So there from Remy Mitchell. One more attempt, he's got 2 misses. But here's Watson now for New South Wales. Season's best of 3 metres 8 So clearance here is well needed. This is his second attempt at 3 metres 50. He's just waiting for a little bit of breeze just to help him up and over the bar. Athletes are running from east to west in the pole vault competition today. Not the most common position of the pole vault. Normally, with the sea breeze here in Perth, it's run from the other direction. There he is. He's got the nose strapped up. Probably to keep the shades on as he goes clear. Let's see how he goes. That's plenty of clearance there. Room to move for Oliver Watson of New South Wales. That moves him up into equal first position with Toby Hamilton of Victoria. Next up on the track, Ethan, will be the first of a very big 2 days for our decathletes. 10 events. The first of those is the 100 metres. The under 17 start list is up on the screen. Connor Brady from New Zealand has ventured across the ditch to join us here in Perth. Direct flights from New Zealand into Perth, so made it a little bit easier for Connor to get here.
Where did you pluck that information from?
You know me, Ethan, always looking for my next overseas adventure to follow the athletic circuit.
True.
It's a big couple of days, Ethan, isn't it, for our young decathletes? But they'll be excited. They'll be excited to get underway. They'll be excited to get the blue track underneath the toes. Although a little bit wet at the moment. It's an exciting moment.
Can make it a bit quicker.
So the under 17 decathlon. A little bit of unsteadiness to start. In the under 17 decathlon. Who are you looking out for here, Ethan, in the decathlon?
Spencer DeLacy's one who's been able to keep an eye on. He's second from the left of your screen in the red of South Australia.
Just about set. First of 10 events for our decathletes. Starting nicely in the middle of the field was Thompson Fraser, coming through nicely from Auckland. Connor Brady in the Auckland colours. He's away and racing. The New South Welshman out after him, as is Spencer DeLacy. But the New Zealander really impressive in the first event of 10. Connor Brady secures the victory in the 100 metres, event number 1.
He just got a very powerful start. A wind was a tailwind, minus a plus 0.5, I believe it was, but Brady was able just to get a rocket start, and once he was able to execute his drive phase well, he just came up and was able to separate away from the field. So great start for him to secure some very valuable points for the first of 10 events for them. They've only got 9 more to go over the next 2 days for under 17 men's decathlon.
I've been impressed with Tom Cashian too. Really impressive at the New South Wales Championships, and I think he'll start to make his way up the leaderboard during this competition. So back to the pole vault competition, which is getting towards the business end. It's the under 16 pole vault. Luke Mathis is looking to stay in the competition. Here he goes. Plenty of speed on the runway, up, plenty of height there, but just not enough speed. His height was terrific.
Is it real now? Walking on a dream. How can I explain? Talking to myself. Will I see again? Is it real now? Could you become walking on a dream?
Welcome back to the WA Athletic Stadium. Ethan Quillivan alongside Travis Jenkins. 22 degrees and the sun has finally been able to display itself out from the clouds. The Australian Athletics Championships is proudly supported by the Western Australian State Government through Tourism Western Australia. Find Western Australia on Facebook, Instagram, X and TikTok at Western Australia and the hashtag WA the Dream State. Discover Western Australia and build your dream holiday, at westernaustralia.com. Western Australia proudly hosts some of the world's biggest events. Visit westernaustralia.com/events for more information.
So Ethan, pole vault action continues. The height of the bar has been pushed to 3 metres 63. There's Lucas, who has found himself in the bronze medal position. He's had a miss on his first attempt at 3 metres 63. So no one clear as yet at this height. Under 18 decathlon, next event on our screen. This is their first event of the day. That's the full field. And a good field too. Whitehill, he is the only medalist from last year's national championship who has entered for the decathlon this year. You can see him there running in lane 3. Ethan, you have had a lot to do with Whitehill, and he's coming into these championships in absolute red-hot form, isn't he?
He is. That personal best of 11:30 doesn't reflect what he's been able to do, Windy. He has gone sub 11 seconds twice, I believe, at our state championships, once in the heats and once in the final. Both wind assisted. He's also very good at the 200 metres, and he's been able to help his 400 metre time. So all of that combined is going to help this 100 metres. The wind's fluctuating a little bit. If he can get a nice tailwind, you'd think that he'll hopefully be able to drag some of these boys to that sub 11 second range and territory. The wind at the moment, not too sure. Track's a little bit wet, but when the sun starts to just bake it and dispense with the water on the track, then it could just be able to help it just get that little bit more so spongy, and it can actually make the track a little bit faster. We've often seen at our state championships travel, particularly the all schools, because we often have the Friday just pelting down with water. What will happen is that when it starts to dry up, you'll see these incredibly quick times that nobody was expecting. So don't fear at the weather, because it can, while it is a bit frustrating, can sort of help when it all starts to dry up a bit. That's my life lesson for today. Don't stress about the rain, Trav.
You're a knowledgeable man, Ethan.
Getting a bit twitchy, and I was a bit concerned for you.
You're very knowledgeable. I always learn something when I sit next to you, Ethan. And I'm looking forward to learning a bit about these decathletes over the next couple of days, because this is a gold medal wide open. I have been really impressed with Whitehill, but I'm biased as one of the West Australian announcers here. He's been in impressive form. He was able to win individual titles over 400 metres. And the 100 metres, as Ethan has mentioned, has been really quick too. He won't have it all his own way though. Jack Howard, the South Australian, really talented athlete.
7 and 8's the challenges will come from.
Just about set. And a little bit of eagerness to get underway. can just see these young men, beautiful athletes. Got to run, they got to jump, they got to throw. But their focus at the moment is getting away cleanly. Look just to be a little bit of unsteadiness, I feel. And it is just a green card from the starting officials. Pole vault action. No one able to go clear at 363 just yet. We'll keep that competition front and centre for our viewers all around the world who are enjoying the action on 7+. Thank you for your company here in Perth. The 100 metres. This is the entire lineup for the decathlon. Under 18 men. We're away cleanly this time, and White Hill has burst out of the blocks beautifully, and the West Australian is away. Conrad and Carter from South Australia running nicely, and Neil as well. But it's all Western Australia, and look at the time too, it's quick. Into a 1.3 headwind, and Coach Ben Catley will be pretty happy with the way White Hill, the West Australian, has started. The bronze medalist from last year, he's underway, Ethan.
Great start from him. He was able to get into the lead and just hold his own. He got a really good start. And then on the outside, the challenges were coming from him. Carter was there, so too Howard. And Wilson was also right up there, but Hill was just able to edge clear at 50, then put some distance between them. 11.18, good time. Wind about a minus 1.3 from memory.
Really fast from Wyatt Hill. He has been in scintillating form here domestically. Personal bests in all his track events. Coached by Ben Catley for the running. Ethan Quinlivan in the throwing events likes to keep a close eye on him as well. And he has got his campaign underway really nicely. He's even got the afro just starting to get a little bit of bulk to it too, Ethan.
He's quite proud of that, actually. He continues to parade it and float it. He reckons he looks better with wet hair. A bit like you, Travis. Wet hair suits you. Or is that a bit of a soft spot at the moment?
No, I do like the wet hair look,
yeah, okay.
Ethan. It's I can't carry many looks, but the wetter, the better. Pole vault. Still have a clearance finally. 3.63 metres. Second attempt. Hamilton into the lead. Great from the Victorian. Toby Hamilton has announced himself to the pole vaulting world. What a place to do it here in Perth. Coach Paul Burt, well, not his coach, but Budgie Burgess will be watching on, no doubt, looking at the young new crop of pole vaulters coming through. And he joins Lucas Hiljakima clear at 3.63. So Watson now looking to go over. Oliver Watson currently in bronze, and he has made a good fist of it. Just not quite enough elevation in the release from the pole.
823 points to open up White Hill's day. Then Dylan Gardner, 769 points, and then Maddox Wilson, 763. So already only one event in, and there's only 120 points separating first and fifth, so we could be on for a tight day if this continues on. Welcome back to the WA Athletics Stadium. Next event on the track is going to be the 800 metres. They're just doing some test firing, and as you can see, just smack bang in the middle of your screen, the height of the bar in the men's pole vault. As we approach attempt number 3 is 3.63 metres. Ethan Quillivan alongside Travis Jenkins for day number 1 of the 2025 National Track and Field Championships.
Yeah, thank you, Ethan. I've been watching this competition. Jude Bourne from New South Wales looking to go clear here. 3 men have gone over at this height. He's looking to stay in the competition here. And unfortunately, just tapping the toes on the way through was Jude Bourne. He has equalled his PB according to the Roster Athletics app, which you can use to follow along at home this afternoon. We hope you're enjoying your athletics here on day one. So 3 men have gone over in the pole vault. Oliver Watson from New South Wales, Lucas Hiljakima from Victoria, and Toby Hamilton, who leads the way on countback. Big PB for Toby. So the height of the bar now will be moved to 3.73 meters. You can see there in the middle of the screen. So this will be into PB territory for 2 of our 3 athletes, but gold, silver and bronze still very much up for grabs in the under 16 pole vault final of these national championships. Day 1 action. Had a bit of light rain come through. There probably is a shower still to come. And then my prediction will be 9 days of perfect weather in the sunniest state in Australia. So the Victorian, Lucas Hiljakima, will be next up on the runway. He's the defending national champion. He jumped 3.40 meters last year to secure that title. So you can see the growth and improvement in his vaulting in just 12 months, as he now has his first look at 3.73 to move back into the lead. Currently sits in silver, and that's good clearance. He's over. Well done from the young Victorian. He moves up into the lead and records a new big personal best. That looked comfortable too. Plenty of daylight there for the defending national champion. Well done, young man. Pressure was on and he did well, Ethan.
He's had a bit of a rocky season, so as you did say, Travis, he did win the national title last year. Then he went to the All Schools Championships in Brisbane, where he did receive the bronze medal, so would have been disappointed with that. It's good to see that he's found some great form coming into the national championships, and a great clearance, as you said, 3.73 meters on his first attempt as well. And just looking at the scorecard, Travis, he's been pretty close to perfect. That's actually his first attempt first time he's gone over first attempt, I should say. But he hasn't got up to attempt number 3. Here we see Toby Hamilton. Unfortunately, these just collide into the bar.
And you can see these 3 men, Ethan, who remain, Hamilton, Hiljakima and Watson, have fought over the medals at the All Schools as well. So not a lot separates them. It often just comes down to that, how you feel on the day, and a bit of luck and a little bit of poise on the biggest of days in the track and field calendar, the 2025 Australian Junior Athletics Championships of Field and Track. So we have young Ollie Watson next to go. Has the best personal best in the field, Ethan, of 3.80 meters. He was outside the medals last year. He currently sits in the bronze, and he has secured bronze at worst. So just 3 athletes remain in this final. Ollie Watson in bronze on countback, which is based on how many misses he has had throughout the competition. He looks set to go here. Oliver Watson, plenty of pace into the block, and a foul. So he will join Toby Hamilton with second attempts. So Toby Hamilton and Oliver Watson will battle it out for their second attempts, while Lucas Hiljakima from Victoria can just put his feet up underneath the tent. That is exactly what he is doing. He's just enjoying the competition He sits pretty comfortably in gold with his 3.73 clearance. All right, Ethan.
Who?
I was just busy seeing who was competing in this next event, the under 17 800 metres heat 1. There's the starting lineup, and it's a good lineup too. Oscar Wright, who will be running in lane 7. He has the fastest PB, 1:53.88. He won the 1500 metres last year, Ethan, at the National Championship. He was a DNS in the 800 metres.
Yep.
So looking forward to our first look at Oscar today.
He has got an 800 metre medal this season, Travis, at the All Schools Championships. He picked up silver. And Luke Unwin, as you pointed out before, the national silver medalist, he'll be running from lane 2. And Oscar Wright in lane 7. So look for hips numbers 2 and 7.
Next up on the track, you can see them here. It is the first
The 2 laps. No sign of rain at the moment as I belt on some wood. And sun just trying to peep through.
There's Braden Doran from New South Wales. Has dipped under 2 minutes this year, 1:59.20. And not quite set. James Buis, the Tasmanian, just wanting a little bit of extra time. We're just about ready to go. So underway in the 800 metres, 2 laps awaits our competitors. It is the first 2 to qualify, then the next 3 fastest times. Oscar Wright, the Victorian, he wears hip number 7. He has had a terrific season, the fastest PB in the field. He won the 1500 metres at the National Champions last year, didn't contest the 800 metres. And we can see now he's just pretty comfortable to sit on the heels of Nicholas McNally of New South Wales, and Alexander Brain is just setting the pace early, Ethan, which looks pretty comfortable in the early stages.
Does, as they go through the first 300 metres, clock 45 seconds. Brain has got the lead, and it is the New South Wales competitors that are behind him in Cluggerston and then McNally. And then just on the outside, Wright is just starting to make a challenge, and running really wide in lane number 3 is Doran as they hear the bell.
Bells are ringing, and Oscar Wright, probably the favourite, has just very elegantly moved up into the lead. Braden Doran just trailing behind him on his heels. And Alexander Brain, wearing hip number 3, will now just sit in 3rd. Hip 5 is Alex Butler of Queensland, who just starts to make a bit of a run and shows plenty of dash down the back straight. Alexander Brain also needs to just fight on here. Oscar Wright, he leads the way though, the favourite. Braden Doran sits in 2nd, and Alex Butler, the Queenslander, in 3rd. First 2 to go through automatically, and Oscar Wright says go. He's away, and he's looking to qualify automatically into the final. Doran still holding down 2nd, and Butler, the Queenslander, now just trying to move up into that automatic qualification, and he does so now. But look at Oscar Wright. He's accelerating away, and he'll secure victory. He has a little look over the right shoulder, and the favourite is through. Oscar Wright wins Heat 1 just ahead of Alex Butler of Queensland. Luke Unwin has flashed home nicely to finish in 3rd place.
Pretty competitive heat. 1:58.55 unofficially for Wright and Butler. Those 2 have gone into the final automatically. Top 2 are going into the final. Then it is the next 3 fastest athletes based off time across all 3 heats. But what a good start. We were expecting that from Wright, who is the silver medalist from the All Schools Championships, and he ran that really well. Still plenty of wiggle room for him to go. He has got a PB of 1:53.88, so well done to Wright, who will find himself into the final of the 800 metres for the under-17 boys.
See wrong, so right, Ethan.
Thank you, Hutto.
It was a nice run too, and he looks pretty comfortable as he goes back into the marshalling area with his teammate Alexander Brain.
And just for those wondering, the defending champion in Kieran Shepherd, who's also the All Schools champion, I was a bit stressed because I didn't see him on the start list across all 3 heats, so I Googled his name on roster, which if you are wondering when any competitors are, and I know there will be one name that is probably searched more than anyone, and that's coming next week, but Kieran Shepherd is doing the 1500 metres and the 3000 metres, so a bit of a step up for him. It'll be interesting to see what we can expect as Heat 2 is almost ready to race. So it is the top 2 that will go into the final automatically, and then the next 3 fastest athletes based off times who didn't get an automatic spot will then find their way into the final.
1:58.50, the winning time for Oscar Wright, as we now see the results up.
3 athletes sub 2 in the heats. That's a good sign. And Luke Unwin, who was the silver medalist last year, he'll have to wait on times, but you think with a 1:59.61 that should keep you safe. But if we continue to see trends like these and themes like these, who knows? But it's set to be exciting.
So 1:58.50, fastest qualifying time so far, as we get ready now for Heat 2. There's Lockie Thomas, front and centre. He has run 1:55 this season. One of the faster seed times in this heat. As we look here at the starting lineup, Max McGregor, the New Zealander, wearing hip number 5. And a little bit of eagerness from our young under 17 men.
Not often you see false starts in 800 metres. Hopefully it's just unsteadiness. I didn't see anyone lunge from the line. So no false start is given the call by starter Tony, and the green card has just been issued out to the field.
Tony Petts, West Australian starter, gun in hand.
Just been told, just remain nice and still.
And away we go. 2 laps await our 800 metre runners in heat number 2. It's a really open heat here in the second. We've got the New Zealander Max McGregor wearing hip number 5. He's just going to settle in about midfield. Leading the way early is Shiven Hederachi from Victoria. Pushing up nicely too is hip number 8 in Lachlan Fiane. He's had a really good season over in New South Wales, and he arrives in the West in PB shape. But at the moment we can just see the cream just starting to rise to the top in the early stages, Ethan.
300 metres in, and Thomas has been able to make his way up to Hederachi, and then just running wide is on New Zealand and McGregor. He just has a look over his shoulder. He can see there are some challenges from Fiane and then little behind him, but at the belt is Hederachi that hears it first ahead of Thomas.
Thomas now just gets onto the shoulder of his teammate Max McGregor. He's got the headband on, just holding back the big locks, and what locks they are, I'm jealous. He's going to settle into 3rd. Johnny Weldon of Victoria is currently in 4th and just needs to find an extra gear here down the back straight. But the New Zealander, he goes bang. He's got the hair in the breeze, and he's shot away down the back straight. And at the 200, he'll lead the way. The Victorian Hederachi now finds himself back in 3rd place. And Max McGregor has a best of 1:54.26, one of the faster PBs coming into this. He just has a look over his shoulder, and he'll see the big frame of Thomas, who now just accelerates into the lead. So McGregor and Thomas will just have a little bit of a chat, how they're enjoying Perth. And Thomas says, no thanks, I'm off. I want to secure the victory. And he'll accelerate away and get the big Q into the final. The New Zealander 2nd. Flashing home nicely was Lachlan Fiane. He'll finish in 3rd and have to wait to see on non-automatic qualification. But Lachlan Thomas, the Victorian, too strong in the home straight, Ethan.
He was making a move in the first 200 metres, and he positioned himself really nicely 300 metres in, and then he was just able to hit the lead in the final lap. And McGregor, he didn't want to use any more energy than he had to. So just as you saw him, just continuing to look over his left shoulder coming down the home straight, was flicking between his left and right, and he was able to secure that 2nd automatic spot into the final. So Thomas and McGregor are in. And we've still got one more heat to come. We'll work out who the top 2 in that is, and then the next 3 fastest athletes, and that will give us an indication of what's set to be a pretty epic under 17 800 final.
So it's around that 1:58 that we saw from Oscar Wright in heat 1, 1:58.50. Oscar was able to run, and we've once again gone around that 1:58 time. Just waiting for the official results to come in. But either way, Lachlan Thomas has kicked off his campaign nicely. 158.78 is the time. Max McGregor from New Zealand, 159.48. And Lachlan Fiane, 159.74, has, at the moment, got the little Q next to his name, with one heat to come. So, looks like this pole vault competition, Ethan, has reached an interesting stage, because I can see the height of the bar now has been moved to 385. And I'm not sure, and in fact, Toby Hamilton and Ollie Watson have both bowed out at 373. So this is our gold medalist on the screen, Ethan. Lucas Hiljakima. He came in as the defending national champion, and he will leave the WA Athletic Stadium as the gold medalist in the pole vault. He's the sole competitor remaining, and he'll have his first attempt at 385.
Toby Hamilton, the silver medal, 386 personal best. Oliver Watson, bronze medal, 363. And those two, Toby and Oliver, were separated based off count back. But Lucas, it just seems to be, as the heights go up, so does his performance. He just doesn't miss a beat so far. Let's see if he can get a first attempt clearance. Unfortunately, his heels and foot just ran into the pole. So 800 is away.
So we're underway in the final heat of 800 metre action for the under 17 men. We can see there hip number 7 is that of the West Australian Caleb Benson. He finished 4th last year at the National Championships. He ran 159.28, and he'll have to go close to that again to make it through to the final. Braden Corder, the West Australian, just going through a very tight pathway there. He's just pushed himself now, and a little bit of tugging and pulling going on down the back straight, but they've sorted themselves out now. Hugo Stewart has found himself on the front. He's just controlling the pace, and the young West Australian not too happy with the pace, and Oliver Stanfield McDonald, he's going to settle into about second. So there's a little trifecta of West Australians, and they still just jostle for position in this early stage. But at the moment, Hugo Stewart from New South Wales leads the way.
Nielsen has just been able to burst through as they hear the bell. Pace not as quick as the previous two heats. Then behind him, Morrison has just gone into second spot, and he's just been able to overtake Stewart on his inside as Stewart goes into second, and still leading with only 300 metres to go is Nealon.
So Nealon, the Queenslander, those long strides have done him well, and he's got a nice little buffer over Hugo Stewart and Evan Morrison in third. And now just starting to make a move is Harry Maddox, the Victorian, who's gone 158.90 this season. So the Victorian now starting to have plenty of momentum. He joins the New South Welshman and the Queenslander in Tom Nealon, and Stanfield McDonald will have a bit of work to do. Benson now starts to tap onto the back of that pack. Nealon, the Queenslander with the tall frame, he's into the breeze, and he's just starting to kick away nicely. Benson, the West Australians, charging home, and will join the Queenslander, and they'll go through to the final. So Nealon and Benson, 1-2 here in the third heat. The hip of number 5 of Harry Maddox, the Victorian, he's run really strongly. He'll have to wait and see if he is a non-automatic qualifier. But for Tom Nealon, he's through to the final. The Queenslander, he looked impressive.
Looked incredibly impressive, Travis. Plenty more to come.
And welcome back to live pictures here from the WA Athletic Stadium here in Perth. It is great to welcome the biggest event on the track and field calendar here since 2016, back in the West.
Do you want to know how many days, Travis?
I do.
3,309. 13th of March in 2016 was the last time we had the national championships here. We've had a couple of all schools championships that have been in between them, but 3,309 days since we've handed out national medals in Perth, and this is the 9th time that we're hosting the junior championships.
Plenty of people in Western Australia pretty happy with how things are going so far. So there we have it, Ethan, the results from Heat 3, which we have just seen run and won. Tom Nealon, 202.28. Caleb Benson, just outside the medals last year, where he finished 4th. He'll be pretty happy to secure consecutive finals at the Australian Junior Championships. Good result for him. Under 18 men, not too far away. I was up early this morning, Ethan, as I'm sure you were, looking through the fields, and Lucas Quiche, the Victorian. It was a great story by Lachlan Morehouse from Athletics Australia around young Lucas and just his rise through this season. One of his favourite athletes to watch. He's one of my favourites too, Hisham El Garouj, a champion in the early years. He was around a long time before Lucas was, but it's great to see him interested in the history of athletics. Coached by Ben St. Lawrence. He's lowered his PB this year down to 150.75, and he will be probably the one to beat, looking to defend his title, Ethan.
Yeah, and also he was able to pick up an all-schools medal back in December. So he's got a lot of golds already in the early stages of his career. He'll be running right on the inside in lane number 1, the Victorian. So look out for that hip 1. Top 2 will go into the final automatically, and then the next 2 fastest will go based enough times. It's a pretty loaded couple of heats, so qualifying will be a bit difficult.
As you mentioned, Ethan, big fields here to contest the under-18 title. Who will be the national champion? We'll get a bit of an idea after these 3 big heats have been run and won. And at the moment, it's Justin Brown who is showing plenty of dash down the back straight. The Victorian, Luca Sidorides, now moves into the lead. And there you can see hip number 1, centre of screen. Lucas Quiche is probably the favourite for this event. He's going to settle into his running in about 3rd, Ethan. He comes in with the fastest PB, and he started well, Lucas.
He looks very calm and composed in the early stages, 300 metres in, and he is sitting just behind Sidious, and then behind both of them, who is in 3rd. That is where we see Brown, who is just starting to fall away from the 2 leaders in Quiche and Sidious. Only 2 go into the final, Travis, automatically. Looks like we've got an idea as to who they could be.
You can see the Victorian team up and about with these 2 young runners. Sidorides leads the way. Lucas Quiche is hot on his heels. They're looking to secure the first 2 automatic qualifications. The peloton behind them is headed up by Justin Brown of New South Wales. But Quiche moves to the lead with a bit of style and a bit of enthusiasm as well. Sidorides looking just to match that move. And in 3rd, coming through, Axel Brunch. Daniel Russo, the West Australian, also needing just to get going to move up. Stoner in the West Australian colours also just pumping the arms nicely. Lucas Quiche, 150.75 is his best. Coach Ben St. Lawrence has been pretty happy with his form coming in. And Lucas Quiche is looking really comfortable. Look at that style, very strong in the core. The head doesn't move, the arms just move off the fixed spine. And he's away, and he's secured his spot into the final. Quiche is into the final. Sidorides qualifies as well, dashing home. Prem Hergeman from New South Wales has finished in 3rd. But our champ from last year, Ethan, is looking in fine form.
He is. He looked very comfortable during the first lap, and then he just knew what he had to do. He knew only the top 2 go into the final automatically, so with about 50 to go before they heard the bell, he was just able to put some distance between him and the rest of the field. And then he just knew what he had to do in the final lap, didn't he? Just secure that spot, save as much as he possibly can for the upcoming final, and it's set to be an almighty final.
He lists Hisham El Garouj as one of his favourite athletes to go back and watch, and there was plenty of Hisham El Garouj about that style there. And look how calm he looks, Ethan. He definitely doesn't look like I would after 800 metres. There's no doubt about it. He's blow out a candle. 155.58, the confirmed time. Lucas Sidorides, 156.05. Prem Hegeman has flashed home for a 156.69, and Axel Brunch from New South Wales, 156.95. So not much separating the top 4 in heat number 1.
Heat number 2 is going to be next up. There's just as many competing, so those top 2 spots are going to be quite hard. We saw just in the heat gone that the top 2 made it look easy, but this is going to be a continuous challenge. Then the next 3 fastest will go through, so it is a similar format, and it is an identical format to what we have seen throughout the day.
Too far from a start.
So again, plenty of
See
numbers out on this start line for the men's under 18 800. This is heat 2 of
The field
number 3. Top 2 automatic.
ready to go. Alejandro Fisher, the Tasmanian, alongside him Ethan Littlewood, who has run 156.50. Starter calls on your marks. And we're underway in the second heat of 3 in the under 18 800 metres, and it's a good lineup too. Hip number 1, Nathaniel Clark, who was 4th at the National Championships last year, but I've been impressed by the Queenslander who wears hip number 2, Oscar McKeon. He missed the final last year, Oscar, but he's really improved over the winter months, and he's hit the ground running in season 24-25. So wearing hip number 2, he missed the final, and he'll be looking to go through in the top 2 this year. His teammate leads the way, Dakota Stewart, wearing hip number 3, and he's started pretty nicely, Dakota Stewart, Ethan, in the early stages.
He has. It's been a pretty tight pack through the opening 300 metres, but it is Stewart who is just leading, swinging wide on the outside is Ward. He's making his presence felt. And just on the inside, McKeon, he's moving with Stewart in the early stages as they hear the bell. It is Stewart and McKeon that hear it, and then it is a plethora of athletes behind them. We've got no idea who's going to finish in the top 2. Let's find out with 3:50 to go.
The pace just has intensified a little past the bell. Oscar McKeon's able to just stay on the front with teammate Dakota Stewart that is trailing themselves in nicely. Marcus Keys has worked up into the race beautifully, and a dashing run now from Nathaniel Clark, who was 4th at the finals last year. So Clark now into 3rd and looking just to move into the top 2 automatic qualification. Keys also trying to go with this little group of 4, but at the moment Oscar McKeon and Dakota Stewart are able to hold off the battle with the New South Welshman. It's Queensland versus New South Wales here down the home straight. McKeon just in front. Stewart trying to hold on, and dashing down the outside is Nathaniel Clark, and Clark will secure that second spot. Second will be Clark, and the winner will be Oscar McKeon. 155.91 the time unofficially.
Geez, at the bell, Travis, we had absolutely no idea which way this race was going to go, but just along the second lap, they were just able to stretch out and really separate themselves, and well done to McKeon. We knew he was going to be right in contention by the way he was racing and running in the first lap, but he was just able to show some real class during that second lap and secure an automatic spot into the final. As Heat 3 is just ready to go, and the numbers continue to impress, Travis. There's a lot of athletes. Top 2 is incredibly hard to get into, so you'd almost think that if you do make the final, automatically you're in the hunt for a medal.
Oscar McKeon, he missed the final last year, so he didn't make that mistake this year, and he secures the victory in heat number 2. Always great to see athletes who are able to make amends from the year before, isn't it, Ethan? You know, he would have had heartbreak last year, missing out on the final, and for him to come back a year later and secure victory. He didn't leave it to chance. He just said, I'm going to finish in the top 2.
We just saw that in the pole vault recently, didn't we? I know was the defending national champion in Pijakira, but he did come 3rd at the All Schools Championships. So while the national championships is ranked in terms of, I suppose, hierarchy higher than the All Schools Championships, it's still closer to this national championships than it was last year. So he might have been a bit concerned about how he was going to go, but he was able to really bounce back as heat number 3 is almost ready to race.
Just looking at the record for this event, 147.24 is the national record of 147.24. It's lightning quick, but that could come under pressure as these boys start to move through into the final. So the final heat is underway. Avery McDermott, he is hip number 1, and he's showing plenty of dash down the back straight. The bronze medalist from Adelaide at the National Championships 12 months ago. He started nicely. Samuel Links from Queensland will settle in to second. Hugh Nucky is an interesting athlete, the Victorian. He made the final last year where he finished 7th in the final. Hugh Nucky, he wears hip number 2. He's got the long strides and you'll be pretty happy with his position. He's on the heels of his fellow Victorian, Ethan.
He's in a great position. He's just right next to McDermott, and he's just been able to move past him, but McDermott has been able to fight back. And then moving well is Woodhouse. Woodhouse is just trying to latch himself to them. So too is Nucky as they hear the bell. It's a pretty even race with 3:80 to go.
Not so much jostling here because the pace is probably a little bit quicker than the first 2 heats, as you would expect, because we want to see if the non-automatic qualifiers will come from this last heat. Avery McDermott leads the way, showing nice, clean pair of heels. Hugh Nucky now just starts to gather it in a little bit. He's sitting in 3rd and he just looks like he's ready to pounce, does Hugh Nucky. And going nicely, Samuel Links from Queensland. So getting towards the business end of the 3rd and final heat, and it's a 4-way run down the outside. Hugh Nucky will search for the lead at the top of the straight. Samuel Links, the Queenslander, just separates the 2 Victorians. McDermott trying to just put in the last little squirt of energy. And Nucky will just now accelerate, coming through the middle. Hip number 4, Brady Ryan, and he'll just perhaps get the win. It's good running from Brady Ryan. He timed the run to perfection. Hugh Nucky will go through automatically. But Brady Ryan, impressive in that last 50 metres, Ethan.
We had no idea with 400 metres to go, and it was a continuation with 50 metres to go. We still had no idea, but well done to Ryan. In just the final stage of the race, he was just able to break through and secure a spot into the final. It's going to be a pretty competitive final, Trav. We've just seen some outstanding heats, and all these automatic qualifiers, you'd have to say that it'd be hard to ride any of them out for a medal based off what we've seen in the heats.
So I think it was the fastest of the 3 heats, Ethan. 1:55.01 for Brady Ryan. And we'll take a breather, Ethan. We've got plenty of action to come straight after the break.
And welcome back to the WA Athletics Stadium. We are underway the first of 3 heats for the under-17 girls 800 metres. And leading it off really early is Freiger. Now, she is the all-schools champion and the national champion from last year. And look at the gap she's been able to make between her and the rest of the field. Goodall was back behind her in 2nd, and the top 2 will go into the final automatically. It is Freiger who is leading, and you think she will go into the final automatically. She's got an almighty lead. It'd be close to 20 metres. Then behind her is Goodall, and then just sitting behind her, who is at the moment in 3rd, is Knight. And Knight has just been really impressive. She's just gone onto the shoulder of Goodall and past her. So only 400 metres to go, and Freiger, you think she'll go into the final automatically. And then it is Knight who is just ahead of Goodall. So they make their way through, 350 metres to go, and then just hanging off behind them is Heathcote, who's in 4th. But it is going to be Freiger who goes into the back straight with the lead. It's a gap that will be close to 20 metres or so, but they're slowly starting to reel her in. Goodall and Knight, that is. Knight just leading from Goodall for 2nd, and then it is Goodall that is sitting in 3rd spot with 250 to go for them. But with 200 metres to go is Freiger, who is our leader. She's got a lead of about 20 or so metres. I doubt she'll be caught. The all-schools champion and the national champion is having an almighty race. Look at her go. She's only got 150 metres to run, and they're starting to hunt her down in Goodall and Knight. Knight just ahead of Goodall. It's 2 that go into the final automatically. Here comes Freiger. Freiger's got the lead. Goodall's moving with her. Goodall's just moving up onto the shoulder of Knight, but Knight is responding. 40 metres to go. Freiger's got the lead, but here comes Knight and Goodall. Knight just ahead of Goodall by about 2 bodies lengths, and it is going to be Freiger that gets the automatic spot. Knight is into the final with her. 2:12.15 the time.
Wow, Ethan, that was a real statement from Emma Freiger. She was really impressive last year, taking out the 800 and the 400 metres at the National Championships. She was the youngest in the field by 5 years at the Melbourne Invitational in Melbourne last week, where she finished in 3rd, and she ran 2:04 that day. So she is in an elite class of athlete, and she really just set that up in that first 500 metres where she really was never headed. She's going to be the overwhelming favourite to take the gold. She's been so impressive this year. She's lowered her PB down to 203.37, and she really is one of the hot names in junior athletics, Ethan.
Yeah, she is all schools champion and national champion. It's not an easy task to do, but she was able to do the double. And next up we are going to be seeing heat number 2. Same parameters, top 2 into the final automatically. Look out for Violet Owen, who will be racing wearing hip number 7. She is the all-school silver medalist. And she'll, having just watched Freiger, she'll be thinking, oh, wonder what I can do here. So it'll be Owen that you'll see from the inside with Canavan just on the outside of her. Then Campbell, Gorwell, Williams, Boyd, Palmer and Van der Breggen. That is a look at the field. They're just standing behind, ready to go. Owen, once again, who's towards the outside, should be wearing the maroon of Queensland. She's third from your right, wearing hip number 7. Owen on the inside, I should say. That's Boyd, who I was pointing out. She's also one I'm sure who will be in contention. And you can just see Owen just on the right-hand side of her, just on the inside from Tasmania.
Top 2 go through automatically. Next 3 fastest times join them from there. On your marks.
So I'll just be called back to the start line. Heat number 2. Just a little bit twitchy, but that's all right. Like Canavan, who just got away the quickest. Hopefully there'll be no disqualifications.
No false start.
No false start is the call. Green card is being issued. So no need to worry or concern.
On your marks.
It was a quick start on the outside from Palmer. Also away really well was Canavan on the inside. Owen has been dragged with her in the early stages. It is Van der Breggen, who was on the outside, that has taken it out the hardest through the first 100 metres. As they approach the cut-in, Owen, the silver medalist from the All Schools Championships, is in a good position. So too Campbell, just next to her. And running through the middle is Boyd, who's been able to find herself in a really good spot. So too Campbell. So with 200 to go in this lap, it is being led by Boyd, who's just on the outside, and moving well is Campbell just behind her. And then it is Owen and then Canavan, who are making up the top 4 as they come into the home straight for the first time with 500 metres to go.
Yeah, I think Campbell has just paced herself nicely into the race. She's looking pretty comfortable. But Owen, Ethan, she is probably the favourite for this heat with her good run of 4th in the final last year. She's just in the tail. She'll need to pop herself out at the bell, but it's really nice running from Owen early.
It is the silver medalist from last year has been able to find her way out of that sticky situation. She's moved into second. Still being led by our Queenslanders in Campbell and Boyd. And as they move with 350 metres to go, Campbell has just been overtaken by Owen, and Owen is leading as they enter into the back straight. Boyd is joining her. Boyd is going up onto the shoulder of Owen. Only 2 will go into the final radically. Van der Breggen is moving strongly, and she's taking Campbell with her as they start to challenge Owen with 230 metres to go. It is Owen that has got the lead by about 5 metres, and then behind her is Van der Breggen, then Campbell, and then it is Boyd. And with only 150 metres to go, you think Owen has found herself into a good position. And she's got about a 10-metre gap between the Queenslanders in Van der Breggen, then Boyd, and then Campbell. As they come into the home straight, Owen is going to lead them in. The silver medalist from the All Schools Championships is in a good position. Van der Breggen is in second. She's been challenged by Campbell, who's trying to close the gap of about 10 metres, but Owen is going to go into the final automatically. Look at the gap. It's about 15 metres, and then joining her into the final is Van der Breggen. 2:13.01 is the unofficial time, and a great race and a great win from the all-school silver medalist in Owen.
And the time very similar to Emma Freiger from heat number 1. But for Violet Owen, it was a beautifully timed run. She just settled in comfortably in the first lap and was able to make her move just after the bell. She pulled out of the pack and was able to go around nicely and was able to enjoy her experience here down the West Australian home straight for the first time. Violet Owen, 4th last year. She was pretty hungry to get back in the medals at these championships, and she's kick-started her campaign in 2025 really well. Violet Owen from Tasmania, a good Tasmanian team have assembled here at these championships. And for Violet Owen, that's a statement for the final. So one big heat to come, Ethan, for the under-17 women.
Looking forward to it. There's Schwartz there you're just seeing. She'll be running from the extreme outside in lane number 9. It'll be Barnes that wears hip number 2. Gulligan wearing hip 3. Corrier 4. Murray 5. Dartnell 6. Williams 7. Tickle 8. And then Schwartz, who will be wearing hip number 9. Don't have any returning medalists from the All Schools or the National Championships.
Currently, Ethan, 219.83 is the cutoff for the non-automatic qualification.
So look out for that time. Top 2 to the final automatically. It was a great start in the middle from Dartnell. So too on the outside from Tickle and Schwartz, and then on the inside moving well is Barnes, so too is Gulligan, and just breaking away in the early stages is Murray, and then Gulligan is just moving with her as they approach the first 120 metres. It is Murray that is the early leader on the outside. Tickle is running well, so too is Schwartz. Schwartz is joining Tickle on the shoulder, and moving through in the middle is Gulligan, and she's been joined by Dartnell. 200 metres into the race, and they're pretty even across the field. It has just been led by Murray. On the outside of her is Schwartz, and then just sandwiched between them is Tickle as they make their way through with only 500 metres to go. It's the top 3 that we are seeing in Schwartz, Tickle, and then on the outside of them, inside of them I should say, that is Murray, but it's pretty even with 80 to go on this lap.
It's really important, isn't it, Ethan, in 800 metre running, just to find your rhythm and just get into a nice position, as we can just see a little bit of jostling now for position as we come down to the bell. But I think Murray, Tickle and Schwartz would fancy themselves over the final 400 metres, Ethan.
Dartnell behind them, just trying to make a challenge on the outside. Williams is also putting herself into contention. It was a slower first lap to what we've seen in the previous 2 heats. It's Murray that is just leading. Tickle was moving with her, then into Schwartz just on the outside. Dartnell's back and forth. 300 metres to go. Coming through the middle is Tickle, and her and Schwartz have been able to break away, and then Dartnell's tagging along with her. Williams just behind them. It is Tickle that is leading from Schwartz on the outside, and Dartnell has decided to join them with 200 metres to go. Then behind them is Corrier, so only 180 to race, and it is Tickle that is just leading from Schwartz. Dartnell's trying to move with them, top 2 into the final automatically. Schwartz has been able to swing past Tickle, and Dartnell is trying to do the same as they come into the home straight. It is Schwartz that is leading from Tickle, and Dartnell's not out of this with 80 to race. It is being led by Schwartz. Tickle's moving with her. Schwartz will get a spot into the final, you think, and Tickle will join her as they've been able to burn off Dartnell. It is going to go to Schwartz that goes into the final, then Tickle is going to be with her. We'll see Dartnell having to wait on times, but she'll put herself in a good position, no doubt. 2:17.02 the time.
It was a good grinding last 80 metres from Pippa Schwartz. She had plenty of pressure behind her, Pip, but she was able to just grind away in that last 50 metres. Dartnell, the West Australian, will have to wait and see if she's going to go through as a non-automatic qualifier. But for Pippa Schwartz, that's a terrific result for her. She's booked her place into the final.
Plenty more to come from the WA Athletics Stadium. We'll be back with more in a moment. More 800s to come. 18 women's 800 metre heats that are racing, the first heat of 3, and leading the race as they come into the home straight is Dukes, and then Wall is putting herself into a good position, and then so too Schwartz, who's just right in the middle between Dukes and Wall, and then on the outside Murray's moving well.
Also looking forward to seeing how Macy Hare goes here, Ethan. She's wearing hip number 6. She's been in great form here in the West, winning plenty of events in her age group, and she now has the pressure of the New South Wales runners here in this second lap.
The pressure is being felt. Dukes is the early leader, then just behind her is Schwartz, and then Hare is just behind them in third with 300 metres to go. Murray is making a move onto Hare, but Hare has responded to the challenge and she's issuing Schwartz with a challenge of her own with 250 to go. She flies past her. Hare has gone into second. She's got Dukes in her sight. 200 metres to go. Dukes has got the lead. Here comes Hare. Hare just beginning maybe to tire ever so slightly. Schwartz is still in contention with this race, and it is Schwartz who is just moving with Hare and into the home straight. It is going to be Dukes that is leading from Hare, but Hare is not done with yet. Top 2 to go through into the final automatically, and Hare has been able to come into the lead, and then behind her is Schwartz that has been able to move past Duke. It's Hare and Schwartz that will go into the final, you think, unless Dukes has got something left with 30 to go. Has she got anything? Hare's going to hit the line first, and then it is going to be Schwartz that is after her. 2:13.26. Hare's in, so too Schwartz.
Great running from the West Australian. I thought it might have been a commentator's curse when I picked her out at the belt, but thankfully she was able to live up to her form, Macy Hare, because she has been really improving here in WA, and even when the pressure came on, she just had a really nice tactical move in that last 80 metres. She just closed out the space for Rachel Schwartz and was able just to force her to go around, and it was a great tactical move from Macy Hare in that last 80 metres, and it proved to be the difference between winning and finishing maybe second or even third there. So good running from the young West Australian, Rachel Schwartz, who's done most of her running in her junior days in South Africa. She moved to New South Wales and finished third at the New South Wales Champs. She's run nicely in the New South Wales colours, so well done to her, and we can just start to see the results coming through. Ethan. Macy Hare confirmed winner, Rachel Schwartz from New South Wales second, 2:13.42. Mabel Dukes, we'll have to wait and see. She should go through with a 2:13.44 with the next heat not too far away.
Not at all. Cloud cover just starting. Track is drying ever so slightly. There are some finals coming up in a little bit. So just taking you through the field of what is going to be heat number 2 of the under 18 girls 800 metres. Emmanuel will be wearing hip 2, Colgan 3, Kearney 4, Fellerberg 5, Bradshaw 6, Keating 7, White 8, and then Hummer is 9.
On your marks.
And it was a great start on the inside from Kearney, also moving well in the middle is Bradshaw. And then on the inside, Colgan has started off strongly. Emmanuel is joining her, and she's just been able to move past her. And it is Emmanuel that is going to be leading into the back straight with Colgan just behind her. And then it is Fellerberg that is moving with them. Then Kearney is in fourth, but she's just trying to power through the middle and challenge Colgan, who is in second, but still leading is Emmanuel as they make their way through the first 200 metres. Emmanuel from Colgan, and then just behind them is Felberg, and then on the inside of them is Kearney, and she's being joined by Bradshaw. It's a tight group in the early stages as White decides to pick up the pace and move into that early group of 6 who are leading into the home straight.
So Ethan, we can see 3 competitors here all made the final in Adelaide last year, and a Colgan who wears hip number 3, Matilda Emanuel and Ash Felberg, all made the final, and they're the top 3 leaders of this heat. So Anna Colgan, the West Australian, has it all before her. She's the WA champ and will be looking to secure her second consecutive final in the 800 metres.
It's tight with 350 metres to go. It is Emmanuel who was just leading from Colgan, and then it is Kearney who was behind them, and she's just been challenged and passed by Fellberg. Fellberg goes into third. She's got Colgan in her sights. Colgan just edges clear from Emmanuel for the moment with 250 metres to race. Colgan just ahead of Emmanuel, and then joining her is Fellberg, and moving well and sticking with them is Kearney. 200 metres to go, and it has been Fellberg that has been able to move past Emmanuel. Colgan has got the lead with 150 to race. Fellberg is just behind her, Emmanuel behind them, and then it is behind those Kearney into the home straight. Colgan has got the lead. She's just sitting ahead of Fellberg, and then Emmanuel is moving with them. Emmanuel goes up to the shoulder of Fellberg. They've been able to move past Colgan, and it is going to be Emmanuel who's hit the lead with 20 to go, and she will win it just from Fellberg, and then Colgan closing late, but unfortunately she finishes third, so she'll have to wait on times, but it's a good time for heat number 2 in 2:12.82.
Ethan, what a beautifully executed race from Matilda Emmanuel. She just didn't panic down the home straight. She was able just to tuck in behind Anna Colgan, and when the time came, she knew she had the miles in the legs and also the speed just to go around the rest of the field. And the 5th place getter from the National Championships last year has been able to secure victory in heat number 2. Great running from Matilda Emmanuel. She's into the final. Anna Colgan will have to wait and see if she's a non-automatic qualifier. She
was pretty close. I reckon she would have run about a 2:13, I reckon. 2:12, I think 90 it said on the screen, so she was pretty close. As we're seeing heat number 3, Bryant, Jones, Aberton, Borg, more Kirkland, Cleveland, Sherrod and Jerd. Sherrod, who we'll be seeing as the silver medalist, he'll be running wearing hip number 8. Cleveland is the national silver medalist from last year. So we've got 2 medalists across the All Schools and State and All Schools and National Championships from last year. They'll be racing.
There's Lucy Cleveland, picture of concentration. She's been here before. She's made a final, as Ethan mentioned, last year.
So they are the ones to watch for. Watch for hip number 7 and 8, the silver medals from the All Schools and the National Championships. Sherrod, the All Schools, Cleveland is the silver medalist from the National Championships, and away they go. And on the inside, Jones has gone out hard. So too Bryant. On the outside, it is Sherrod and Cleveland who have gone out really well. Coming through the middle is Borg, and she will have the early lead, you think, as they make their way into the cut-in. Although just finding an extra couple of inches is Bryant, who's able to move into the lead as they come through the first 200 metres, and then just blasting her way into the lead is Cleveland, who is the silver medalist from last year. She's been able to get the lead from Sherrod, who is wearing the maroon of Queensland as she goes into the lead. 150 to go in this lap. And the silver medalists from the All Schools and the National Championships from last year are sitting in first and second, and then behind them is Borg from New South Wales, who's issuing them a challenge.
And you can already see, Ethan, the pace is on in earnest here in the 3rd and final heat, and so often you see that, don't you, where the final heat is the quickest because the non-automatic qualifiers want to come from here. So with bells ringing, Amelia Sherrard and Cleveland lead the way, but the challenge starting to come now from the New South Wales competitors.
So Sherrard has the lead with 360 metres to go. Cleveland is sticking with her right on the inside. Coming through is Bryant on the inside, and so too Borg is also still in contention with 300 metres to go. It is Sherrard who has just edged ahead of Cleveland, and they're about a body's length separating them. Borg is pumping the arms quickly, so too is Jones behind her, and then Bryant is sticking with them. Jones was in fourth. She finds herself in first with 200 metres to go. She's leading from Sherrard, and then behind her is Cleveland. That is the top three, and then it is Borg and Bryant that make up the top five. But look at this, with 150 metres to go, Jones has been able to clear them easily and come into the home straight with an advantage of about 10 metres. Sherrard and Cleveland sit behind her, but it is Jones who is leading by 10 metres as Cleveland moves past Sherrard and goes into second spot. So the top spot will go to Jones. She will have won it by about 10 metres, and then Cleveland will come through and take up the second automatic spot, and Sherrard will have to wait on times 2:11.82. It's quick.
Wow, what a beautiful kick at the 200 we have just seen from Lucy Jones of Victoria. It was really impressive. Cleveland was able to battle on strongly for second, but for Lucy Jones, that'll give her plenty of confidence into the final. The time they're right up there with the first two heats. In fact, it might be the quickest of the three. And Lucy Jones is through the final. She's enjoying her time here in Western Australia. She is into the final with her teammate Lucy Cleveland. Ethan, we'll take a little bit of a breather here. It's plenty of action still to come. We've got 1,500 metre finals for women next up. Don't go anywhere.
We need to raise the bar, then drop it.
We need to push forward,
Then push against that. We need to carry the weight of expectation, then throw it all away.
we need to know the hunger.
So we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition. Powering tomorrow, today.
And welcome back wherever you may be watching across the country. It is day one action of the 2025 Australian Junior Athletics Championships. Travis Jenkins and Ethan Quinlivan, a couple of West Australian athletics announcers in the commentary position. Ethan, it's been a tremendous start to day one action, and for us as West Australians, we must, well, I'm very proud of how things have started here, Ethan, and for you, you must be also feeling pretty happy with the mornings so far.
Incredibly, Travis. 3,309 days, I've told you a few times, is the last time we had a junior national championships, and we saw what the Perth Track Classic was able to do, and it was just a very incredibly beautiful event, as was all of the Summer Series events, but the Perth Track Classic was very special, and there were some fast times, and we are seeing a quick track. Conditions aren't quite like the Perth Track Classic. We've got these funny things called grey clouds we don't often see a lot of in WA, but they are just floating around above us, but they won't be around for much longer, I'm confident in saying. We're just getting a look at some of our pole vault action warming up, and the first of our finals on the track are about to take place in about 5 or so minutes time. It is our 1,500 metres for the under 15 and under 16 girls.
So on screen there we could see some of the heptathlon high jump action into their second event of the day. Here we go. It is early stages. There is under 17 and under 18 high jump action running side by side at the western end of the stadium. And it's been a good start for many of our jumpers. Currently still a few to enter the competition as we keep a lookout for the results as they start to come in. Warming up in the pole vault just in front of the main grandstand, which is pretty full, Ethan. I haven't seen it this full since the Perth Track Classic, and all around the ground we can see pockets of teams just assembling around the hill, enjoying the action. A little bit of cloud cover just starting to come over. We were expecting a couple of showers here in Perth, but the long range forecast is looking really good. I think today and maybe tomorrow Could be a little bit cloudy, a bit of an easterly, but the outlook thereafter, I've been assured by the team down at Royal Perth Yacht Club. They know their conditions here in Perth, Ethan. I've been on the phone to them every day, and they've assured me that next weekend, when the Open and under-20s are in town, that the conditions will be great.
Fantastic. We saw what the Opens could do at the Perth Track Classic. We also saw what some of the juniors could do at the Perth Track Classic. So it's good to hear, Trav, that you've been harassing the Royal Perth Yacht Club and they've been able to provide you some information. Conditions, you know, they're probably pretty decent enough for middle distance competitors. You'd think it's not too hot in Perth. At the moment, we are just sitting on 22 degrees. We've already reached our maximum of 25. Yes, this is Perth, not Melbourne. Maximum of 25 degrees today. Tomorrow, it's going to get up to 27, then 30, 28, 27, 26 up until Wednesday.
Now, Ethan, you need to be excited about when you come to Western Australia, because it is a beautiful place to visit, and the Australian Athletics Championships is proudly supported by the West Australian State Government through Tourism Western Australia. Find Western Australia on Facebook, Instagram, X and TikTok at Western Australia and hashtag WA the Dream State. Discover Western Australia and build your dream itinerary at westernaustralia.com. Western Australia proudly hosts some of the world's biggest events. Visit westernaustralia.com/events for more information. Ethan, I remember when the announcement was made with David Templeman, the Minister for Sport here in WA. He had Curtis Marshall and Nina Kennedy alongside him to announce the sponsorship of these big events. And it has been really impressive to see the support of the West Australian Government and their support of track and field here.
And Trevor, I know you've got a box there, but Perth Stadium is the state-of-the-art 60,000 seat Perth Stadium, which was opened in January of 2018 and has since hosted numerous sellout sporting and music events. Perth Stadium was awarded the most beautiful stadium in the world in the 2019 Vesalius International Awards, situated next to Perth's iconic Swan River. The stadium is connected to the CBD by the Muddagut Bridge, and also you can zip line across it, Trevor. I haven't done it myself, but I've seen it before and I've been wanting to do it. It's quite tempting. The Ozone offers behind-the-scenes tours of Perth Stadium from the thrill seekers. You can climb the top of the stadium on a rooftop tour or step off the roof into the vertigo experience. I've seen photos of people do that. Looks incredibly thrilling, and I can't wait to do it myself, and I might try sneak it in. Here's a look at the under-15 women's final. Just some of the athletes to look out for. Watch out for hip number 8, Eliza Lawton, the defending champion, and she also picked up a gold medal at the All Schools Championships. Leah Waters, who will be wearing hip number 12. She picked up a silver medal at last year's National Championships. Aaliyah Bennett, who wears hip number 9, the All-Schools silver medalist and the national bronze medalist. And Grace Francis is wearing hip number 10. She's another one to look out for. First track final is underway. It is the women's 1,500 metres for the under-15s, and getting off to a great start on the outside was Sheridan, and moving with her is Hall in the early stages. On the inside, Gross, I should say, is moving really well. So too is Jacob just behind them, and then behind those in the early stages is Bowen, and then just back behind them is where we see Scurries. So it's been pretty evenly spread, and they've been able to stretch the field in the early stages through the first 200 metres, but it is Sheridan who has got the lead from Hall as they come down the home straight, and there's about a 10 metre gap between second and third has been occupied by Gross as they make their way through for the first 300 metres.
So Ethan, gold, silver and bronze up for grabs here in this 1,500 metre final for the under-15 women. None of the medalists from the National Championships are competing here, so it's a really open race. Amelia Sheridan, she finished 8th in the final, and she now finds herself on the front in a big national final. She's doing it nicely. She can just feel the pressure behind her from the Victorian in Sophie Hall, and they've opened up a nice little buffer through about 500 metres.
They have, and it is still Sheridan who's leading with 200 metres to go in this lap, and then behind her is Hall, and only about 5 or so metres separate first and second. Then in behind third as they make their way, approaching the 150 metre to go in this lap. That is where we see Snelling, who is just making her way and just trying to close the gap on Hall and Sheridan, who will come into the home straight with the lead. The gap between Hall and then Snelling, who is in third, is probably 20 or so metres, and then just sitting behind her, that is Tague, as they make their way through with 800 metres to go. The clock hits 2 minutes as we see Sheridan just ahead of Hall, and then third is close. It has just been led by Snelling, and then behind her it is still Tague that is in third.
So now's the time for Amelia Sheridan just to continue with this pace, and she'll just be feeling the pressure of Hall right behind her, but she'll be sticking to her plan. You can see her throughout the race just checking her watch, just making sure she's hitting the targets her coach has set out for her. She's come into this event with the fastest PB in the field and has it all before her now. It's a national final. There's 600 metres to go, and gold and silver look to be all but one, and it's now just a matter of holding your form, your composure, and enjoying this last 500 metres in the final.
And we don't know who's got what yet. We have got a vague idea, but Sheridan comes into the home straight for the second last time. The All Schools champion is leading from Hall, who was about 10 metres behind her. And then back in third, just coming into the home straight, it is Tague who has been able to overtake Snelling, who was in third, now finds herself in fourth. So they're stretched out. And with 1 lap to go, it is Sheridan who has got the lead. The All Schools champion has been able to open up a gap that will be close to 15 metres between her and Hall. And then it is Tague who is in third, and she's been pursued by Snelling. And Snelling's not out of this just yet. Then behind Snelling, that is where we see Gross. But with 280 metres to go, the gap is close to 20 metres.
4:24.69, Amelia Sheridan's fastest time, and she's well on target for that. The record in this under 15 race for 1500 metres, 4:12.51, and there is no signs of slowing down for our leader, Amelia Sheridan. She's looked impressive right from the start, Ethan, and now she has a gold medal in her sights.
And she's only got 120 metres to race. She'll come into the home straight. The All Schools champion looking to receive 2 national medals in the space of the season. She didn't get on the podium last year, but this time it will be different. Behind her is Hall. She's about 20 metres away, and then coming into the home straight, just behind her, that is where we see Tague, but 20 metres to go. She got the gold in Brisbane, and she gets the gold in Perth at the national titles. Sheridan's able to win with a time of 4:25.04, and then behind her in second is Hall, who's able to pick up the silver medal, and then Tague is our bronze medalist.
Great call, Ethan. Amelia Sheridan has capped off a beautiful season as the rest of our competitors come across the line. It's all handshakes and hugs in what is a pretty brutal event, especially with a little bit of wind around. But for Amelia Sheridan, it's capped off a terrific season. All Schools gold, now national gold, and the South Australian will be able to sleep easy with that nice gold medal around her neck tonight.
Well done to her, and she just almost wasn't in doubt, you thought. Once they sort of started to stretch and sort themselves out during the first lap, we thought, okay, we could be on for something special here. But well done to Sheridan. Picked up the silver medal, a gold medal, I should say, at the All Schools Championships. And now 2 national medals in the space of a season. Well done to Sheridan. Well done to Hall as well. Second. From one 1500 metre final to another, welcome back to the WA Athletics Stadium, and just about to race we've got the under 16s women's 1500 metre final. Travis, and accidentally gave away the athletes look forward to in the race before, but I'll just recap it for those who are just watching on for the first time. As there's our start list. Watch for Lawton, the All Schools and National Champion, should be wearing hip 8. Waters 12, the silver medalist Bennett hip 9, the bronze medalist from the National Championships and silver medalist from the All Schools Championships, and Francis, the bronze medalist from the National All Schools Championships, will be wearing hip 10. So all the medalists from the Nationals and the National All Schools Championships are lining up in Perth, ready to go for the under 16 women's 1500 metre final.
Going through, Ethan, I was going through the field and just looking at this under 16 final, and it was promising just to be an amazing race. So many favourites, so many medal winners over the last couple of years have all assembled here in Perth for this big final. So really looking forward to seeing how it unfolds.
St John is the early leader through the first 120 metres, and then just sitting behind her is Waters. Waters, the silver medalist from the National Champion, is finding herself in a good position. And then just behind them is Polklinghorn, who is in third as they come through down the home straight for the first time. It is St John that is leading from Waters, and then Polklinghorn, and then fourth is pretty close, just challenging wide on the outside is Lawton. The National and All Schools Champion has been able to bypass them all and go to the lead through the first 300 metres.
I was watching the race here, Ethan, and I was looking for hip number 8, Eliza Lawton, and she wasn't in the top 4, she wasn't in the top 6, she wasn't in the top 10. She got away really conservatively and just had to find a path down that home straight, and she found it at the bell, or not at the bell, at the finish line, and she moved to the front. Her great sparring partner in the West Australian, Leah Waters, who won the silver in this event last year, has rejoined her heels, and it's already shaping up to be a great battle.
It is 200 to go in this lap, and is Waters, who is just behind Lawton. So the silver medalist and the gold medalist from last year's Nationals are in an identical position. And then behind them in third is Polklinghorn, but she's been challenged as they come into the home straight. It is being led by Lawton, and Waters just behind them. It is still Polklinghorn that is in third, and she's just been pursued as they come into the home straight. The main challenger to Polklinghorn is, in fact, Francis, who is the All Schools bronze medalist, and she's just challenging Polklinghorn for that third spot with 50 to go in this lap. But with 800 metres to go, it is our two leaders in Lawton and Waters.
Eliza Lawton, her personal best, 4:21.99. She set that at the National Championships last year. Leah Waters, the West Australian, who sits there in second, she ran a new PB of 4:31 at the WA Champs on the 8th of March. So about 10 seconds separates them in terms of personal best. But this is competition day. This is national gold up for grabs. And it is all up to the next 600 metres, Ethan.
It's for all the marbles as we start to see Francis just make her way up to Polklinghorn and moving into third spot. The bronze medalist at the All Schools Championships, of course, Francis is, and they've only got 200 to go in this lap, and just making their way into the home straight for their penultimate time. That is where we see Lawton and Waters are two leaders. Lawton has been able to open up a gap of 10 metres between her and Waters, and then that race for third, fourth, fifth and sixth is just incredibly close. It has just been led by Polklinghorn, and then behind her is Francis, and then just behind those, that is where we see Bennett. But at the bell, it is Lawton who's been able to open up a lead of about 15 metres, and Waters is trying to move with her.
It's a great battle for bronze, Ethan. It's going to be really tight through that final bell lap. Eliza Lawton, interestingly, she's been to Perth before. She competed here in 2023 at the National Law Schools. She set her 800 metre PB here, so she loves the track, and she's away down the back straight.
She's got 250 metres to go. She's got a gap of 20 metres. Then behind her is Waters. How's the battle for third? It has been led by Polklinghorn, and she's been challenged by Bennett, who has been able to move past Francis, and Bennett has gone into third spot. She's been able to bypass Polklinghorn. 160 metres to go for our leader in Lawton, and you think she's got this one done. She's got a gap of 30 metres, but then behind her, that is where we see Waters, the silver medalist from last year, but into the home straight, 80 metres to go. Lawton, she was able to pick up a gold medal in Brisbane at the All Schools Championships, and last year as an under 15 she was able to claim a gold medal, and this time she's able to replicate the efforts that she's been able to do so often and so frequently. Lawton wins gold again for 2036 in Perth, and then behind her, silver medal once again. It's a deja vu, first and second. Waters is able to get second. Howe's third. It's Bennett leading just from Polkinghorne. Polkinghorne's coming late. Bennett finishes off the strongest and gets the bronze medal just ahead of Bennett.
No doubt about our winner, Ethan. The national champion will be Eliza Lawton of New South Wales. She's looking to do the 1,500 and 3,000 metre double at these championships, just like she did 1 year ago. She was challenged early by the West Australian Leah Waters, who has secured her consecutive silver medal. But no doubt about our winner. The Australian champion will be Eliza Lawton, New South Wales. Really good running from Eliza.
Yep.
Just really interesting first 300 metres. She really was a long way back, and I was a little bit worried. Then, of course, cream always rises to the top, Ethan. And our 1,500 metre runners will be pretty happy with their experience. It's a grueling event.
Definitely is. So Lawton was able to win the gold medal running a time of 4:20.35. Leah Waters, again, the silver for her. Personal best of 4:27.18. And Leah Bennett, the bronze, was able to run the time of 4:33.73.
All PBs too, Ethan.
Yep, great to see.
Great to see. And for Leah Waters, it's been a long season for her. She'll be pretty happy with that personal best. She hadn't broken 4:30 before, so to run 4:27.18 is sensational for Eliza. 4:20.35. That is really impressive. Well, ladies and gentlemen, hope you're enjoying the action. We're going to be returning back to the track for some 100 metre heats. Don't go anywhere. You're watching day one of the 2025 Australian National Athletics Championships. And welcome back. Live pictures here from the WA Athletics Stadium here in Perth, where we're well underway on day one action of the National Junior Athletics Championships. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Travis Jenkins and Ethan Quinlivan with you, and really enjoying seeing Australian athletics back here in the West. Mitch Dyer also in commentary with us this afternoon. He's currently talking to the bowl, but he'll be in commentary this afternoon, as we can now see the results from that under 16 women's 1,500 metre final. Eliza Lawton able to secure a personal best time of 4:20.35. Leah Waters also running a PB, and Alia Bennett fought off Sophie Polkinghorne to secure the bronze at the National Championships. If you haven't done so already, make sure you download the Roster Athletics app. You'll be able to follow along in all the field and track events in real time as it comes out of the hand, or the feet hit the sand, or as the athletes cross the finish line. All the action in the palm of your hand. The Roster Athletics app, terrific initiative by Australian Athletics. So field action continues, and currently on screen we can see the discus final, and also underway in high jump action for the heptathletes. This is event number 2. The men doing the decathlon have just finished the long jump, and White Hill, Ethan, leads the competition in the men's decathlon. He has a lead of about 80 points, White Hill over Maddox Wilson and Dylan Gardner. So White Hill, the West Australian, has started really well in the decathlon. Now let's have a little summary here of this discus final. We've just have a look here at the young Victorian.
And please congratulate all medalists for the under 16 girls 1500 metres.
So into the very early stages of the discus.
And this is high jump that we are seeing, Travis. It is the under 17 and under 18 girls heptathlon. And last time I had a look, just trying to work out which start we are on, because there's been 2 that has run concurrently right next to each other. I'll take you through the under 17 girls. The height of the bar there is at 1.54 m, and pretty much everybody has cleared that as they start to make their way towards the higher heights. You see Condon from Queensland making her way over the bar. In the under 18 girls, the height of the bar is at 1.54 m. She was able to clear that on her first attempt. Next up is Ashley James. She cleared 1.51 on her first attempt, and she does that same thing going over 1.54 on her first attempt.
In the discus, Ethan, it's the New South Welshman, Wanchai Curtis Kui. He has a big PB of 49.34. He will work into his competition really nicely. Liam Vigano Van Niekerk next to throw. He finished 4th at the National Championships. Leading the way is Arian Barati in that discus, 41.59, a PB in round 1. What a way to start for him, Arian Barati. The New South Welshman, Wanchai Curtis Kui, has thrown 40.89. He moves up into silver. Liam Vigano Van Niekerk next up into the circle.
Back in the high jump in the heptathlon. Fortunately, that won't be a 1.54 attempt clearance.
Here's the West Australian, Ethan, 4th at the National Championships, 42.96, his season's best. He wants to start well here. It's a pretty flat throw, but it had plenty of power in the circle. He gets the white flag, so a fair throw for the West Australian, Liam Vigano Van Niekerk.
Here's Recce Celtia Roberts. 1.54 is the height of the bar, and unfortunately for this occasion, won't be a clearance for her. She is the under 17 national champion from last year.
Behind the blocks, it is heat 1 of 2 for our men's under 13 100
Van Niekerk has moved into 2nd overall, Ethan, with that throw, 41.29.
Here we see Lily Smith just about to approach the bar, and she did get over it, but just the calves on the way down just clipped it. As we're about to get ready for the under 13 men's 100 metres, heat 1 of 2, which Travis Jenkins will be able to take you through.
So first taste of national action for our under 13 men, and a couple of West Australians on the inside, a Victorian in Lachlan de Young, Parker Lee of Queensland, and Lachlan Chappell closest to us in the stands. Probably the fastest on paper. Lockie Chappell had a terrific New South Wales Championships. Just about set. First 3 to automatically qualify, then the next 3 fastest times. Lachlan Chappell has burst out of the blocks and he's striding away beautifully in the orange shoes, and he's away, and Lachlan Chappell is fast. Minter second. Singham has finished in 3rd for Western Australia, followed by the Victorian de Young, Parker Lee from Queensland next across the line. Lockie Chappell, he was impressive at the New South Wales Championships, Ethan. He's the only man who's been under 12 seconds for this age group. And, gee, that was impressive.
Incredibly impressive. He just got out so hard. Then we got into his running. He was just able to separate away from the field. It was into a slight headwind. As you said, Travis, 11.87 was is his season's best. Only man under 12 seconds, so he's got plenty of room to move. And if conditions are good, watch for that 11.87 to be lowered.
If I was going to have a child, Ethan, I'd be calling them Lachlan, I think, because it seems to be a pretty fast name. Lachlan Kennedy, of course, with that beautiful time here in Perth. And Lachlan Chappell into the final.
Zero idea where you were going with that. Then it just dawned on me. Lachlan Kennedy, of course. We'll be seeing him later on in Perth. Hopefully over the 1 and the 200 metres. Won't that be a great spectacle? What he's been able to do indoors has just been incredible. Outdoors over the 1 and 2 has been amazing as well. So hope to see him. But we've got the future stars of athletics coming through. And Travis, if you are wondering how the finals are going to be worked out, there's only 2 heats, so it means the top 3 will go through to the final automatically, and then the next 3 fastest athletes based off times. But 12.05 for Chappell. What a run.
Fantastic. So Minter and Singham will also go through, the West Australians. Also looking forward to the next heat, Ethan, because Hunter Kwitnewski-Lees from Western Australia, he will run in lane 4. You'll see him jump into your screen just shortly on the right. Was really impressive at the WA Champs, wasn't he?
He was, and then he came back about 2 weeks later at the Lure Athletics State Championships and did really well over the 1, 2 and 4. Chat for Gashant Singh on the inside. If we're speaking about Western Australians, he's also one that I was impressed with. And then Okiyi on the outside from Queensland, 13.20 is a pretty quick time. So watch for the middle and then the inside and outside lanes.
So there's not much to little Hunter Kwitnewski-Lees. He has a brilliant start and his leg speed is phenomenal. He's looking pretty focused, the young West Australian. Third from the right. Max Austin, the Victorian. He would have no doubt enjoyed Maury Plant Meet last weekend. Seeing Lakeside Stadium at full capacity was a sight to behold. As we go down for the second heat, first 3 to go through automatically. And a little bit of unsteadiness on the start. The team quick to react and call the young men back. Their first taste of national competition, so it's a big moment for these young up-and-coming sprinters. Gurshant Singh on the inside has been impressive here in WA. Lachlan Bell, the South Australian, 13.76, his season's best. Just about set. Second heat, under 13. Men's 100. And Xie Austin just losing his grip there, just stumbling out. So the starting team just issuing a warning on this occasion. So 6 will remain. Under 13. Heat 2, 100 metres. Singh, Bell, Kwitnewski-Lees, Austin, Zegers and Okiki. Start all important, and Gurshant Singh on the inside, bounced out beautifully and he's away and striding. Kwitnewski-Lees the second of the West Australians in second, and Okiki in third, but it's Gurshant Singh striding to the front and he's through to the final with Kwitnewski-Lees and Obina Okiki.
Minus 1.5 the wind, 13 seconds flat for Gashant Singh on the inside, and he was just able to have a really good start. So too was Kwetniewski Lees in the middle, and then Gashant Singh, when he hit about 30-40 metres into the race, he was able to move away from the field. And Kwetniewski Lees in the final stages, he showed a lot of speed, and he was maybe just able to reel Singh in ever so slightly. And then on the outside, also moving well, was Okiyi from Queensland. So great look at the under-13 boys 100 metres.
Welcome back to Perth. A little bit grey, a little bit overcast, but the spirits are sky high for day one action of the National Athletics Championships. We can see heptathlon in the background there. And here is our under 14 100 metre heat runners, Ethan. Good to see all three medalists from the National Championships turning up again here to contest this title.
That's right, Travis. Set to be exciting. So Tyson Kin, Samuel Shaw and Zach Lenning, they are all the national medalists from last year, and we are going to be seeing Zachary Lenung, who is going to be racing in lane number 7 from New South Wales.
So big field, 10 athletes. Zachary Leung, he is 5 from the left. Ed Wallace, the West Australian, finished 5th in the final last year, has improved. Here we go. Two big heats. Ed Wallace, the West Australian, bounced out well, as did Leung of New South Wales. But it's Wallace and Leung battling it out here for line honours. Wallace on the inside, strides to the line and takes the win. Wallace for Western Australia. Leung, and very tight for third. Perhaps Albert Job may have just got across the line. Justin Mayo also running well for New South Wales. But Ed Wallace, he finished 5th at the National Championships last year. He's lowered his PB nicely to 11.92. And he unofficially has run 11.93. Ed Wallace, so he goes into the final, the top 3 to automatically qualify. And Ed Wallace, the West Australian, has kicked off his campaign really nicely.
Top 3 will go into the final automatically, Travis, and great race from Ed Wallace. Just very strong out of the blocks, and then had a great transition into his top end speed and was just able to be phenomenal down this home straight. So top 3 into the final automatically, and then the next 3 fastest athletes will go into the final based off time. And next up, Travis, we will be seeing Tyson Kin, who will be racing in lane number 9, the defending champion. We circle back to our high jump competition in the heptathlon. And there's a look at our under 15 boys discus. So just trying to erase some of the water that has just been left lingering in there. Leading is Patrick Roten with a throw of 52 metres 56. Sam Eaton 52.20. He's only 6 centimetres behind him in second. And Orion Barati is in third with a throw of 41 metres 83. Just looking at that high jump competition that you just saw on your screen, the height of the bar is at 1 metre 57. And at the moment, Hess, Leith, Mahundaro, Tarabi and Williams have all been able to clear it on their first attempt. And at the moment, they've all been able to accumulate 701 points in this high jump competition.
The second of 2 heats, just about ready to go here. The men's under 14, 100 top
so,
next 3 fastest times across both heats.
Heat 2 not far away. Ed Wallace 11.89. Zachary Leung 11.95. You can see the Heat 2 field assembled, ready to go. The defending champion from last year, Tyson Kin, second from the left of screen. I went to school with his dad, Joe. It's a great name, Joe Kin. He's a very funny guy too. He'll be very proud of his young Tyson here would be Dad Joe. Just about ready to go. Big field. Defending champion has his head down in his way, striding nicely. The Victorian in No Colo also running nicely and coming through Monzon. So the challenge is on here for the defending champ. Monzon goes to the line, tight across all four competitors, dashing through Jack Spencer as well. Really tight. We'll have to wait for the official results. 12:37, a little bit slower than heat number 1, Ethan, but it's going to be a really interesting final in this under 14 boys. Here's the replay. You can see Tyson Kinn, he was able just to find a little bit in that last 10 to 15 metres and probably just didn't quite do enough.
So I think he will go through automatically because it is the top 3. So I'm pretty sure Kinn was able to secure a 3rd spot. Then Boyce was the winner in that heat. Was into a strong headwind of minus 2.5, but Kinn got away really well, and he was probably in the lead to about 70 or 80 metres, you'd think, and then Boyce in the middle of the track was just able to easily, calmly, and with a lot of composure just come into the lead in the final stages of the race. So that is the under 13 boys, under 14 boys I should say. The top 3 in each heat have gone into the final automatically, and then the next 3 fastest non-automatic qualifiers will go into the final.
So George Lamboussis confirmed 12:33, Tyson Kinn and Derek Okolo. So the non-automatic qualifiers will be Jack Spencer, Caleb D. Young of Victoria, Samuel Shaw of Queensland, securing the non-automatics. So 9 going through the final, which is terrific for opportunity. And we'll return back now to the under 15 discus. Firstly, the results are in for Heat 2. Ethan, George Lamboussis, 12:33. Tyson Kinn, the defending champion. And Derek Okolo picking their place into the final. Jack Spencer was able to also go through as a non-automatic qualifier. The wind minus 2.5 for Heat 2, so considerably stronger headwind for our Heat 2 competitors. That'll be a good final because Tyson Kinn, the defending champ, we haven't seen much of him. He's had a few little injury worries. We didn't see him too much in the last few domestic competitions. So good to see him through to the final.
15 women competing in this final. Olivia Loring of New South Wales.
Back at the high jump for multi-eventers, in particularly under 18 and under 17 girls. And we'll continue live coverage of the 2025 Australian National Track and Field Championships from the WA Athletics Stadium in a moment. Plenty more to come. We've got a few more 100 metres that are on standby, ready to go. Back with more in a moment.
We need to raise the bar, then drop it.
We need to push forward,
Then push against that. We need to carry the weight of expectation, then throw it all away.
we need to know the hunger.
So we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition. Powering tomorrow, today.
Is it real now? Walking on a dream. How can I explain? Talking to myself. Will I see again? Is it real now? Could you be walking on a dream?
And welcome back to the Dream State, Western Australia, at the 2025 National Athletics Championships. Hope you're enjoying the coverage so far, and hello and good afternoon if you are joining us for the first time today. The event that you just saw on your screen is the Under 15 Boys Discus. And I'm seeing on my screen a throw of 87 metres 41, but I'll check if that's right. I don't think we might just have a little, yeah, we go, just taken away. So if you are looking at roster athletics and wondering what was going on, I can provide you now with a factual update. Patrick Roaston is leading, 52.56. Sam Eaton second, 52.20, so still 6 centimetres separating them. And Orion Barty is on 44 metres 13.
String of PBs and season's best across the field in that under 15 discus final, Ethan. So currently in round 3. So it's out near 50 for New South Welshman.
Circling back to that high jump competition, if we're just watching on your screen. Here comes Tarabe from Victoria. Unfortunately, just clips the bar. On the way up, the height of the bar is at 1 metre 57. And she is at the moment in equal third in this competition. Sorry, the height of the bar is actually at 160. She has been able to clear 1 metre 57. Metres not far away. And then here is Condon. We'll come back to that in a moment because we have got the 100 metre heats for the under 14 girls that we are seeing on your screen. So an athlete to look out for is in lane number 7, Harper Harding. She won the bronze medal last year when they were under 13s. And she'll be going in lane number 7.
There she is, Harper Harding from Victoria, PB 12.05. There's a really nice style, Harper Harding.
So let's look at the start list. Unfortunately, Anna Fizikova is going to be a DNS. But there's Harper Harding, so you'll be seeing her. She'll be third from the left of your screen. Top 2 will go into the final automatically, and then it will be the next 3 fastest that go through. No Fizikova, that is why we have got that just vacant slot at the moment in lane number 5.
A warm welcome to our Fijian visitor too, Ethan, who will run in lane 8.
Yep. From Jasmine Chan, second from the left of your screen. Top 2 automatically into the final. Quick start from Haskins on the inside. Harding has gone away really well through the first 30 metres. Moving with her is Anthony on the inside, so too Ahoy. But it is Harding, the bronze medalist from last year, goes back into the final. And then it was Ahoy that was next across the line to get that automatic spot. 12.37 the time into a 2.7 headwind.
Absolutely blistering out of the blocks, Ethan, was Harper Harding. She was able to really drive in that early phase to set up the victory and was able to remain composed. And the bronze medalist from last year's national championships was impressive, books her place in the final. She has run 12.05, but into that headwind, Ethan, that's almost equivalent. So she's arrived in good form.
Definitely has been. 12.3. What a strong way to come out in your heats. Looking forward to heat number 2 next up, Travis. 2 athletes to look out for. Isabella Minacho, who's going to be running out of lane number 6, and then Maury Lawrence, who'll be running out of lane number 2. Right in the inside and right in the middle is where we need to look out for, but what a blistering time to open up her campaign. In Harding, the bronze medalist.
Yeah, that will be a really interesting heat. Ethan, as you mentioned, you can see the competitors just going through their final preparations. Marnie Lawrence, the defending national champion. She also won the New South Wales champs a couple of weeks ago, going up against the WA champion Isabel Minacho, who won silver last year. So as you have alluded to, this is going to be a terrific first look at a couple of the favourites. Early stages of the pole vault competition. Height of the bar 210 in first attempts at the moment, and it's a nice clearance from Burkhart of New South Wales.
So here we go. Athletes look out for Lawrence, who's just adjusting and pushing her blocks into the ground from New South Wales in lane 2, and then Isabella Minacho, who is going to be in lane number 6. So the gold medalist and the silver medalist from last year back. Lawrence, the gold medalist, Cho, the silver medalist.
We've been so used to seeing Isabel Minacho here in WA so far out in front in our domestic comp, Ethan. So it will be really interesting here just to see this step up in competition. And Marnie Lawrence, the defending champ. First look at her campaign, right of screen.
Cho got off to a great start, so too did Miller on the inside. Lawrence is moving really well through the first 30. She's got the lead. Cho's moving with her. They've been able to go past Miller, but Miller is hunting them down. It is Lawrence that's into the final with Cho. Miller behind them. 12:33 the time, into a minus 3.0.
Wow, Ethan, this is going to be a great final in the under 14 girls national championships. Marnie Lawrence, the defending national champion, looked impressive, really powerful in that last 30 metres. Isabel Minacho, we've been used to seeing her out in front here in the West, has run on nicely to finish in second to book her place into the final. But Marnie Lawrence, she'll be the one to catch, looking to go back-to-back here in Perth.
Well done to Marnie Lawrence. Cho probably just got the best start, just ahead of her, but then Lawrence, she was able just to go through her phases in the early stages, and then she was just able to move with them. Well done to her. Great race. Back at the high jump, there's our German visitor in the under 17 category, Hess, who just hits the height, just hits the bar, which is at 1.60 metre. 3 athletes for the under 17s have gone clear in Leith, Mara Awoho and Williams as well. And of those that have gone clear, it was Leith who was able to go clear on her first attempt. Mara Hardo was able to go on her first attempt as well, so too Williams. And we've just got another one that is joining the party at going clear on 1.60 metre on their first attempt is Maddie Tarabay.
It's a long competition, isn't it, Ethan?
Yeah.
The high jump for the heptathletes, because obviously all athletes have to keep putting the bar up until they're out. So
here's heat number 3, Trav. We haven't got any returning medalists, so pretty even. Just looking at the C times that we are given, and you can see on your screen right now. Watch out for Vincent, who's running in lane number 7. Great time of 12:16 is a personal best. So Vincent appears to be, from us, the one to watch. Top 2 will go into the final automatically.
it's just such a great crop of sprinters coming through in Australia at the moment, and it absolutely helps when Australia's best are mixing it with the best in the world.
Correct.
Looked like the Tasmanian may have just...
Was a bit of twitching going on. I don't know whether that had anything to do with the recall. They're just composing themselves as they are about to get ready. Green card, so all good, all clear, all ready to go. Heat 3, top 2, get into the final automatically.
It's a big moment, isn't it? National Championships, first time for many of these young athletes just getting here. Such a huge effort. Congratulations to all the competitors who have made it to the start line. It's a big commitment. Great to have you here in Perth.
Good start in the middle from Wright, so to Whitfield. Vincent also away well. Vincent has got the lead. Moving with her is Hasmere and Whitfield on the inside and outside of her, but Vincent has broken clear and got to the line first. Then it was Whitfield that gets the next spot into the final automatically. 12.65 the time. Wind died down ever so slightly. It's a minus 1.7.
Ethan, I think I need to go out and buy some orange socks to join my orange spikes because it's a winning theme here in Perth, the long orange socks. I've been enjoying the fashions on the field. And for Vincent, that was impressive. Really smart over that first 50 metres to attack the block start. And pretty composed throughout. 12.64 the winning time. Sophie Whitfield 13.05 and Chelsea Wright 13.16 with the little Q next to her name.
Keep the shoes you've got on, Travis. I love the lovely pink shoes that you've brought in. It's adding a lot of colour into the commentary box. I've got the plain old boring black shoes, but you keep your lovely pink ones. They've added a lot of much needed colour into this box. So we've got a few more 100 metres to come up, and we've got some field results that we're going to update you with in a moment, because this is day number 1 of the 2025 National Junior Track and Field Championships. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back to the Australian National Track and Field Championships for our junior competitors. It is day number 1 in the west. It is just 20 degrees in Perth as we are approaching 2 o'clock. Ethan Phillip and my name, Travis Jenkins, have been taking you through the first session. Mitch Dyer is going to come into the box in a few moments' time. I'll vacate. Trav will still be here with his wonderful, lovely pink shoes. I hope he brings them back tomorrow. I would ask for a second pair, but I reckon they're one of a kind. So we have got some field events that we have got going on. We've got our decathlon boys that you are just seeing right now make their way through their shot put competition for the under-17s and the under-18s. And in the early stages for the under-17s, it is Connor Brady who's been able to throw 14.78. Spencer DeLacy, 10.36. Thompson Fraser, 9.36. And for the under-18s, they are yet to get going, so we've only just started that competition. We have a look at the pole vault competition that is going on at the moment, the under-15s and the under-16s girls. Height of the bar is at 2 metres 30, and we have had 4 competitors be able to clear that. And next to jump, looks like we are going to be seeing Mia Suckling. Just wait for confirmation. In fact, it's Hoffman that we're going to be seeing. Paya Hoffman in her first attempt over 2 metres 30. She was able to go over 2.10 on her first attempt, and in comes Paya Hoffman.
I'm sure the locals, you know exactly where we are, but if you're just curious, we are here in the wondrous.
And unfortunately for her, she'll still get another opportunity to come back and have an attack on 2 metres 30. As we have a look back at our decathlon shot put. 17 boys shot put is the first to get underway. 7:17 for our last thrower in Matthew Hedestra.
Absolutely marvellous to be back out in Western Australia. So we hope you're all enjoying it here in Perth.
And that was Ryan Molan-Hora, who was able to throw 8 metres 41 to put himself into 4th position. Still in the early stages. Sirius Ong is about to throw, just emerges into the circle. Leading the under-17 boys is Connor Brady, who has been able to throw 14 metres 81. Just looking when they were under 16s last year. I think we've got a whole heap of returning medalists, but I don't think we have got any from memory. So we could see a whole bunch of brand new medalists make their way onto the podium tomorrow. It's an event that spans 2 days, the decathlon, very grueling. Here's a look at the high jump competition for our heptathlon. Event, height of the bar 163. And Sanderson just comes into the circle, under 17 boys decathlon. Good throw, looks to be approaching the 12 metre mark.
Their 3rd event of the day, Ethan.
Yep. I'll be able to find you. So at the moment, it is Connor Brady who is leading, including his shot put throw. That's how good roster is, Travis. They've even updated it for that. So he came 2nd in long jump, having jumped 6 metres 27. So he is on 1,428 points. Spencer DeLacy is in 2nd with a throw of 1,041 points, and Thompson Fraser is in 3rd at the moment with a throw of 1,260 points. Now bear in mind that these results have been calculated and concluded while the shot put competition is still going in round 1, so expect those results and those top 3 positions to fluctuate. But something that probably won't for a little while, as we are just starting to see a few of them come in, is the under 18 boys 100 under 18 boys decathlon. And leading is Whitehill, who has been able to accumulate 1,525 points. Maddox Wilson in 2nd, 1,456. And Dylan Gardner is in 3rd with a point calculation total of 1,433. So that's a look at how our decathlon boys are going as they make their way through their 3rd event. And here is a start list of the under 13 girls 100 metres. There will be 2 heats that will be raced, so that means only the top 3 will be able to go through to the final. Then the next 3 athletes will have to wait on times to see if they are able to progress.
First taste of national action for our under 13 competitors. And they have it all before them. These young athletes looking to make their mark in the athletics landscape. Exciting moment for all of the competitors.
That it is. So for those who just missed the start list, it is Bara Yuga, Stollis, Warburton, Jupp, Gillen, Ellis and Pun. From the inside to the outside, they're going from lanes 2 to lane 8. .20 degrees in Perth, Travis, as we're approaching 2 o'clock. So it's starting to get into the evening to all of our Eastern States viewers. Big hello and welcome to you if you are joining us for the first time. Ethan Phillip and my name, about to go out for Mitch Dyer. I'm going to take you through with Travis the rest of the day's action.
There's 2 heats, that means 3 will go through automatically to the final. The next 3 fastest times will join them from there. Heat number 1 on 2.
Leanne Barriuga, Ethan, performed well in the New South Wales champs to secure her spot on the team. She's right of screen. And plenty of enthusiasm as she heads into the box. Ivy Warburton from Western Australia. 3 from the right.
The quick start from Stolas and Warburton. Warburton, the early leader. Moving with her is Jupp. And then on the outside, Pun is running really well. It's Jupp that's got the lead. Warburton going after her. And on the inside, Barahunga has got the win. 13 seconds, the unofficial time, into a minus 1.9 wind. But Barahunga is going into the final automatically.
Great running from Leanne to secure victory in Heat 1. Arrived at these championships with a season's best of 12.69 seconds. And it's all smiles for Leanne. Congratulations to her and her family. Into the final. First 3 to go through automatically. And we will welcome Heat 2 very shortly. As the high jump continues in the heptathlon. Nice clearance from Bailey. So she has gone over 1.66 m. Still a few athletes remain. A nice clean sheet from the Tasmanian, Bailey van den Broek. As we welcome to the screen the results from the first of 2 heats.
12.96, rapid time for Barahunga. Gillen second, 13.40, and Ivy Warburton is into the final with a time of 13.48.
Ivy will be happy with that. It'll be our first look at a name that I think by the end of these championships, Ethan, everyone will be on notice. It's the first of the Ihoge family, the West Australian runner, Emanuela. Very impressive at the WA Championships.
I mean, and there's 3 of them, Trav, so you'll not just see her in one event, but a plethora. The AO guys on the outside. Here we go. Top 3 to go through. Just a false start from Stocky. Will be issued with a warning, I'm sure. Nothing to worry and nothing to really be concerned over, but
Emanuela has been under 13 seconds as well, like we saw with Barahunga in the first heat. So it'll be interesting to see how she compares. Barahunga, for those at home, 12.96 in heat 1 into a 1.9. Let's see how the competitors go here in heat number 2.
still a bit of nervousness and twitchiness going on. I'll just run through the field. So it's Kate, Dick, Darmain, Hussey, Rossman, then it is Stocky and Aogai who's on the outside.
It was almost like half the field didn't hear the call of set there, Ethan.
There was a bit of a burst of a round of applause. I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but yeah, that's what it looked like for mine, Travis. Great start from Dick on the inside. AO Guy on the outside is away well. It's Dick and AO Guy that are leading. In the middle, Hasiu is moving really well. AO Guy is moving the best from Dick, and AO Guy is going to go into the final. Then it is Dick and Hasiu that is next through. 13 seconds flat, minus 1.5 the wind.
Emmanuelle Hoge a little bit slow out of the blocks, but once she got into her running, she was away, the West Australian champ, into a 1.5. And the time, 13.00 unofficially. But she has done enough to book herself into the final. It's going to be a big weekend for the Hoge family. But Emanuela has kick-started her campaign with victory in Heat 2.
Travis, I'm out of here.
Ethan, I've really enjoyed your partnership this morning.
As have I. I've enjoyed your lovely pink shoes. So we are going to go to a break, Travis. So plenty more to come at the WA Athletics Stadium. Travis will be back on the stream. Mitch Dyer is coming in, and we'll be back from the WA Athletics Stadium in a moment. And welcome back to the WA Athletics Stadium. Ethan Quillivan's still here. We'll be out in just a moment. Travis Jenkins will be alongside Mitch Dyer. As we just have a bit of a break on the track, it gives us a wonderful opportunity to have a look at what is going on in the field. And right now you're looking at a shot put competition for the under 17 boys and the under 18 boys. So for the under 17s, they have done all their round 1 throws and they're up to round 2. Connor Brady is leading with a throw 15 metres 04. Spencer DeLacy is in second with a throw of 11 metres 33. And then behind him is Zach Sanderson, who is in third with a throw of 10 metres 38. For the under 18s, as we are seeing Ong just make his way into the circle for the under 17s, but for the under 18s, Oliver Conrad is leading with a throw of 14 metres 50. Ricky Carter is in second with a throw of 12 metres 06. And White Hill, who at last count is the competition leader, is sitting in third with a throw of 11 metres 86. So that is a look at the top three for the under 18 and under 17 boys discus. Shot put, I should say. Discus is tomorrow. So let's have a look at the pole vault competition going on. Height of the bar, 2 metres 50. Under 15 and under 16 girls. And for the under 16s, we've got 4 athletes that have cleared 2 metres 50. Lilyjar Johns Doherty. Then from Victoria, Jae Wong, Layla Burkhart, and Tessa Williams have all cleared 2 metres 50 on their first attempt. There's Tristan Wilson just making his way into the circle in the under 17s. Sitting in 4th place for this shot put competition with a throw of 10 metres 23. Looks to be further. Back in the pole vault, height of the bar, 2 metres 50. We're up to our second attempters. And it won't be for a New South Wales competitor. So for the under 15s, I can tell you that the athletes who have been able to clear it on their first event, there is only... So we have only got the under 16s, I beg your pardon, that is competing, not the under 15s and 16s. 11.28, and Scarlett Hansen is in third with a jump of 11.02.
So, back live, triple jump final, and Zoe Dabby from WA. 10 metres 53, her best so far, has her sitting in 8th position, the West Australian. And we're not too far away from the next final on the track. It will be the under 15 men's 1500 metre final. There's the Victorian wearing hip number 7, Archie Sidorides. He won this title last year as an under 15 competitor. Philip Batonis from New South Wales, the bronze medalist, also in action on the track. But a nice open field here in this under 15 1500 metre final. Archie Grant from Victoria will be right up there with plenty of distance in his legs. And Tom Fallon rounding it out for Western Australia. The competitors are going through their final preparations. Liam Dominy is the West Australian champ. He's 4 from the right. He is a very even paced runner, so he'll need to find a little bit of a kick if he's to threaten here. But it's a good opportunity for him to mix it with the best in the country. The under 15 boys 1500 metre final is not too far away from a start. Bo Adams there on the right with the calf warmers. You need them today, only 20 degrees in Perth. It's the coldest day we've had here in about 3 months. So the West Australians have the heavy winter coats on days like this. So interesting race. Archie Sidorides from Victoria. He's going to be wearing hip number 7. Philip Batonis. You can see him in the New South Wales colours. 6 from the right. He's just high-fiving with Archie Sidorides. So, scene is set for 3 3/4 laps of the WA Athletic Stadium. And the starting team just giving the boys a few extra minutes. I think it might be because they're just waiting for Mitch Dyer to sit down. He's going to be joining the stream halfway through day 1. And Mitch Dyer, he's warmed up the crowd beautifully for us all. He's been on the bowl, blowing the speakers off this place. Haven't heard a voice like that since Maury Plant was here. Mitch, welcome to Perth. It's great to have you on the call, and welcome.
Hello, mate. You know I love being in Perth, although usually I'm singing the praises of beautiful, sunny Perth, and we've been treated to nothing but rain and shadows. But anyway, these guys won't care here, will they?
Hey, like a true Victorian, you've got the jumper on as well. And we're away in the big final of the 1500 metres for the under 15 men, the defending champion. Archie Sidorides, the Victorian, one to look out for. There's Bo Adams wearing hip number 1, the West Australian champ. Liam Dominy, he's a very even paced runner. He just grinds away. He'll need to find that little burst of speed to mix it with the best in the country here. Also running up in the front pack is Xavier Zara. And just switching with an outside run is the second of this big team of New South Wales in Philip Batonis, who was the bronze medal back last year. So the pace has just slowed a little bit, Mitch, and they'll just start to sort themselves out as they go through the first 300 metres.
Yeah, it is a real true form of, championship racing here. Nobody wants to take the lead. They've just left it to the man with hip number 1 and Bo Adams. So they've just about high-fived their parents down the home straight. They've come that wide to just jostle for a position, and now we finally see a new race leader in Archie Sidorides. So he's a 4-minute man, the Victorian. Obviously, a lot of pedigree does Sidorides have, and he's easily comfortable to sit around this 72 seconds crawl through the opening 400 metres, and this is the consequence. Trav, you can see the arms out, the jostling. These guys now will squeeze themselves out just for some clean air, because in and amongst all of that, it's pure chaos at the moment.
Mitch, I reckon you and I could have hitched onto the back of this peloton at the early pace, because it's pretty pedestrian. So we'll just start to see who will emerge from the pack. And the Queenslander now in hip number 15, Benjamin Chinard, just deciding to put a little bit of pressure. Batonis is still there. The favourites are all still up in contention. We can see that the West Australian Domini is just trying to find a little path between the Queenslanders. Pretty hard to get through that Queensland wall of competitors. Number 10, Connor Matthewson, also right up now, but you can just start to see the pace increase. Bo Adams is now just moving out on the outside, and Liam Domini's trying to go with him as the Queenslander just starts to open up the strides.
Well, you can see Sidorides checks his right-hand shoulder there. He just wants to make sure nobody's clipping him, because now they've got that fresh piece of real estate they've all been so desperate for. So with Chinard, who's done a good job, he's actually been able to fracture this group. Adams now is going to lead out Domini, the Western Australian, who really has played a game of ping pong in the middle of all of this. He's been back, he's been forward, and he's about to be passed now on his outside shoulder. So he slips from 4th to 5th. The Tasmanian does a good job to move up through here as well, but you can get a sense that this group can feel the urgency. They need to try and peg back this gap, because Sidorides is the fastest in the field, but Chinard doing a really good job just to get himself away from the rest of that pack. If you're not going to be the quickest, put yourself into position to get rid of everybody else who's around a similar time. So you can see now Archie Sidorides, so we mentioned, he is the class of this field. He moves past Chinard, who's been brave, and watch this now. This group behind, they've finally all got clean air. They're all not chopping each other at the moment, but they'll be desperate to get down to that railing, and leading it out from that group there is Philip Batonis in 3rd. Chinard goes again, so he's not done here, the Queenslander. He says, I know you're the quickest, Archie, but I like to think that I'm the toughest. So he moves around here with 300 metres to go. Sidorides will have his work cut out for him. Batonis in this battle for 3rd. He's got his fellow statesman behind him there. The Tasmanian doing a good job to sit around it, but have a go at these two out in front here at the moment. He's going to put everything on him here, Benjamin Chinard. He's going to see what the Victorian has, and Archie Sidorides will just have to kick on through his gears. He probably didn't think he was going to have to be all out in this final, but Benjamin Chinard wanted to see the toughness of the young Victorian. But Archie Sidorides, he was the class of the field. He shows his wheels. 100 metres to go, rounding down into this home straight, and it's undisputable here. He'll be the national champion, Archie Sidorides. 4 minutes is his lifetime best, so outside of 4:10 will be easy. Checks the right-hand shoulder. He'll salute. National champion. Takes it. Archie Sidorides there, fantastic. Moves up here, brave was Benjamin Chinard, deserves every bit of it. Philip Batonis as well. The rest of them roll through. Trav. And look at him. This is the first bit of clean air half of them have seen over this 3 3/4 lap journey. Just a box on to get to the line.
They've absolutely become good friends after that race. That'll be one they'll be able to just touch on over the years. It was a great challenge by Chinard. He didn't leave anything to the imagination. His coaching team will be pretty happy. He left nothing on the track. But Sidorides, back-to-back, he's won the championship 2 years in a row, and it's just another one of this young crop of 1,500-metre runners who are just coming through the ranks here.
Absolutely, and he ran it really well. And like you said, like Chinard there was clapping his hands, he was licking his lips, he was absolutely loving it. He's done everything he can to put himself on the podium, but I think to always put the class of the field under pressure is important, and Ben obviously took that role. He assumed that role. Nobody else wanted to do it. There was a pack of about 15 of them that could have been in the Benjamin Chouinard position, but they didn't take the chance. We can see Calcaro now finishes off here in this field, but great silver medal for the young man. Batonis goes for third, but Sidoritis, like you said, he's just another one of a cog in the machine of 1,500 metre racing we've got here in the juniors at the moment.
It's great to have your company here in Perth. It's Mitch and Travis Jenkins with you. We're going to have a short break and we'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back. We are looking at competitors in the heptathlon shot put. It's the third event for these young men. And you can just see a little bit of rain earlier. Mitch just has played a bit of havoc for getting a good grip in that circle. The Athletics West staff will be running the washing machines in overdrive to keep those towels ready for tomorrow.
We just have a look at it, Trav, don't you? Have a look at that residue. All you can see. I mean, these shoes, if you've never put on throwing shoes, very grippy. Cannot stress enough how much traction these shoes have. So the fact that this is the third time of asking now for the Victorian just to find a little bit of groove out there is crazy. Hopefully this throw goes okay. He's found his spot. Nope. Goes again. So this is it. This is what we're down to. We're offering not to do the full spin anymore. It's just straight at the board and get it out there.
This will be interesting. His best throw today is 10 metres 38 in round one, which was a PB for the young Victorian. 10.16 in round two, but he looks like he's done a good job. It's pushed up around the 10 metres, so hopefully he hasn't lost too much distance due to the wet surface.
Yeah, you're just looking for those points, aren't you? That's the most important thing. You see on your screens here, this is the start list of our next 1,500 metre final. The men's under 16. This is a big field again of 19. Just have a look at these times. That's the most important thing you can watch from at home. Trav, I'm sure you've got your eyes on young Sammy O'Sullivan, the Western Australian. He'll have his work cut out for him with Zane there from New South Wales in lane number 5, but this is going to be a great race. It'll be interesting. You know, they do take a lot from watching the races before them. You can see Tyler Finch, another one, but Evan Robotham, the New South Welshman, he's one of those class competitors in the 1500s.
Looking to defend his title today, so he won last year quite convincingly, Evan Robotham. So he'll be looking to see if he can do it. Nathan Longster, he won the silver medal last year. He's here. Good race coming up.
We'll come back. You rarely see a callback on a 1500, but I do have a feeling one of the young men might have put his hand down on the ground. So it's slippery all over the track, not just in the shot put ring. Guns up, 1600, 1500 final. So a good clean start here now. Second time of asking. In fact, we'll leave it with the first. Ackfield Kennard there from Queensland will try and push his way out of the inside of the track to get there first, although Zach Heffernan, also of Queensland, did a good job. Evan Robotham, who was last year's champion, though, he's going to ascend to the front of this pack, so he's going to stamp his authority early. Sometimes a little bit of a power move just to see whether the rest of the field plays along. Certainly doesn't look like that's going to be the case for Robotham. He's got two out there in front of him. Young Fransky, he's a common competitor in amongst that Victorian circuit. He loves to get to the front. Him and his older brother run nearly identical, in fact, but you can see it again now. It starts to slow up. They start to bunch up. They'll move wide. They'll move wherever they need to, Trav, just to find a comfortable spot.
Yeah, Eddie Fredsky, he's not really worrying about the other competitors at the moment. He's just decided to run his own race. He's got a well-drilled plan, I'm sure, with his coaching team. He's got the watch on the left wrist. He'll set the clock as he hits his splits. Through 400, it looks to be, it's going to be around that 65, 66. So it's a pretty comfortable pace for him. He'll be pretty happy to be out in front this early in a big national final, Mitch.
Yeah, and it's tough. Being able to run from the gun like this is not easy to do, but Eddie Fransky clearly just is somebody that likes to have his own piece of real estate. He's not going to be dictated by anybody else's level of racing. He's going to go out and make the race for himself, which I respect. It's Robotham who leads out the group behind. Like we mentioned, he's a 356 man. He's last year's champion. He's been strength to strength across this distance in his previous runnings, so he's going to be happy to be leading out this peloton of men behind him here. But as they make their way around to this home straight again. The young Victorian, he is out there in front. Fransky looks strong. They're going to work together. The hard part of that group behind is that they will all work together. They will all find that rhythm. And if they can draw it off the back of the likes of Evan Robotham, they've got nobody better to lead them through. Ackfield Kennard as well sits there in a nice position. Heffernan as well. And just further back there is McMahon. But still out in front, our young Victorian, Eddie Fransky, is going to give him everything to chase.
Just waiting for this big group just to narrow that lead. Robotham now just looks like he's starting to put a bit of pace into his running. Heffernan not too far behind. Wheeler also running nicely. Longster, you can see him there. He was the silver medalist last year, so you'd expect him to finish with plenty of dash, and he is now just starting to go up through the gears. He's up into fourth now.
So this group of four is about to attach and become a group of five. So Eddie Fransky's going to have some company. This is a moment now for the young man where he just has to lock in. He's not going to know what it's like to be drawing off the back of these competitors throughout this race, but now is the time to really lock in. Rowbotham's been so smooth. Ackfield Kennard as well, just moving nicely. Fransky wants to hold that rail. There's a little bit of argy-bargy, so left shoulder, right shoulder, and it's going to be Rothman who makes it out there now. So Fransky just starts to drift back ever so slightly. Needs to try and hold that form. Rowbotham out there, 3:03. Following through there closely is Longster, who you mentioned, the gold and silver now, Trav. They're out there in front again.
Yeah, McMahon also has made a good move with 400 to go. The young Victorian, just that little check on the rail has just pushed him back now into about 5th or 6th place. So the sprint for home begins. Rowbotham, the defending champion. McMahon now just starts to put the wheels on. He moves up into second, the New South Welshman. So it's New South Wales 1-2 as we sprint for home. And Rowbotham, with 200 metres to go, looks set for gold.
So Rowbotham now, he really went with 400 metres to go and said a game of catch me if you can. They're going to do their very, very best. But when you're the likes of Rowbotham, it's very hard to chase down. So the young New South Welshman will round into this home straight. Some very familiar territory for him. He wants to try and salute as a back-to-back champion. He puts his head down and asks a couple more questions. But he can turn around and he can enjoy this one, Evan. You've done it again. Salutes across the line. That's a great victory. McMahon comes through for the second. Following through, Longster for third. No, Longster goes through for fourth. Oh, that was a dashing finish there. Heffernan got up for that 5th place. And Eddie Fransky, so much to be proud of there for the young Victorian. And there will come a day, there will come a time where it'll be even harder to chase down an Eddie Fransky if he keeps racing like that. Sensational racing, but back-to-back champion there for Rowbotham. Will be stoked.
Yeah, Evan Rowbotham, I think he almost did enjoy that last 30 or 40 metres because he had plenty of space. It was a well-timed race. He just moved up through the gears nicely, and he's got a nice kick of speed too to match his endurance. So, again, he'll be one to watch as the years unfold. Back-to-back champion.
He had some great engine there just to be able to have the staying power, I think. Maybe he might have gone a little earlier than what he wanted to. You don't see too many moves get made at 500 metres, but I think given that Eddie Fransky was determined to hold that rail, and given that Eddie Fransky was determined not to slip back into that pack, he probably had to make a decision far earlier than he wanted to, but just goes to show the staying power. And I think that's becoming very consistent in young 1500 metre running. It's not so much about the mad dash at 300, it's the ability to be able to withstand that pace, be able to keep your foot on the gas for a long period of time. And Evan Rowbotham, he's done a great job. So whoever's coaching that young man in New South Wales, be very proud of an effort like that, I think, Trav. He's got a lot to look forward to.
He'll go and collect his gold medal in a few moments' time, and a great moment that will be. I heard you talking about it this morning, Mitch, just the difference between the juniors and the seniors in winning a medal. It's almost a surprise as a junior, isn't it? It's almost, yeah. I can't believe I'm the number 1 in the country, or the 2 or the 3. It's an experience that a lot of these kids will never forget.
It's an experience to be incredibly proud of. It's something that you look back on fondly, I think, even as you move through your years in athletics. Whether you're still competing or whenever it is that you stop competing, these sort of moments really do shine a highlight on your young athletic career. So I think there's always conjecture about celebrating too much the accolades of junior athletes, and to a degree I do agree in terms of world records at under 10s and 11s and stuff. Sometimes I think it's a bit early, but when you're in these age groups, under 13s, 14s, all the way through 18s, it's a great moment to reward yourself for some hard work, enjoy it with your family, enjoy it with your coaches, and mark yourself as a national champion or a national finalist, whatever it may be. And we'll see in 5 days' time, 6 days' time when the seniors roll through. It's more about qualifying for events. And of course, being a national champion is important, but it just seems to be celebrated in a different way amongst the juniors. So these are the formative years. These are the stepping stones to great things. So it's very exciting. We'll see the results here. Evan Roybotham, 402.08 for him. Patrick McMahon, the silver, 404.35. And Saul Ackfield Kennard, whose name I mentioned plenty of times as an aggressor in that pack, just couldn't quite get to the front. He's done a phenomenal job to hold on for third there. He gets a reward for his efforts. Longster 407, Heffernan 407, and Eddie Fransky 410.17. Hey, don't go anywhere. We've got some hurdles coming up. They were on this morning. Well, the finals are on this afternoon. Trav and I will be back shortly right here in WA. Go too far. Don't let those grey clouds steer you away from how magnificent Perth is. I will not have it, all right? And I'm Victorian. I'm not from here. I'm not going to be biased or anything of that nature. But I do love Perth, so I don't want you all to be put off by the fact that it's great, because this isn't normal, Trav. This is not the Perth I know and love.
This is the coldest day I think we've had since the middle of July. It's a really unusual day. The wind is an easterly, which is really unusual as well. It's about 2.3. It's been sort of ticking around that. Unfortunately, it's going to be an easterly for most of this afternoon and tomorrow. I've been assured by my team at Royal Perth Yacht Club.
Oh, yes, the Yacht Club.
I was on the phone and they've given me the latest. They know when the wind's coming, and I think unfortunately it will be an easterly. There we go. There's the radar. And so it's actually coming from the northwest, which usually means a bit stormy actually. Ooh, so we may actually get a...
Well, we had some storms here this morning, the big thunderstorms out here. Thankfully, nothing got delayed, but there were a couple of gnarly little storms happening out here this morning. Hey, you just saw on your screens some triple jump action. Now, triple jump was my most loved event of 2024. I sung its praises as many times as I possibly could. Obviously, Connor Murphy was somebody that I was enamoured by the end of the year. But this is our women's under 15 triple jump. And they are in their last round of jumping. So you just watch Bernays, the Victorian. She was trying to get up for a gold medal, but she won't, because Lambert here from New South Wales, this is her last jump of the competition, 11.54. She is your national champion here. Would you believe round 2 and 3, she jumped 11.54 twice with the exact same tailwind as well. So let's see here what young Hannah Lambert can do, because she's your national champion for the under 15 triple jump. She wants the crowd over there to get involved, but they're all holding on to their umbrellas. So she's only got about 50% of them here, but that's all right. She's already jumped a lifetime best, 11.54. Scarlett Hansen, if anyone's keeping up with it, she's your bronze medalist at 11.02. But it's all about Hannah Lambert. What can we do here for the young New South Wales woman? I think that's a foul. It is. So it doesn't matter anyway. She's your national champion. She'll take that moment. Yep, nod of the head. She says, would have loved 4 clean ones, but I'll take a national gold medal anyway. Honestly, the triple jump is one of the most entertaining events to watch on a global scale, and I've really just loved following it here in Australia. It's incredible.
And a great moment for her to share with her competitors. The gold medal. It'll be one for the mantle, no doubt about it. It's a great feeling going to that last jump, knowing that the gold is already yours. And she will be able to celebrate with her New South Wales team. Good, strong showing by the New South Wales competitors. It's been really impressive to see the size of the team. And there we can see the medalists enjoying a final smile. All right, time for some finals action. Mitch, we enjoyed the heats this morning, and it's now time for the big ones. And Alexia Matheson was really impressive this morning in the heats. She went through as one of the fastest qualifiers. She'll look to defend her title here. Felicity Boozer, she had lane 9. She just didn't look too comfortable in the start, but by the end of the race, she was absolutely flying over the hurdles. So it's going to be a really good competition here.
Absolutely. It's going to be a cracker. Sophie Howson as well out in lane number 7 is one that should grab your attention. Obviously was fine in the heats, but she's clearly the fastest on paper to go through here. But paper doesn't mean much when you roll through to finals time. It's all about competition here. We want to see clean hurdling. I feel like I say that for every parent back home. We want to see some clean hurdling, but these women, like you said, Trav, you guys called it beautifully this morning here. They just were really smooth over the top, and you'll just notice the fascinating thing to watch technically in hurdles is that lead leg, how quickly you can get that down, because often whoever can get that lead leg down the quickest, whoever can get into that rhythm of their steps, will be the person that obviously is able to make that breakaway over each hurdle. So it'll be interesting to watch, but to your point, there's some class here. Alexia Matheson out of lane number 5, one to watch. Felicity Boozer as well, the Victorian in lane number 4. And for me, Sophie Howson in lane number 7 from New South Wales, another to keep a close eye on. So it'll be interesting. It's hard for me sometimes, I think. I don't know how you feel about it, to pick winners in hurdles, because there's just so much, that touch wood can go wrong, but this will be an absolute cracker.
It's great to see the ladies all practicing that block start with plenty of vigour, because they'll pop their head up and they'll hit that breeze, and that may just be a little bit of a shock to the system as you come into that first hurdle, and you just want to make sure you nail that first hurdle. So they've all had a good practice, they've all had a good run through. Dabby's just come straight over from the triple jump, so she'll actually have to spend a bit of time to reset herself. She's straight from the sand, hasn't even got the sand out from underneath the
I was about to
toenails.
say, you've been quiet about your lone Western Australian. I would have thought you'd be pumping her up, but she just come over from her last event. My favourite event, the triple jump. Unbelievable.
She was just waiting for the entrance, like you, Mitch, this afternoon in the commentary box.
She was waiting for it to, if she's like me, she was waiting for it to warm up. No, we're stepping into a dreamland here in WA. It's beautiful. So she's the last to set up her blocks, as you mentioned. She's just raced across, dodging discuses in the infield, and is ready to now jump 9 flights of hurdles. So this is 90 metres, so 9 flights. Obviously, 100-metre hurdles, get the 10 flights, so on and so forth. But this is going to be a cracking field. So from the inside, Sienna Vasella from New South Wales. Lane number 2 is Western Australia, Zoe Darby. Lane number 3 from New South Wales, Chiara Georgopoulos. Number 4, Felicity Boozer of Victoria. 5, Alexia Matheson from New South Wales. Definitely a favourite here. Tilly Ojako Petit from Queensland is in 6. Sophie Howson of New South Wales is in 7. Lila Oliver in 8 from New South Wales. And Abigail Steele, you can see there, from Queensland is in lane number 9. So she'll be closest to you on your screen, the widest on the track here in WA. And look at these banners behind the women. You can see this swirling wind, right? You don't know whether you're getting a tailwind or a headwind at the moment. It appears as though they're probably going to be getting a headwind, if anything. So they'll have a negative wind reading at the end of it.
And on times like this, Mitch, times won't be important. It'll be the medals, and sometimes it can be a good thing mentally just to know that the wind's in your face. So it's going to just come down to running your best race and charging for that win. And times, they'll just look after themselves.
Well, funnily enough, the meet record here was actually set the last time it was in Perth, would you believe? But 12.40 by Sophie White. So I don't think we're going to see that this afternoon. But I guess you never know. But amazing, isn't it? March 2016. Sophie White came out here and did some damage to get the meet record. So, as I said, Vasella, she's the widest on your screen, the nearest on the track. Darby, Georgopoulos, Boozer, Matheson, Ojiako Petit, Howson, Oliver, Steele. That's your entire field here for the women's under 15 90-metre hurdles. So we're away cleanly. Boozer jumped well. Matheson with some work to do. Now moving through really nicely. There is Howson. So Howson's going to go right up on that inside shoulder now, though. Matheson and Howson. It's a 1-2 punch. She's going to take it away here. 12.98. Sophie Howson of New South Wales goes under that 13 seconds. Had some really strong company from Alexia Matheson, her fellow stateswoman there for the silver, but holds on strong out there in lane number 7. Sophie Howson is your national champion here for the under 15 90-metre hurdles.
Into a 2.7 headwind, Mitch, and she did not show any signs of breeze. She was absolutely strong over those last 2, and that sprint finish for Soph. You can see what it means to her. She looks so excited, and the time has been posted on the scoreboard. You see a big PB of 12.96. She's sprinting towards her team, and I'm sure they will be celebrating. There they are, the fellow competitors for Sophie Howson. She is the national champion. Great run from Alexia Matheson, a beautiful technician over the hurdles. She'll be pretty happy with the silver. And Pettit from Queensland in a PB time takes home the bronze.
Wow, just great racing. You know, she had that separation really from the rest of the field and had a bit of a challenge there from Alexia Matheson over hurdle 7, but just managed over that hurdle. This is what I'm talking about, the technical side of it. If you go back and watch that, Sophie Howson, that lead leg snaps straight down. She is just so quick off that hurdle and just a phenomenal reward for effort. 12.96 for Sophie Howson. So awesome to see her national champion. 13.25 for Alexia Matheson and Tilly Ogiaco-Petit. 13.54. Felicity Bewes, the Victorian, wasn't far away there. 13.65. Neither was Abigail Steele, the Queenslander, in 13.63. And Steele, 13.65. So what a race we saw there from our women's under 15 90 hurdles. And we stay here with our hurdlers because we're going to step up an age group for our under 16 90-metre hurdles here at the moment. And there, I'll tell you, there was a very impressive heat from this field this morning. And I think we do have a race favourite, but this is going to be another of those quality hurdling races.
Absolutely, Mitch. And Jemima Hood is that athlete you refer to. She was really impressive in her heat run this morning. She's returned to the West in good shape. The defending champion, also the 200-metre hurdle champion from 12 months ago. And you can see she'll be in the centre of the field, the Victorian. You are familiar with her running, Mitch, being a Victorian. You got to see her at the Vic Champs where she was so impressive. And now stage is set for a national title, perhaps.
Yeah, straight out of lane number 5 for Jemima Hood, so she'll really enjoy that. Although Liam Brugan, the Queenslander, was really impressive in those heats this morning as well. So I like when they're next to each other. I love seeing the really two fastest athletes in the field line up next to each other. Gracie Lee Briggs, the Western Australian. I feel like she's a really good chance here to put herself on a podium. She goes out of lane 7. Maybe there's a little bit of luck out there to get yourself on that podium, but this will be very tight, I think, across the board. My anticipation is Jemima Hood will be the winner, provided everything goes well. You know, she really is the class of this field. But in terms of those minor medals, I wouldn't say there's any solidified, clear obvious silver, clear obvious bronze, clear obvious all the way through to 5th or 6th. So this is going to be a really good race.
Leland Brugan, as you mentioned, she was 6th last year in the final. And just to see her improvement this year, the Queenslander, it's been phenomenal. She's up there for a medal, and it's a great sign for all those athletes who are watching at home. You know, if you don't finish 1st, 2nd or 3rd one year, don't give up. Come back, get to work, come back and perhaps get yourself a medal.
Puts herself in a great spot. Wardle, Cox, Terblanche, Liam Brugan, Hood, Van Vliet, Briggs, Betsley, Zadrovic. In that order. Here we go. So we'll come back. Half the field was ready to launch. The other half was still in the blocks. So maybe it's very windy here, so it could be hard to hear the starter. Might ask him to raise his voice just ever so slightly.
Yeah, it was funny, wasn't it? Half the field went to set. The other were...
You don't see that often. So again, for those watching at home, I'm sure family, coaches, schoolmates, school friends, parents, whoever. Wardle, Cox, Terblanche, Liam Brugan, Hood, Van Vliet, Briggs, Betsley, Zadrovic. So there's still some slight confusion here by the looks of things. So our officials, they're doing an incredible job all day. They'll do an incredible job all 9 days of these championships, because straight after the juniors, we roll into our seniors. We've got athletes literally coming from all across the world. I know for a fact that none other than Jess Hull was flying all the way from Kingston, Jamaica to come here and race at these national championships. So I think we're only without Matt Denny at these seniors, which is phenomenal for Australian athletics.
It'll be interesting to see how Jamaica goes tomorrow, Mitch.
Big grand
Those
slam.
results will come through. We'll have a chat about that tomorrow. Looking forward to that. The Grand Slam.
Sure to be an absolute cracker. Wardle, Cox to Blanche, Lienbruggen, Hood, Van Vliet, Briggs, Betsley, Sajorovic. Sounds like everything is ready to go. Watch out, lane 5, Victoria's Jemima Hood. She's on the right-hand side with the pink headband.
So a good getaway here. We're watching for Jemima Hood, the Victorian. She's out there cleanly. 2 wider than that, though, is Lee Briggs. But Jemima Hood is out there. The Western Australian will challenge. So too from New South Wales, Betsley. But Jemima Hood will salute. And she is the champion. 13.08. Time not relevant. Minus 2.7 into the headwind there. We hope all okay for our young New South Wales woman. But Jemima Hood is the national champion here. And it looked like Gracie Lee Briggs came through there for the silver. Just impending. We'll wait for these results to fully pop up our end. But here's the replay. And you can see Jemima Hood. She was just out there and gone. Just a really impressive display of hurdling from her. As I mentioned, Lee Briggs, though, I thought she was a chance to get on that podium. She was better than a chance. She's on there. And it's the diving effort out wide will be the only thing that stops her in Sajorovic from getting a silver.
Jemima Hood, Mitch, just really clean. Did not even touch the woodwork throughout the race. She was able to just improve with every stride. And if we just look at the results coming through, Sajorovic has taken the silver. Gracie Lee Briggs, 13.31. So it pays to get that dip right or dive.
How was that? I mean, way to put your body on the line. Hannah Sajorovic, that's just awesome work from her. So gets up by 0.02. 13.05, I can't believe that, minus 2.7. That is a massive headwind to be running into. So incredible from our women's 90-metre hurdles. They're just adding another row here in WA. We're going to have some more hurdles over the 100 metres. Don't go anywhere. The weather will improve. I know there's storms, but we're doing a phenomenal job here. We'll be back shortly for more athletic action.
Welcome back to Perth, WA Athletics Stadium. You can see pole vault action just at the bottom of your screen, 2 metres 80, the height of the bar. No athlete has gone clear yet as the results come through. Jemima Hood, 13.05. Really impressive to go back-to-back at the National Championships. Sajorovic, what a dive that was. As Mitch said in the break, she'll have a few wounds to nurture over the next couple of days.
Yeah, I think the first aid kit will be brought out. I think mum and dad will be bringing it out to get the scratches, but who cares?
Yeah.
If it pays off and you get up the silver, you have as many scratches as you want.
Coaches love that sort of stuff, don't they? Just body on the line.
Oh,
in
absolutely.
athletics.
Absolutely.
So here's the pole vault. We're at second attempts of 280. There's our first clearance. So perhaps a gold medal winning jump. Perfect timing from the broadcast team just to secure that jump. So all smiles for the Queenslander. So Sadie Dowden, 2 metres 80.
Well, because it all does, you never know in these competitions, it comes back to that count back of seeing when you clear it. So getting it on the first height is massive. We saw it most recently in China. The only separation between our gold and silver medalists in Olaslagers and Patterson was that Eleanor missed the first height at 92. So that was all that ended up separating them for a gold and silver. So you just never know where it's going to come. We've seen it in Olympics. We've seen it at the World Champs where the medals get shared. You know, these early heights, as inconsequential as they seem on paper, they're pretty important when it comes to the business end of competition. So great for the young Queenslander to get over. And we see here, look at this. There was a great head nod. I'm not sure who that was. I think it might have been Catton Rogers. Just looked up in the crowd and said, all right, game time. It might have been Deacon Pelprat. I'll get a look at them when they turn around. But another of a quality field here for the men's 100 hurdles here, under 1,500 hurdles it is. So 83.8 centimetres. Go measure that at home, see if you can stick your leg over it. And then do it 10 times while sprinting as hard as you can over 100 metres. It's very, very impressive. A very heavily dominated New South Wales contingent in this final. So, you know, they continue to go strength to strength in developing junior talent, but a good quality field nonetheless.
Yeah, an open field, I feel here, because the heats were actually pretty even. Jessie Brain, the West Australian, hurdled well. Jaden Crosby, also from WA. Wedged between all these New South Welshman. And the lone Victorian looking to spoil the party. Lachlan Cumming would love just to rain on the parade of this big New South Wales contingent.
So a good list across the board here. Lane number 1, Maximilian Nelson Williams, Jesse Brain, Kyan Seal, Jimmy Atkins, Jaden Crosby, Tatton Rogers, Deacon Palpratt, Tane Catalinic, and Lachlan Cumming, as you mentioned, the lone Victorian. So really it's just New South Wales versus WA and Vic, which should be very interesting. But Jimmy Atkins, it's hard to go past him, our man in lane number 4, 13.5. It's an incredible championship record in the 12-second markers, so that'll be hard to go and get after. Another one that was set back in 2016, and given the minus 2.7 headwind we've experienced for both of our women, I dare say that this will just be a war of attrition over the 10 flights of hurdles. This is a great shot. I love seeing this stuff. So you can see, if you look smack bang down the middle of your screen, Jimmy Atkins from New South Wales is next to the man in the black and yellow from WA, and that's Crosby. He's on his right-hand shoulder. So look out for Jimmy Atkins as one of the race favourites. The other is Crosby, and I think, and I don't know whether they've been stacking him this way, but lane 7, Deacon Palpratt, will be another to look at for that podium. We've had medals galore in lane 7 thus far. So if you are Deacon Palpratt, you're probably pretty chuffed that you've drawn lane 7. Anyway, Nelson Williams, Brain, Seal, Atkins, Crosby, Rogers, Palpratt, Catalanic, and Cumming. Closest to you on your screens at home. Here we go. Good start here from Jimmy Atkins. Just a little wider than him, though, is Tatton Rogers. So New South Wales 1-2. But have a look at Jimmy Atkins. He is out and over him with 3 flights to go. So Atkins 1 remaining and home for a national title. He's got it. 13.42. It looked like Tatton Rogers back then to Jaden Crosby for 2nd and 3rd. But the second the gun was fired, the medal was won. And Jimmy Atkins is your national champion.
Wow, he was impressive. Huge personal best, a big 1.8 headwind, and a gold medal, but just absolutely clean hurdling. We can see on the Chemist Warehouse replay, the start all important for Jimmy Atkins. He burst out the blocks beautifully. He was first to the first hurdle, and then he was away at hurdle 7. It almost got to the point where we were thinking, is he going to just be able to hang on? Because he was clear by daylight, and it was amazing to watch. He almost couldn't believe how far in front he was, but he maintained his composure, and that's sometimes really hard to do when you're that far in front.
Oh, absolutely. You're almost holding yourself back when you get to that level. So 13.4 for Jimmy Atkins. He was 1.17 seconds ahead of silver medal. Can you believe that? Tatton Rogers, the New South Welshman as well, gets a lifetime best of 14.57, and Jaden Crosby from WA holds on for that bronze medal. So great to see another of those WA athletes enjoying their time at home and making the most of getting themselves on there. Would you believe that the record for this event was 12.7, set by River Pentecost, another one of those great junior hurdlers, all the way back in 2016. Anyway, Jimmy Atkins, a lot to be happy about there. It's our men's under 1,500 hurdles.
It was a great championships, the 2016 national championships here in Perth, Mitch. A lot of those records were set. The track was pretty new then.
So was that when it was blue?
Blue?
Yep.
Brand new.
Love it. The only time I've raced here was when it was the old red track.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's a long time ago. But this blue track has been magnificent. A good servant of WA. Here we go, Jimmy Atkins. You can see there, he was your gold medalist. Those results are on screen. As our attention, well, it doesn't move to it because we want to enjoy what Jimmy Atkins and co have just done. But our men's under 1,600 hurdles are up next. Again, 83.8 centimetres, and there were some good races here this morning in those heats, weren't there?
It really was, because Trevon Ackerman, the West Australian, undefeated here in the West. He's the defending champion, but he had the pressure on him. There was some really nice heat running from Max Ferrugia, even Henderson from the ACT, Harry Osborne as well. We're all right up in contention. So I really am excited for this race.
So who do you think? What's your tip?
Trevon Ackerman is a competitor. He really is. He's been in good form. There's no reason why he can't win. He knows that he can be the best in Australia. He really does have to get his start right. Harry Osborne, though, was really impressive. So it's going to be a great race. It will be the First gold for the West Australian team on their home ground. He'll be nervous, the young West Australian, but he's got plenty of talent. He's got plenty of that stuff that 100-metre runners have.
Yeah.
Aura.
He is oozing in aura, Trevon Ackerman. So this is your full list here. Bo Sinclair, Kevin Navodja, then it goes Kane Miller, Lyndon Hermes, Harry Osborne, who we've mentioned at length here, who's another one that can contest for the gold. Max Farrugia, he's another very good competitor. He's on the inside shoulder of Trevon Ackerman, Eamon Henderson, and Jedediah Onaga. So a good quality field, but I think you're right. 5, 6, and 7 to me, those lanes, I think where we're going to see these medals come from. So if you're wondering where those lanes are, lane 7 is the black and yellow. That's Trevon Ackerman. Inside of him, Maxi Farrugia from New South Wales, and Harry Osborne, who was just class in those heats. He's going out of the middle of the track, but inside the shoulder there of Max Farrugia. So this will be a very, very good race. I'm excited to watch this one. And I think for WA and I think for young Trevon, it would be great to see him come out here and maybe achieve what many know that he's capable of.
Yeah, his first big opportunity to just put his name out there in lights for the hurdle events. Max Farrugia, he was very clean, the man from New South Wales. So the scene is set for the West Australian. The Queenslanders, 4 represented here. Time is now for Trevon Ackerman to defend his title.
Sinclair, Navodja, Miller, Hermes, Osborne, Farrugia, Ackerman, Henderson, Onaga. Watch out, 5, 6, and 7 lanes. Osborne, Farrugia, Ackerman. The men of the arena. All eyes on them. Here we go. Oh, great start from the big 3. The man from WA, though, gets the best of it. So Ackerman got his work cut out for him there with Farrugia on his inside. The young Western Australian now really starts to get into his work. He's away. He's got it at home. 13.05. He slaps the WA colours and says, I love every little bit of that.
And that gets the crowd excited too, Mitch. The West Australian has brought home the gold. His heat run, he wouldn't have been happy with it, Mitch, but he's absolutely turned it around in the final. He's had a beautiful run through the middle stage of that event. He was just able to remain composed, remain clean, and he just says, that's how I do it. That's the way I roll.
Who else would it be, he says. You're in my track. This is my backyard. Nah, just incredible racing there. Look, he got tested, and he got tested really well there by Max Farrugia. Big shout out to him. 13.27, his lifetime best as well. Harry Osborne, the Queenslander, who we talked about, was so impressive in those heats, comes through for 3rd. We're looking like a crystal ball here. We said those medals would come from lanes 5, 6, and 7, and they have. So Trevon Ackerman, he gives WA their first gold of these championships, and I don't know if there was anybody better to do it than him.
What a way to go to a commercial break. We'll regain our composure. We're really enjoying the afternoon of finals action. We hope you are too. It'll be Mitch and Trav back just after this.
So we're back. We are back here in WA. Look at that pole vault pole getting set back up. We're still continuing on here in competition. 2.93 metres high. You can read there on that green screen ahead of you. We're into, well, depends who you ask really, but we're into what they like to call the race of athletics, the 100. You can see the results here for the 100 hurdles. Trevon Ackerman, who we mentioned, the WA man, 13.03. Max Farrugia, 13.27. And Harry Osborne, 13.47. Kane Miller was impressive. Eamon Henderson, Lyndon Hermes, Jedediah Anang, Kevin Navodja, and Bo Sinclair. So, again, we'll roll into these 100 finals shortly, but an impressive showing in that 100-metre hurdles. Now, this is going to be our under 1400s that come up next here, Trav. You can see, though, our shot putters are on screen. So bear with me. Let me give you some results for this.
So this is our heptathletes, Mitch.
Yes.
Who are into their 3rd event of the day. They were over at the high jump for a long time. Just the bar just kept going up, so it
just kept jumping.
It kept jumping, so it's been a long day in the office for our heptathletes. So we're into the shot put now, the 3 kg ball. So very early stages, just into first round throws. Our German visitor, Hess, will be next to throw.
So the heptathlon you mentioned, they were out in that high jump for a very long time, and you were sort of wondering how many athletes could keep jumping. 303 on the pole here in the pole vault, so we've just missed that. But continuing to do well. Our men are setting up their blocks, so let's see what our German competitor can do here. Hess, brave enough to skip across the ring, which we love. That's big. That's big, about 12 to 13 metres, I dare say. So she would be happy with that. If you can't read the back of the singlet, that's okay, because I do think it is in German. I don't know, that's just a guess. Got a pretty strong feeling it is. And so, in fact, this is just the first round. So 8.93 for Frankie. Bernasconi was out there at 7.82, and Hess launches that thing 12.01. So easily the furthest of these throws goes to the young German. As now we turn our attention back to the discus, and that's the women's under 15 discus final. The Queenslander in the ring. This is a very, very close competition, Trav. It's Nikita of New South Wales 35.81, and then Garang Hall 34.40, Geddes 34.30. So there's 9 centimetres from bronze to silver, and then Zagora 32.51 for her in fourth. So very, very close. I reckon they're probably on their second attempt. They are. They're rolling through their first. Here we go. The men's under 14 100-metre final. They're finally behind their blocks. They've set them up. And again, it's a New South Wales dominated event, but a couple of good WA boys out there, and Derek Okolo from Victoria as well, certainly one to watch.
It's going to be a great final, Mitch. Tyson Kinn, the defending champ from the National Championships last year, went to school with his dad, Joe.
I heard you say that. That's a great name.
Great name.
Yep.
We'll be watching on. Ed Wallace, for me, has been the big improver here in the West. Zach Leung from New South Wales and Lambusis as well were really fast out of the blocks. So, scene is set for a big final. His men are using that inspiration from Lachlan Kennedy, who has just put sprinting back on the map. He's just made it look easy all of a sudden, hasn't he?
Oh, he's been remarkable, Lockie Kennedy. I mean, I feel like those in athletics that are in the know have been singing his praises since he ran at Townsville last year and got himself on the Oz relay team all the way from Australia, coming off a hamstring injury. So to go from that to being one of the better legs on that relay squad to then coming out and doing what he's done this year, it felt like a really strong build for Lockie. And obviously he put his name up in lights at Maury Plant, where he took the 1-2 double and managed to get the best of Gout. But his silver medal at World Indoors was nothing to sneeze at either. I dare say anybody who starts quickly in sprinting in this country will be watching Lachlan Kennedy's mechanics, because he is one of the best sprinters in the world. So let's see who can get the best of it here. Samuel Shaw, Caleb DeYoung, Albert Job, George Lambusis, Zachary Leung, the fastest in the field from New South Wales out of lane 5. WA duo Wallace and Kinn. Then Derek Okolo, Jack Spencer, closest to you on your screens. Fastest, though, inside of the two Western Australian jumpers in black, is Zachary Leung of New South Wales. We'll leave him in the hands of the starters. The men's under 14 100-metre final about to get underway. Slow to rise was Leung, but he's got some good company outside with Kinn. Okolo, the Victorian, as well, moving through nicely, though. Zachary Leung now gets there. Edward Wallace, though, gets off his shoulder and gets home. Here in WA, well, there's 2 gold medals for the Western Australians, 11.88. He just gets over the top there of Leung. We'll wait for the official results, because it was close for that bronze medal.
It's raining gold for the black and yellow on his home turf. He's been the big improver this year here in the West, and to now mix it with the nation's best, it's a terrific moment for Ed Wallace. He finished 5th last year in the final, so he's upgraded to the gold, and it's all smiles for the West Australian. He came in with a PB of 11.92. And he's bettered that here at these championships. Into a headwind of 0.8, 11.85 for Ed Wallace. It's been a terrific season for him, and it's finished off with a beautiful gold medal for the West Australian.
So this will be close for that bronze, Zachary Leong, and it's Derek Okolo, the Victorian, gets up for third, 12.11 for Derek. So well done to the young man. I believe his first year in athletics, coached by Mitch Thompson back down there in Victoria, so he'll be stoked with that. And that's impressive. So 11.85 to your point. Edward Wallace just goes to show we've been talking about it this whole time. 5th one year, national champ the next. It's a application of work, nothing more, nothing less than that. So congratulations to the young Western Australian. Zachary Leong looked like he had it for most of that race. In fact, I wasn't paying a great deal of attention to Edward Wallace through the middle stages. It looked like it was Zach's really all sewn up, and then the young Western Australian just came absolutely demolishing through the back stages of that.
Macy Petterwood with put in hand. Circles dried out nicely for the Tasmanian. This is her first attempt.
We might have a dual bronze. George Lambusis and Derek Okolo have both got 12.11. And they've both got a 3 next to their name. So,
okay.
Look, it originally panned up as Derek Okolo. And our hope is that that stands, because it'll come up on the screen that George Lambusis is in front based purely off the alphabet, because his name comes before that as last names, L before O. But it says on my screen right here that they're dual bronze medalists. So it did look like it was going to be hard to separate the two of them. Sometimes where we're sitting up here in the grandstand, we're past the finish line. Makes it quite hard to see when it's that close, but looks like they're going to share that bronze medal, which is always great to see.
Couldn't be separated. 12.11. What an afternoon of track and field it is. Hope you're enjoying the coverage wherever you may be watching, and what a moment it is for these young under 13 sprinters.
Oh, their first time at the Nationals. We're going to get the results here for the under 14s, just so you can see here. Ed Wallace, and then Zachary Leong. And you can see here, Derek Okolo, George Lambusis can't be separated. They're at 3-3. Tyson Kin, who you'd mentioned, his dad would be very proud of that. Tyson comes home with 5th. Albert Job, Jack Spencer, Sammy Shaw, and Victoria's Caleb DeYoung comes through there for 9th. So we're going to get into these quickly because they've already announced them. Lockie Bell, Lachlan DeYoung, Ruben Signum, Lachlan Chappell. Then it goes Jared Bonaminta, Quinitzi Lease, Singh, Okeke, and Lee.
Chappell, fastest qualifier by over a second in the heats.
So we're away. Just watch out for Lachlan Chappell. He was gone in the heats and he's gone again in the finals. So Lachlan Chappell, he will not be disturbed. He's a man on a mission, and he's a man with a national gold. 11.99 if you don't mind for Lachlan Chappell. And that is blistering. With a 0.5 headwind, minus 0.5 headwind, he takes it home.
If I was going to have any more kids, Mitch, I'd be calling them Lachlan because it's a fast name at the moment here in Australia. It is sensational running from the young New South Welshman. He's been able to secure gold. We're just watching the Chemist Warehouse replay and head down. And the stride beautifully balanced in his technique. He's good knee drive and stopping the clock.
Well, WA goes silver and bronze here because Gershant Singh gets up for second, 12.82. And Hunter Quitnewski Lease, 13.12 for bronze. So WA just absolutely storming home at the moment for medals. But Lachlan Chappell, I'll tell you what, he was a man on a mission with that 11.98. You would hate to play junior football or rugby against that young man, let me tell you. He is built to be a sprinter, that's for sure. Impressive, just impressive out of the gun even. Out of those blocks, that explosiveness was just what separated him early. And we change gears here. It's now our women's. Our shot putters continue. Cook about to step in the ring for our heptathletes.
And this is our women's under 14 100-metre final. We're going to watch Cook, the Tasmanian, get ready to launch that shot put. And a good throw at that. It'll be just over 10 metres, I think. And we'll give you that result in a moment's time. But as I've mentioned, it's our women's under 1400 that's behind the blocks. Strong field of 9. Let me give them to you here. Chelsea Wright of New South Wales. Portia Miller, the Victorian. Sophie Whitfield of Queensland. Marnie Lawrence of New South Wales. Isabel Mina Cho of WA. Capri Vincent of Queensland. Harper Harding. Hard to believe how quick she ran in the heats. Goes out of 7. Myra Ahoy from Queensland in 8. And Rose May, also from New South Wales. She's in lane number 9. So I do make special mention of Harper Harding, the Victorian, because her heat was just blistering. Now she's got Capri Vincent on her inside, and just 2 inside of that as well is Marnie Lawrence. I believe that will be where the medals come from, but Isabella Mina Cho will give them everything to chase in the middle from Western Australia.
She's been in ripping form here in WA. She won the WA champ. She was part of the 4x100 metre relay team that broke a 47-year-old record at the WA relay champs. So great field. The defending champion, Marnie Lawrence, 4 from the right.
Inside of her as well, the Queenslander, Sophie Whitfield. Just one to watch. She's 3 from the right of screen for you at home. Harper Harding's 3 from the left of screen for you at home. Capri Vincent, Isabella Mina Cho. This is going to be great. Blink and you'll miss it. Women's under 1400 metre final. We'll come back. So Harding, Vincent, Mina Cho, Lawrence, Whitfield. Honestly, from 7, 6, 5, 4, 3 in lanes will be a blanket. So this will be a great test for me to remember these names of these incredibly talented young sprinters. Wright, Miller, Whitfield, Lawrence, Mina Cho, Vincent, Harding, Ahoy, May. Who will be Australia's fastest under 14 woman? We're going to know in about 12 and a half seconds time. Here we go. Well, she starts the final as she started the heats. Harper Harding is out there. They're going to go in pursuit now. New South Wales, Marnie Lawrence wants to go and get 2 records here. Lawrence there, inside. She's going to get it, I think from Harper Harding. 12.15. So she had to close down that early race lead from the Victorian. Well, this is going to be very close. I think it might have been Lawrence, but we're past the finish line, so don't quote me on it. That was incredible.
It was a great call, Mitch. It was tight all the way. Just absolutely going for gold. Literally, both of our leaders. And Isabella Mina Cho also was right up there at the start. It's very tight.
I'll tell you here, the young Victorian, Harper Harding, gets it. 12.13. So 12.13 for Harper Harding. Marnie Lawrence, 12.14 for silver. And Capri Vincent, the Queenslander, 12.52. So that is as close as you can separate a gold medal. Incredible.
Well done to Harper Harding. She was really pressured all the way down. Marnie Lawrence, the defending national champion, gave it her all. And Capri Vincent of Queensland, congratulations to her too. She was able to just compose herself in the closing stages to finish with a bronze medal. Capri Vincent from Queensland, well done. But Harper Harding, 12.13 into a 2.6, Mitch. Is a terrific run, and Marnie Lawrence with the silver should be really happy with her work.
They're going to revoke my right to call winners now. They're going to revoke it. They're going to say, geez, you got to get your eyes tested, Mitch. We had Bruce up here a few weeks ago, actually with Lockie Morehouse, and they both called winners like it was easy, and I was stuck on the rough end of the stick. So congratulations to Harper Harding. Just had to really grit her teeth there because it did look like the New South Wales woman was going to get it, but congratulations to them. That'll be a very interesting competition as they move through the age groups. because that was blistering with a minus 2.6 headwind you mentioned. We don't have much time between these. Women's under 1300 is up next. Chloe Pun, Ava Jupp, Ivy Warburton, Alexa Gillen, Emanuela Iahoge. Then it goes to Madison Dick, and then Leanne Barriuga, Anna Hugh, and Ebony Rossman in that order. So this, well, primarily WA. So a lot of home state women ready to battle it out for a title. And there were some impressive heats, but it would have to be Alexa Gillen, I think, the Queenslander that stood out the most.
Absolutely, Mitch. I'm impressed that your Victorian bias didn't shine through on that last race.
He tried. I thought I better be mutual here. I always had belief in Harper Harding. Anyway, who's the fastest here in this field? Watch lane 4, Queensland's Gillen. Ooh, come back. And that must have been very slight. Very slight. Sometimes you can call it. I mean, granted, we're a fair way away here in the booth, but usually you can see the twitch, usually you can see the movement, but I couldn't see that one. So young age group, they're going to get a green card, which is good. You know, we don't get those auto DQs here in the under 13s, but it'll just put you on ice a little bit. It'll just amplify those nerves that already exist for a national final. Look at the yellow, so someone definitely broke then.
So Barriuga in the New South Wales colours, third from the left mid. She won her heat really nicely. And Emanuela Iahoge, she's one of 3 Iahoges running at these championships. By the end of these champs, I think we'll know the pronunciation really well, Mitch, because the Greg Knott stable of Iahoges is extremely strong. Will this open their account? Time will tell.
Good start there now. It's almost a blanket moving through Dick. Iahoge now getting into it too from WA, but New South Wales, Barriuga is just going to come over the top of Iahoge. Iahoge fights back strongly. They'll dip together. It's another close one, 12.91. And I think Barriuga will have it.
I think you might be right, Mitch. Emanuela Iahoge, with her first big Nationals appearance, has performed beautifully. We'll wait for the official results. It was tight, Mitch. I think you've called it absolutely to perfection. And Leanne Barriuga, she was so impressive earlier in the heats. And she has 12.87 secured the gold medal. She is Australia's fastest under 13 athlete over 100 metres. Emanuela Iahoge has finished with a silver. She had that last bit of kick in that last 20 metres, didn't she, Mitch Iahoge? She wasn't willing to give up that gold easily, was she?
Nah, she didn't want to relinquish it, did she, at all? She really got challenged on that inside by Iahoge. We're about to pan and wait for this bronze medal because it must be close. It is, and it's Sue from Queensland who gets it just over Ebony Rossman again. 12.87, 12.90, 13.24, 13.25. So that is incredibly close. Jeez. We couldn't get any closer gold medals for that stretch of 100-metre racing if we tried. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a quick break here on 7 Plus, brought to you Chemist Warehouse right here in Perth. Don't move. Trav and I will be right back.
We need to raise the bar, then drop it.
We need to push forward.
Then push against that. We need to carry the weight of expectation, then throw it all away.
We need to know the hunger.
So we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition. Powering tomorrow, today.
Welcome back. It's a nice view from the banks of the WA Athletic Stadium, nestled here in the western suburbs of Perth. The beach is just 5 or 4 kilometres away. 20 kilometres beyond that is the beautiful Rottnest Island, an island paradise. We've got the adorable quokkas over there. 63 secluded beaches, 20 dazzling bays, easy ferry ride from Fremantle. And if you haven't done it already, Mitch, that would be definitely a trip to put on the agenda, is a trip to Rottnest Island.
Yeah, it's on my bucket list. We may be going out, I think, on that in-between day between the two. But I think my partner also wants to go. Big shout-out to you, Muscles, watching on at home. I think I'll try and stay away from it. I'll do my best. But when you sell it like that, Trav, it's probably going to be hard for me to pass up. So I feel like WA... It's the gift that keeps on giving, honestly. I hate the flight, I won't lie, but God, I love it when I get here.
You do.
It's an incredible place.
You've been consistent with that, Mitch. But as a married man of 20 years, my strong recommendation is you wait until the missus is here.
Okay.
And you can enjoy those beaches together and get that quokka selfie.
So I've never seen these quokkas.
Yeah.
I obviously know the Quokka Track Club, Ned Brophy-Williams coached, but never seen a quokka. So maybe that is an experience I need to have, I think, with the partner. So that'll be lovely. But look, if you haven't come out to WA, I couldn't recommend, this is, again, Victorian saying this, could not recommend it higher.
You've actually mentioned you'd live here.
I would.
Yeah.
I've said that multiple times. I would move here. But I also, admittedly, have a very bad habit. I'm sure anyone listening who does the same will empathise with this. I'll get to somewhere and I'll spend about 6.5 minutes walking around and I'll go, could I live here? Like, this is all right. I know I love Victoria. I don't know why I keep wanting to move away from it. But, yeah, this place, it has a special place in my heart, I think. It's and you start going up north and you start getting to the different beautiful parts of WA. You go down south. I want to get to Margaret River. I want to get down to Esperance.
Yep.
I want to see all these beautiful places because it is incredible. But look, what we've got in front of us here is the first of 2 heats, I believe, for our women's under 15 400. In fact, it's 3 heats. So the way that I always tell, at least without looking at the start sheet, is there's going to be 2 qualifiers and 3 fastest times. Always indicates 3 heats. So good, strong numbers here. Drew Cooney, you can see there. She's going to go out of lane number 2. Liana Paulosic out of 3. Mia Wood in 4. Bronte Bellett with the best colours in athletics from Northern Territory in 5. Indy Taylor is in 6. Lucy Page is in 7. And Aria Jensen is in lane number 8. So Mia Wood, the one to watch, the fastest in this heat at least. She goes on that inside shoulder of Bronte Bellett of the NT. Our New South Wales woman, 55.85 is her best. And she'll be wanting to put that to action, I think.
So the first we've seen of the rain in a while, Mitch. We can just see a light shower greeting the first of our 400-metre competitors of the day.
Thank goodness. Get rid of that rain. Cooney, Paulsic, Wood, Bellett, Taylor, Page, Jensen in that order. Inside 2 out. Here we go. So cleanly away, we like it on the first go of asking. Cooney, Paulsic, Wood, Bellett, Taylor, Page and Jensen inside to outside of the track. And Mia Wood has the fastest time and she's going to try and pick up that stagger as the rain continues to fall whilst the sun still shines. These women are going to do their best to put themselves in an automatic position to get through to that final. It's the top 2 that will get there. Chasing after Indy Taylor of Queensland is Mia Wood of New South Wales. So these 2 seem to have cleared out from the rest of this field though. New South Wales, Cooney in lane number 2 doing a good job to get after it. Bronte Bellett of the NT as well will go into this turn in that 3rd position, but out in front it's Queensland and New South Wales. Mia Wood in lane number 4 and Indy Taylor of Queensland will come into it of 1 and 2. Inside of them from New South Wales, Cooney, then Bellett. They're going to battle it out for 3, but out in front, Indy Taylor, she's going to salute and take it home. A great race from her, 57.8. That's quick. Comes through next there was Mia Wood. Further inside, Cooney. The rest of New South Wales, Aria Jensen as well, settles in there. But Indy Taylor was strong. The stagger got picked up early by Wood, but Taylor did well to maintain.
Indy Taylor, she finished 9th at the National Championships last year, Mitch. She ran 104.41 in the final of the National Champs last year. And she has absolutely improved out of all sight this year. Big credit to her coaching team. She's been able to secure a victory here in the first heat. It's a terrific story here for Indy Taylor, who has announced herself to this field and will be one of the challengers for the medals.
Absolutely. I mean, that is something that you don't forget out of those heats. I think it's also the ease in which somebody can come down to the line in a 400 that can really make or break how you view them and analyse them coming into a final. And I'll tell you, there wasn't anybody easier out on that track than Indy Taylor. Got to crown it with a victory in that heat, so she books herself a spot in another national final. That's impressive for the young Queenslander. And now we wait on times. This is what I found fascinating with our 800s earlier, is that people in Heat 3 didn't really seem to care about the times. They still went out and ran championship racing. So let's see if our 400-metre women can clue onto that well. This is a smart field. Only the top two are going through automatically here. So time is very important. We've still got these at the junior ranks, which is great. No repechage, no small queues. We love small queues in junior racing. So let's see who can hold on to them. Heat number 2 is going to go up next year in the women's under 16 400. If you're watching on from home, hello. You are here at the National Championship. Trav Jenkins, Mitch Dyer, your hosts for the rest of the evening. So if you don't like either of us, that's a bit of bad luck for your Friday night. If you like us, welcome. Encouraging. Out here in WA, all brought to you by Chemist Warehouse. You're going to see the start list here.
Alicia Webb here, Mitch, the defending champ from a year ago in Adelaide, looking to defend her title, her first little taste of the blue track.
So women's under 15 400. Heat 2. Good start out there. Bova, Witchkers, Nylon, Beaver, Wade and Webb. We can see out there Alicia Webb from New South Wales was put the furthest on the track and will try and put as much distance into them as she can. Beaver and Nylon as well from Queensland doing well, but it looks like it might be Nylon that picks up the stagger there. No, now it's going to be Beaver. So they move up this back straight. It's all Queensland, New South Wales dominated. Alicia Webb doing a good job, but in the middle of the track, the two Queenslanders working really well off one another. That's Eloise Nylon, Lelia Beaver as well. Just doing a good job to maintain that rhythm. But rounding into this home straight, I think it might be Nylon just behind Webb who are going to round in that order. In fact, they're going to hit it together. So these two hunting down that automatic spot. Now Alicia Webb goes to those arms and starts to move away from this field. Eloise Nylon might have some company there from fellow stateswoman in Lily Beaver. But out in front here, Alicia Webb can shut it down. She's impressive and she's home there. She'll move on through. Nylon as well gets that next automatic spot. Lelia Beaver was good in third. They'll all hug, shake hands. We love the sportswomanship that we see on display. But Alicia Webb, all too impressive here in the heats.
Really comfortable in that last 50, Mitch. And if we just have a look at her now, just really comfortable. She could do it again. If there was an opportunity in the third heat, she could take her place, Mitch, because she is looking really comfortable. That stride over the last 50 is just very efficient. She has a beautiful toe touch when she takes off. So it just gives her that efficiency that she really enjoys. And it's all smiles. She's booked her place into the final. And the defending champ will look to go back-to-back.
Yeah, it's sort of just job done, isn't it? You just want to know that you're through to that final because anything can happen in heats. Obviously, anything can happen in finals. She's still chuffed. She's walked off still smiling. They're all hugging. This is the best part of junior racing. It does happen in seniors, but I feel like it's more prolific in juniors where everybody's getting around one another. Big smiles, big hugs, happy to be here. It's a beautiful side of Australian athletics at the moment, I think, how connected our juniors are. There's your results from Heat 2. So automatically through was Nylon and Webb. Beaver will have to wait on times, 59.35 for those playing along at home. Keep that in mind when you're thinking about the next three fastest times. Sienna Wade, Witchkers as well, and then Bova. So they were all close, honestly. From first till sixth was only about 2.3 seconds, which might sound like a lot, but it's not when it gets into this style of racing. And now our women in Heat 3 have an understanding. They have a perfect idea, if you're not going to be in the top two, where you need to live around to be in those three fastest times that make it through to the final. So in lane number 2, Georgina Jane from Victoria. Lucy Nell from Western Australia is in lane 3. Shakira Lawal is in lane number 4 from Victoria. Luca Templeman and from Queensland is in 5. Caitlin Copeland is in 6 from Queensland. And London Rakanui from WA is in lane number 7.
So Mitch, about 1 minute, .34 is the cutoff for the non-automatic. So if basically, if you run under 60,
you're in.
You're in.
All right. So for those playing at home, if you're watching someone, if they run under 60, they're likely into this final. Jane, Nell, Lual, Templeman, Copeland, and Rakanui here in Heat 3 of 3, women's under 15, 400. The sun shining in WA. So a good start here. Heat 3 of 3, women's under 15, 400 metres. Rakanui, the Western Australian, is going to go out hot. She's going to give them everything to chase. Shakira Lual, the Victorian, well, she's the second fastest on paper. So the 1-2 fastest on paper are going to be 1-2 coming up the back straight, though. The Queenslander putting up a mighty effort. Templeman, so too Copland. And that group of 4 really is going to be in pursuit all of Rakanui from WA. You can't even see her on your screens at home watching on. She's that far out in front, all the way out in lane number 7. So she's going to round around this group, doing a good job to work off one another. Although there'll be no friendly competition, they'll all be wanting to get that automatic spot. London Rakanui, though, rounds around in. Then they're going to roll through here. The rest of this field starting to move. Nell on the inside of Lual. So it could be a WA 1-2 punch. Lual doing everything she can to stop that from happening. But Nell might get there. Rakanui takes it. Lual and Nell. I think the Victorian gets it, that second automatic spot. That's quick, though, 58.34. So we were looking around under that 60-second marker to probably put yourself through to a final. Bear with us while we get the results. But London Rakanui, impressive on the outside lanes.
And hats off to London Rakanui and her team. She's just emerged onto the athletics scene over the course of this summer. We didn't really know too much about her when we entered into season 24-25, but London Rakanui has now announced herself. She won the WA titles, and she was impressive to take out the second heat.
So we'll wait on times. Curious to see how quickly they did go. Because, again, we were looking under that 60 seconds, around that 60 seconds marker to put yourself in a final. 58.3 would indicate that they probably went through quite quickly, that group behind. So we'll go the summary. Right now, 59.35, a minute 20, or like 1 minute .20 and 1 minute .34 is what gets you into a final. We're waiting on the results from heat number 3, however. And we'll give those to you when we get back here. We're going to throw to a quick break here in WA as the sun starts shining down. Plenty of athletics remaining here on 7+. Don't go anywhere. Trav and I will be right back. Told you, don't go anywhere. I bet you did, didn't you? Some of you definitely left. That's okay. Hopefully you're back. You can hear my voice on the TV now. You come streaming in. We can only hope. Trav's back too. He's just here doing his research. Don't you worry about that.
Just found something, Mitch.
Yes, Trav, hit me.
National record for the under 16 400 metre women.
Yep.
Tamsin Manu.
Oh,
there you go.
She'll love that. She's got plenty of them, Tamsin. I think people forgot that she was a 400 metre superstar as a junior. Here's our next crop. Griffin, Nicol, Langley, Kernigan, Davies, Robinson, and Krajanic, the fastest on the outside of the track. So we're away quickly here. It's heat 1 of 3, the women's under 16 400. Naomi Krajanic follows suit with what we've already seen here over the 400. One of the fastest in the field, winds up on the widest lane of the track. So Krajanic wasting no time. She's going to give him everything. Ruby Kernahan knows this move. In fact, she's probably raced her plenty of times, the young New South Wales woman. She knows that she's got to stay within it. Also, Langley from Queensland doing a good job to move well there in lane number 4, but Naomi Krajanic, she's just giving them everything to look at the moment. She's a mile ahead out there in lane number 8. Doing a good job to bring that back slightly, though, is Kernahan. Langley as well, enjoying the fact that she can work off her. Also, Nicol Griffin from South Australia rounds in with a bit of pace too. So they're all going to go and get after that second automatic qualifier because Krajanic is out here and comfortably in front. So Naomi Krajanic, unassailable. She's run a really impressive heat here, puts them on notice, stops up, says, I'll see you in the final. Ruby Kernahan comes through next, then Langley for third. She'll have to wait on that time. A cool 56.72 if you don't mind for Naomi, and she'll be very, very happy to find herself in a final.
She'll be really happy, Mitch, because she'll be looking to defend her title here. She won in Adelaide last year. She ran 56.58 to win the final in Adelaide last year, and Once again, she looks like she has improved and arrived here in Perth in ripping shape. Kernahan, who won the bronze in Adelaide, has booked her place as an automatic qualifier too. So the two New South Wales athletes are through to the final here in Perth.
And again, you sort of wonder, I feel like they just keep putting them out in lane number 8, the fastest in the field, which is strange. They're doing the Wade Van Niekerk. Just give them everything to chase. You know what's disappointing? There's probably a few athletes that don't even know Wade Van Niekerk. He's coming up to 9 years ago at Olympic Games,
wow,
which is just crazy to think about. Anyway, if you want to watch good 400 metre running at the world level, look up Wade Van Niekerk's Olympic gold medal. Great racing here. Heat number 2 is about to begin. Women's under 16 400. Ginger Gleeson of WA. I'm sure you'll be loving that one. Chelsea Ireland from South Australia, a familiar name. Isabella Tompkins from Queensland is in 4. Mia Hooton from New South Wales in 5. Annabella Denton from Victoria in 6. And Adelaide Pittis is out there in lane number 7. So again, pretty stacked field, but stacked primarily towards the outside of the track.
Well, Adelaide Pittis, she was the silver medalist last year, Mitch, and she and Mia Hooton, who just missed out on the medals, will be racing here in lane 5.
So a good quality field. You can see Chelsea Ireland of South Australia. She's been to many national championships, young South Australian. She'll go out of lane number 3. Ginger Gleeson of WA, the home state athlete, is in 2. And like you said, Adelaide Pittis, she was a silver medalist. Mia Hooton went far away last year. Interesting to see. It's fascinating watching 400 metre racing. You get a very good understanding of engine versus kick. Can you hold on? Do you have the tank? And often you'll see these women eventually maybe step up across the 800.
And also the big chunks of time that come off, Mitch, for 400. You get a lot of reward for effort.
You certainly do. One of the hardest events in track and field. Anyway, starters' hands. We're away. Gleeson, Ireland, Tompkins, Hooton, Denton and Pittis. So Adelaide Pittis, she was a silver medalist last year. She's going to get out there quickly. Annabella Denton of Victoria will follow her. Then Mia Hooton from New South Wales. So it's a very strong junior contingent of 400 metre runners in New South Wales, and they're doing everything they can to heavily load up those finals. Out there in front, though, is Pittis. Mia Hooton really strong in lane number 5 in the middle of the track. Just watch her pick up that stagger of Denton and Pittis on her outside. She's managed to gap back slightly there to Tompkins of Queensland, and the two from South Australia, Ireland and Gleeson, will round in shortly, but we'll probably have a good group of 3 that rolls through. The Victorian in Denton actually gets there first. Now Mia Hooton starts to put her head down, and Adelaide Pittis has some work to do outside of the track. So Denton is just back from Hooton. Here comes Pittis now rolling through inside 2. Gleeson, Ireland just a little bit further away. But New South Wales, like I've said, they've got a strong staple of young 400 metre runners. Mia Hooton, Adelaide Pittis, automatic through to that final.
She didn't panic, Mitch, which is what I really liked from Adelaide Pittis. She had a little bit of pressure on at the 80 metre mark, but she was able just to maintain her composure and keep those strides nice and long, and was able to secure a nice little win. Good confidence build up for Adelaide Pittis as she moves into the final. Hooton was 4th last year, but I think she is someone who will be able to lift in the final and hopefully push up into the medals tomorrow. So the 400 metres with
as we continue walking on the dream in Western Australia at the National
one more heat to go.
One more heat to go. Yep, this will be heat 3 of 3. And again, well, actually, this is probably the first heat where it's not stacked on the outside, but also we've got 4 women that can run 57 seconds, so probably hard to stack it on the outside when you've got a depth of talent. Sienna Blinsky from Victoria inside, she's in lane number 2. You can see them here on your screen, so just going through their warm-ups. Tiani Bidosi from Queensland is in 3. Eden Pike, the Victorian, in 4. One of those 57 runners, so too is Belinsky on the inside.
Conrad is...
Talia Gamerov of New South Wales is in 5. Talia Blight, the Victorian, another 57 runner at her best, is in lane 6. And Amara Clemens from Queensland, she's in 7, another 57 second runner. So 4 doesn't go into 2. And what I mean by that is only 2 of these women will get through to the final tomorrow automatically. If you're not in that 2, you're going to have to wait for times. And at the moment, they're pretty damn quick. So you're going to want to be on your A game. Anyway, heat 3 of 3 in a very competitive women's under 16 400 metres. Belinsky, Batosi, Pike, Gamerov, Blight, Clements. From left to right of your screens at home. Sun shining, WA putting on a treat. Good start here, good to see it all clean. Gamerov of New South Wales probably got the best of the jumps outside of her, Blight and Clemens as well. So 4 women here have all run 57 seconds at their best. 4 won't move into 2, so they've really got to assert themselves here in the heat. It's Belinsky, the Victorian, on the inside. Probably the first time we've seen lane number 1 pick up that stagger rather quickly. She's in pursuit there of Eden Pike, the fellow Victorian, but out wide now, really starting to hum, is Blight and Clemens. So the Queenslander doing a really good job just to hold that on her inside shoulder. Belinsky inside of that from Victoria, and lane 1 might round into this bend first. They make their way around. It's the bookends who will get there first. So Belinsky of Victoria holds out Pike, her fellow stateswoman. Wider than that now, though, Blight as well gets into it. So too does Clemens. I think Gamerov might not be able to get there. Belinsky holds out from Pike. Pike to Belinsky. So too Blight. Victoria, 1, 2, 3. 58.46. That's impressive. Belinsky gets it from Pike and then to Blight. So we're going to wait on these times. As I've said, only the top 2 rolled through automatically there. It looked like that 58, somewhere around there, was going to get you into a final. 58.46 was the winning time for Heat 3, so it's going to be very close, Trav.
58.27 was the cutoff for the non-automatic qualification, Mitch, so it probably will come from the previous 2 heats, so it was really important for line honours there. And Belinsky was able just to remain composed in that last 50 metres. It was a lovely even race. The stagger wasn't really upset much at all throughout the whole race. So hats off to all of the competitors giving absolutely their all. And Sienna Belinsky has been confirmed winner, 58.45. Eden Pike, 58.47. And unfortunately for Talia Blight at 58.66, she will not qualify for the final.
That's what I mean. 4 doesn't go into 2. It's brutal. And I'm assuming there was a bit of a headwind out there, although you get it swirling because you're up that back straight, but still coming down that final 100, you definitely want some form of tailwind because the lactic's bad enough. But unfortunate for Talia Blight there, who's just going to miss that women's under 16 final.
Yeah, 58.66, you would absolutely feel pretty confident that would get you through. So hats off to Talia. We hope to see her back really soon. But for Sienna Belinsky and Eden Pike, they've got a final to prepare for. The fastest qualifier, though, from the earlier heat, 56.69. Naomi Kranjinic, Ruby Kernigan and Adelaide Pittis will be the top 3 starters for the 400 metre under 16 final. I hope you're enjoying the coverage. Mitch and Trav here with you this afternoon, enjoying a little bit of sun here, Mitch, this afternoon. We'll be back shortly.
Walking on a dream, how can I explain? Talking to myself, will I see again? Is it real now? Would you become walking on a dream?
You literally are walking on a dream in WA. That's great branding, I'll tell you. It's spot on. We're back here at the Australian Junior Athletics Championships, all brought to you by Chemist Warehouse, of course, major sponsor of Australian athletics. Signed on for another 5 years, which is just phenomenal. all the way through till 2029 for Chemist Warehouse, which is just fantastic to have them on board. And you'll see plenty of their advertising around the track. Our men's decathletes out at the high jump. Our visitor from New Zealand clearing over the marker there. Next up on the track, though, will avert your attention. Men's under 15, 400 metres is next. And one of Travis's favourite men will be competing here. WA star in the making, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely, Mitch. It's been a terrific rise up through the ranks for the young West Australian, Trav Dean. He has been just sharpening up over a few ones and twos over the last few weeks. So the coaching team behind him have just wanted to throw a little bit of speed in the legs before these national championships. Looking forward to seeing how he goes here. It's going to be good competitive running, though, to get through the final, Mitch. That top two, as we just saw with the women, you really do have to leave nothing to chance to make it through the final here at a Nationals.
Crucial. Yep. Absolutely crucial. Every inch counts here at a National Championships. So from the inside of the track, Queensland's Oliver Finlay is in lane number 2. Riker Moore from New South Wales in 3. Trav Dean, he's just popped up on your screen there, the man from WA. He's in 4. He's the fastest in this field. Victor Eric Sengalang from Victoria is in 5. Mateo Tonga from South Australia in 6. Tyler Bell from South Australia is in 7. And Kieran Cuttress there from WA. He is in lane number 8. That's about to flash up on your screen here. Sometimes you're wondering on the track, what are you talking about? I'm starting from left of screen to right of screen, which here in the stadium is inside of the track to outside of the track. Lane 2 to lane 8. Just playing along for anybody watching athletics, maybe for the first time here on 7+. Here with Trav Jenkins, Mitch Dyer. The degrees has somehow gone up in WA. That doesn't happen anywhere else in the world, but here it's 4 p.m. So this gets hotter. Here we go. Men's under 15, 400 in the hands of the starter. First of 3 heats. Top 2 here will go automatically. Crucial to get to that final. Good start there from the Victorian. That's Sangalang there. He's got Travis Dean on his inside shoulder. A good separation from the South Australian duo. That's Tyler Bell, second from the outside of the track. He's going to follow Cuttress, his fellow Western Australian, as they're going to give Travis Dean everything to work for here. So doing a really good job here is Tyler Bell from South Australia. He's out there quickly. Dean now starts to get into the running of his smooth form and action over the first 200 metres, and he puts his head down now and says, let me see what I can pick up over the final 200 metres. So it's Bell still leading out. I think it's going to be Kieran Cuttress not far away. But look at Travis Dean's bend. He moves there from about 4th to 1st, the Western Australian. He looks on his outside shoulder, sees Cuttress, and he's home and hosed. So Travis Dean had nothing to worry about over the opening 200 metres. He'll stop it at about 53. Cuttress goes through the next fastest qualifier. He's automatic. Now, South Australian and Tyler Bell and Tonga, they were good, that duo. They'll all wait on times, though, because the WA 1-2 punch is moving to the final.
Trav Dean has made his first statement of these championships. He says, welcome to my home ground, boys. This is how it's done over 400 metres. It's all thumbs up for Trav Dean, the WA state record holder over this distance. He's enjoying his running at the moment. He's got plenty of speed in the legs, and he's booked his place into the final. Kieran Cuttress has been chasing him all year. His running just seems to get better as well. It's great when you've got a competitor who's on top at a national level, because it really does give you something to charge for in training, and then when you come down here on a Friday night and you compete and you've got Trav Dean next to you, you know he's the best in the country, reigning champ. It just gives you that little bit of extra motivation.
Absolutely. You get a lot out of yourself by racing quality competitors. So it's something to be proud of. And if he's been able to drag along Cuttress there with him all year long, he's clearly benefited from it. But yeah, Cuttress was really impressive. He was obviously widest on the track. did a good job to maintain form, and over that final 100 metres of a 400, it's just lactic city. Your brain is nowhere, your body wants to stop, and you're convincing yourself that you've made a good decision. So well done to Cuttress to keep all of that together, to keep himself composed and put himself in an automatic spot to get through to that final, because again, these times is where it gets tricky. You can run as well as you want in the heats, but you need to be top 2 to guarantee that you're coming back to race again. Heat number 2 is on the line, as we mentioned that. And again, another strong field of competitors here. Lucas McGregor of New South Wales is out of lane number 2. Jacob Piestri is in lane number 3 from Queensland. Milo Shepperson Woodhead from New South Wales is in 4. Sammy Reeve is in 5. Charlie Madsen in 6. Riley Bradshaw 7. Jake Wood in 8. And Brody Hewlett is in 9. So pretty quality field here over this 400. Let's see what they can do. Heat number 2, so we'll have an idea of what they need to be running. If you are playing along at home and you're wondering, the results from Heat 1 aren't quite up yet on my screen, unless you've got them there. You do. So what do you need, Trav?
55, 53 currently the cutoff for non-automatic qualification.
Here we go. So quite a few gentlemen have run around that time before. In fact, there's 4 or 5 of them. So expect another great one here. Cleanly away here again. The Tasmanian Madsen got a really good start. He's going to move away from that inside of his shoulder, although from New South Wales, the best of them was Jake Wood. So Wood's a 53 man at his best. He's going to show this field every inch of his 53 second ability here over the track. Inside of it, though, from Queensland is Piestri. So he's going to really give himself every opportunity to be that automatic spot, because like we've said, you don't want to wait on times. If you can get there automatically, that's the most important thing you can do through these rounds. So the Queenslander and the man from New South Wales are going to round into it 1-2. The man from Queensland there is first. Piestri it is. He's going to move on through. He might have some company joining him. He's just got to keep on pushing. So he might just get there. The company comes from the Victorian in Reeve. He'll hold it. Gets there. Reeve for second. 53.10. Jake Wood not far away. That is very, very quick. And he'll be chuffed with that. But put yourself on the line and see what happens. He did just that, the Queenslander. He'll be stoked.
The big lactic bull jumped on the back for the Queenslander. He's strong, isn't he? He's at the top of the straight. He just looked to have it won, but he just maybe burnt through too much of the fuel early in that first 300 metres, and when he hit the wind, that long torso just seemed to slow things down a little bit, but I think he'll do enough to get into the final. He has 53.11 for the Queenslander. Samuel Reeve, the Victorian, well called Mitch, has gone through with the big Q, 53.10, and all three from that race now get the little Q. So
there you go.
Jake Wood, Lucas McGregor and Riley Bradshaw all currently into the final as the non-fastest automatic qualifier. So good running from all the boys there in heat number 2.
And it just makes a huge difference, doesn't it? I mean, it sounds silly to say, but being automatic is just such a luxury, and you can see that there. You know, we're running in the 54s now to be able to get through to a final. This field will be understanding of that. Every athlete looks at that clock. The only benefit maybe is that the screen that we've got here that displays all the times is actually further back than what lane 6 and beyond is. So if you're in the outside of the track, you probably don't have an idea of what's just happened. If you're on the inside, maybe you're getting a sneaky little competitive advantage here. But if I look at this, every single man has run in the 54s in this heat. So there you go. It just goes to show they're going to have to bring out their best. Andrei Chemyadov of South Australia is in 1. Blair Polane is in 2. See that heat number 2 on your screen there. Augustus Moore
is in lane number 4 from New South Wales. Fraser Lucas, the Victorian, is in 5. Braden Carlson of New South Wales is in 6. Zach Bailey of New South Wales in 7. Connor Davies of WA is in 8. And Bless Joe from WA out there in lane number 9. So again, only 2 of these gentlemen will be in that final automatically. We're going to have to run in the 54s, Trav, to get through.
54.18, Riley Bradshaw. But interestingly, in this heat, Mitch, the gold, silver and bronze medalists from the Nationals are all here. Moore, Chemitov and Bailey. 1, 2, 3 from Adelaide last year.
So how do you like that? So if you're wondering where they are, lane 2. Then it goes lane 4. And then lane 7. So watch out for them. 2, 4 and 7 are your gold, silver and bronze medalists from last year's Nationals. 54-1 to get a final. Going to be a good one. Victorian takes his time. I respect it. Here we go.
So no messing about here. Heat 3 of 3. Our national gold, silver and bronze medalists from last year will all go off here. Only 2 go through automatically. Out widest is Bless Joy from Western Australia. He wants to make sure that he can get himself through to that final and just see what this field has behind him there. Zach Bailey looks strong in the middle of the track. Inside of it, Chemist from South Australia will get into it over the final 200 metres. But Bless Joe is out there and booming around this straight. So he makes his way into it now. He's 120 metres away. He is a mile ahead here in heat number 3 is Bless Joe. He looks so strong as he rounds his way in. Next one through there is Zach Bailey. He's going to have some company. The Victorian in Lucas is going to move through. So 2 more. Bless Joe's got to try and hold on here. They're going to all come flying late. They won't get it. 52.36. So to go through automatically, Bless Joe has just gone out and said, I don't care that I'm in lane number 9. If you want it, come get it. Only one could. He's through to a final.
Local knowledge, Mitch, he just put himself up in the breeze and he thought, I've got to just go hard. I've got to go early. I'm going to get that big easterly behind me down that back straight. And he just did it beautifully. I've never seen him run that fast, Bless Joe. He's absolutely just come into this race with a plan. He's used the breeze beautifully. He's got the home family all here cheering him on. And Bless Joe, he's booked himself into his first big national final. So well done to him.
Well, I'll tell you what. Zach Bailey, 52.31. Bless Joe's gone 52.51 here, Trav. Augustus Moore gets in, 53.12. Let's just wait and see because he may be the only qualifier that rolls through. We're coming across as a blanket. We might have a few more. We got one more. 53.33 for Fraser Lucas, the Victorian, rolls through as well. So there you go. They had to run quick. They had to get under 54, obviously, but when it's a blanket, it's hard to tell. Andrei Chemyatov, maybe the surprise not to make it through to that final, the South Australian, 55.23, but hats off to Bless Joe. Got to love that from the Western Australian.
Never been under 54, Mitch, and he starts his national campaign with a 1.5 second PB, 52.51. What a time to bring out your best, Mitch.
Absolutely incredible, isn't it? So maybe we'll see some more personal bests. We're going to throw to a break here. Don't go anywhere. Look at that sunshine beaming down on us here in WA. We'll be right back with plenty more 400-metre action right after this.
Congratulations, Fernanda Tirado.
We are back. Great to have you all here. Hopefully, I keep saying this and I won't stop saying it. Hopefully you didn't go very far away because there is plenty of good athletics. We can see our men's decathlon continuing on up here in the high jump portion of it. What an event the decathlon is. It is just insane what these young men do, but they're doing a phenomenal job at it. So 400-metre runners will be out here shortly, but this one's a little bit different, Trav, in how many men are competing in this 400 for the under-16s.
Yeah, unbelievable, Mitch. Just saw Tristan Wilson, who has bowed out now at 1 metre 73 in the under-17 decathlon. That's a good clearance from the Victorian. Conrad. For his Oliver Conrad has a PB of 173. which is the current height of the bar. So Oliver Conrad having a nice afternoon here on day one of the decathlon. Got a nice 400 metres to finish. White Hill, he was leading the event coming into the high jump in the under 18 decathlon. He has had a clearance at 1 metre 70. So we'll keep an eye on how he goes. Here's Fraser, who is back in the under 17. That's a good clearance from Thompson Fraser from the nation's capital. He has gone clear at 1 metre 64. So you can see the high jump side by side, under 17s and under 18s doing battle jump for jump, watching each other just push that bar higher and higher. The overall leader coming into the under 17 decathlon is the New Zealander Connor Brady. Spencer DeLacy, the first of the Australians. Thompson Fraser, third overall, and Tristan Wilson sitting in fourth overall in the under 17 and under 18 decathlon.
I'm just looking out the right-hand side of my periphery vision. Bless Joe. He's only just got himself up off the hill. His old man's just about to have to scrape him up off the hill there, just past the finish line. So it goes to show when you run about a 2.5 second lifetime best, yeah, legs might feel it a little bit. Awesome. Our high jumpers continue there in the decathlon.
His team are just saying, where'd that come from, Bless?
Yeah. They said, Bless, where's this been hiding all this time? He said, I told you, put me in lane 8 in a national heat and I'll give you my best. And no one was listening to Bless. I think they'll listen to him now after something like that. He ran a real Oscar Pistorius. I was not Oscar Pistorius, sorry. Wade Van Niekerk type of effort there.
He's got that breeze, and he started in that outside lane, as you said, Mitch, and was able to just, right from the gun, have the breeze at his back versus the inside lane runners who pop up from the start with it right in their face. So perhaps maybe it was just a little advantage for him, but he was just feeling it. He was just, It was like you calling Gout Gout in Brisbane. He was just feeling.
You're just in the moment.
In the moment.
Yeah, you just
and you just come out with out of this world, out of this world, and you just are going with the flow.
You just get lost in it.
That was Bless Joe.
No, I had thought through that out of this world for a while, so I was glad I could use it as a good stinger.
It made worldwide headlines, Mitch.
I know. I should have slid in my bank details while I was there. Anyway, our men's under 16 400. So this is a little bit different. We're going to be going to semi-finals after this. So we're going to see 4 gentlemen from each of these heats make their way through to the semis. Then it's the next 5 fastest qualifiers even outside of that. So you're going to see a big contingent make their way through what's going to seem like a large contingent, but we are losing a lot of quality competitors here in this men's under 16 400. This does tend to happen the older you get, particularly in an event like the 400, the more competitors you get. Oscar Ellis is in lane 2 from Victoria. Ruben Fox, Queensland in 3. Oscar Turnbull in 4. Brian Fitzsimmons is in 5. Ben Winchkers is in 6. Timothy Stanton-Clark is in 7. Aaron Pember in 8. And Charlie Watkins of New South Wales is in 9. Don't let it get confusing. It's not a New South Wales state final, no matter how many blue singlets you see. Heat 1 of 4, men's under 16 400. So we're up. Ruben Fox was good there from Queensland. He gets the best of Oscar Ellis, the Victorian, on the inside. Some work to do. So 4 are going to go through automatically here. It's a big field. Then there's going to be 5 fastest times. Moving through nicely there is Brian Fitzsimmons from Queensland. Just wants to assert himself in that sea of baby blue of New South Wales. Although as I say that now, he's going to tow through 2 with him there. It's Fox and Turnbull. So they make their way through. Fitzsimmons is going to lead out the opening 200 metres. They're going to round into this bend. A good little bit of work here can really set up your final 100. Fitzsimmons it is who leads it from Turnbull. Fox not far away either.
here. 4 of them are going to be automatic. It looks like Oscar Ellis is going to jump on that, the Victorian with the headband. This 4 is out and clear. They're moving through very nicely, but this is going to be a very, very comfortable win. Well done there. 50.53 if you don't mind. The top 4, as I said, they'll move through to that semi-final automatically, and Oscar Turnbull puts them on notice. 50.53.
And Mitch, I really like the fact that we'll be running semi-finals for the under-16, man. It's just a great opportunity to get a bit of extra competition running. This is the biggest competition of the year in Australia, and it's a great way for our young athletes just to get a bit of taste of big competition running, and to go through to a semi-final is a great achievement. It just gives everyone that little bit more of an opportunity to make it through. And there's the little shimmy from Oscar Turnbull. A little bit of dancing.
We love a little bit of dancing.
50.50 his winning time. 50.82 for Fox. Oscar Ellis, 51.60, has finished third across the line. So Turnbull, Fox, Ellis and Fitzsimmons, the automatic qualifiers from Heat 1.
Great racing across the board, really. He did well as well, the Victorian, to get up for 4th, because his start wasn't necessarily the best, but he came home really strong. But it just goes to speak to volumes of this age group, really. I mean, that was just phenomenal racing across the board. And to your point, I really do like that they have the semi-finals, because it just means that we're going to have a little bit more pedigree as they make their way through the rounds. They get 3 days of racing. It's brilliant. So well done to heat number 1 of 4. It's heat number 2 now. Is about to put themselves behind the blocks.
Just looking at that under-16 national record, one of your favourite athletes, Seth Kennedy. Mitch.
Seth.
Set that back in 2023. He's a big follower of Straight At It, I know, and he would love the little shout out of the under-16 national record.
Seth knows how I feel about him. He is a phenomenal athlete. There's probably a few people that love Seth a little more than me, but not many. I will say that in this world. He is a superstar, Seth. So great to see that he's still got that national record. I think he'll hold on to it, I dare say as well. The Brisbane Bullet, I think he's going to maintain that national record. Although there'll be a few here that want to give it an absolute crack. Lachlan Rosado of Victoria is in lane number 2. Tate Van Camp, a 6-time national champion across a multitude of events from Queensland, is in 3. Marlon Andrews is in 4. Thomas Madgen is in 5. Caleb Van Devina is in 6. Ryder Haynes in 7. Darby Cruz in 8. And William Curtin is in lane number 9. Tate Van Camp, a very, very talented young athlete across the 800, 400, 1500 in those more junior years. It looks like he's now starting to narrow his focus. He's a 50.37 runner at his best. He's second from the inside. The Queenslander still running in the basketball shorts, which I respect. A couple of them, in fact, have those long Queensland shorts on. Rosado, Van Camp inside. Andrews as well. I'll call them out. They're in the starters' hands. Heat 2 under 16 400. Good start there. He rose early. Tate Van Camp. He's second from the inside, the Queenslander. Outside of him, a familiar face in Andrews, doing well to pick up the nation's capital in Madigan. So he's in the middle of the track. The 3 New South Welshmen outside, Haynes, Cruz and Curtin, doing a really good job. It might be Ryder Haynes from New South Wales doing the best of it, giving everything for our 50-point man, Tate Van Camp, to go and chase after. So widest there is Curtin. He's got company with Haynes. Tate Van Camp will round around as well. Top 4 move through to that semi-final automatically, but they'll want to put themselves in a nice spot here. Tate Van Camp with the smoothest bend you've ever seen. Rolls into this home straight in front. He's just checking that right-hand shoulder just to see if he's got some company. This is class here. 48-49, the easiest 50-point you've ever seen. Tate Van Camp takes it out there. Plethora of New South Welshmen follow in suit. That was impressive. Haynes there was next. I think he was that second spot. It was mesmerising from the young Queenslander. He rolls through to the semi-finals.
Well, those curls were on full display down this West Australian straight, because Tate Van Camp has put on an absolute clinic of technique. Really impressive, just as you said, Mitch, just smooth around that bend and accelerated in all the right spots to take control of the race. He will go through to the semi-final. And that will put the rest of his competitors on notice.
You pay good money to glide like that. Tate Van Camp, I'm still awaiting footage of his feet touching the ground at any point of this 400 metres. He was just that floaty, that smooth. 50.82, as easy as you like. Ryder Haynes it was, 51.44 for him. Will Curtin, 52.61, is in that third spot. We'll wait blanket for that fourth position to get the automatic qualifier. And here it is now, 53.28 for Darby Cruz. Just gets it ahead of the Victorian Lachlan Rosado. 53.36. All four of those gentlemen, it says here, have a small queue. So they all move faster than heat number one.
Yeah, it just shows you, doesn't it? Even in heat running with semi-finals, Mitch, if you just put your best foot forward, all competitors in that heat so far are through to the final. Still with 2 heats to come, though.
What a shot to the rest of the field that was for Tate Van Camp. Like I said, he was up quickly, but obviously you had the likes of the New South Welshman on his outside of the track, really just pushing that tempo. But no worries, no qualms, no pressure, no panic, no nothing from Tate Van Camp. He just got out there, did what he had to do, and he'll roll into that semi-final feeling pretty good.
Yeah, he's announced himself, hasn't he, Mitch?
Oh, absolutely.
Well credentialed. He's bounced around with a few different events. But looking at that,
he's got a comfy landing spot in the 400 should he want it. That was very impressive. Heat 3 is behind the blocks. So now they've seen what there's going to be required to run. Tate Van Camp fired the warning shots. Matthew Crichton is in lane number 2. He's from Victoria. Michael Passaretto from WA is in lane number 3. Ethan So in lane 4, also from WA. Ashton Foley, the quickest here. He's in lane number 5 from New South Wales. Leon Baghdadi from New South Wales in 6. Harry Keats, another one to watch, is in 7. He's from New South Wales. Tom Gartland from Tasmania in 8. And Darcy Parker in 9 from Victoria. So Ashton Foley in 5 and Harry Keats in lane 7 for me, the 2 to watch here.
Foley, really impressive national champs last year. He won the gold in this event. Ashton Foley, Darcy Parker took home the bronze, so they'll both do battle here, Mitch.
This will be interesting. Heat 3 of 4 for our men's under 16 400. Top 4 go through to the semi-final automatically. Well, really good start there from Ashton Foley of New South Wales. So he really hit it when the gun went off. That's impressive. Now moving out widest from him is Harry Keats. So these two are the fastest on paper in the baby blue of New South Wales, and they're out there to prove it. Moving nicely as well, though, is our Tasmanian in Gartland, who now just going to feel a little bit of pressure on his inside shoulder. That's just Harry Keats saying g'day through the opening 200 metres. So Keats, I think it will be, that leads it out, though. Moving nicely, Ashton Foley. Top 4 go through automatically to this semi-final. They don't care. They want to be the top 1. It's all about honour. It's all about pride here through these heats. Out there in front, though, moving through nicely is still Keats. Foley second to him. These two from New South Wales look oh so strong. The Victorian in Crichton moves up into that 3rd position, and this will be your top 3. WA's Passaretto moves up to 4th, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4 through. 51.6. The rest now make their way through. That was Baghdadi of New South Wales. They'll have to wait on times, although the heat before was very, very fast. So we'll have to wait and see. But impressive there from the duo from New South Wales.
So the defending national champ, Foley, he has a nice style. It reminds me of Declan Stack, an open 400 metre national champion. Resides here in Western Australia. Just had that little bit of Stackers about him. Ashton Foley, that real grinding rhythm, but gets the job done here to secure first across the line and a little bit of confidence going into the semi-finals for the defending champ.
So he'll be happy with that, I dare say. I mean, obviously, you get through to the next round, you're pretty happy with that, but I think the execution of the race, he'll be very happy with. 51.55 for him. Crichton, the Victorian, got up there on the inside. 51.75 for second. And Harry Keats, he'll go for third. 51.83. Doesn't matter, as long as you qualify. It does not matter where you qualify, as long as you just qualify is the most important thing. But as you know, at this age, it's a battle of pride. In fact, any age, really, because you see it in open racing as well. But very good across the board, as Heat 4 is up next.
Good crowd in, Mitch. It's nice to see the stands here in WA. They've been well supported, our athletes, across the day, and even on the banks there's been plenty of activity, so good to see so many track and field fans here in the West.
Absolutely, they're turning it on here out in WA, which I always thought they would. I never had a second of doubt that there would be nothing but good vibes and good crowds here out in the West. They're going to watch on in heat number 4. As I've said, top 4 go through automatically. We're going to wait for those next 5 fastest times. That's right, 5 fastest times is who joins them. In lane number 2 from Queensland, it's Ethan Hill. Owen Veltman, the Victorian, he's in lane number 3. He's a 50-point man at his best as well. Zach Kirk is in 4 from Victoria. Mitchell Warrilow from WA is in 5. Aidan Nolan from Vic is in 6. WA's Brooklyn Bennett is in lane 7, another of those quick operators. Jack Dooley from Queensland is in 8. And Zach Holloway, the Tasmanian, he's a 50-point man at his best as well. He's in lane number 9. So plenty of speed here, and you think maybe they drag through a couple more to see who they can get through to that semi-final.
Brooklyn Bennett, the West Australian, just outside the medals last time. He's from Port Hedland. He's got a big following. The live stream ratings in Port Hedland will be absolutely through the roof now, Mitch, because he's got a huge following from up in the Pilbara.
All right, so Brooklyn Bennett, third from the outside. G'day to Port Hedland. Welcome to the stream. Heat 4. Men's under 16, 400. Early to rise there, Brooklyn Bennett. Also the Victorian inside of him was Aidan Nolan. So they're going to move through the middle of the track quite strongly. The Victorian in Owen Veltman is a 50-point man at his best. He's out of lane number 2, picks up the stagger of 3 and 4, and he's out in pursuit there now of our Tasmanian. So he's the widest on the track is Zach Holloway, another of our 50-point men. So they've sort of put him at the bookends, opening 200 around that 23-second marker, 24 in fact by the time they pick up that stagger. But I think Holloway might be just out there. Brooklyn Bennett from WA doing good. The man from Port Hedland, he's going to roll around in the second spot. Holloway's got it locked up in number 1 leading into the straight. Now it's going to start to be Brooklyn Bennett who moves nicely. Owen Veltman will do what he needs to do to get into that top 4. The Queenslander's got a little bit of pressure on him there, Julie. Now moving through is WA's man in Wirralow. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, I think Julie might have just got there, but that is close to Mitchell Warrilow. 50.96. So that leading trio, all good. They're through. Let's just wait and see what happens after that.
Yeah, Zach Holloway set it up in the first 300 metres. Mitch, it was nice running from the silver medalist from last year. He'll be looking to upgrade at these championships. Brooklyn Bennett from WA. He'll be relieved to get through to the semi-finals, and he'll enjoy putting the feet up tonight. He'll talk to the family up in Port Hedland, and they will be pretty impressed with the young West Australian. As we head to a commercial break, it's Mitch Dyer and Travis Jenkins with you here in Perth in full sunshine. I hope you're enjoying the coverage wherever you may be watching. We'll be back shortly.
So we're back here. Might be a few confused people at home. We're just working through it here as well, but I believe it's actually going to go straight through to a final, so there might not be a semi here. On roster, if you're following along at home, it does indicate a semi, but from all accounts we're hearing up here, it actually might just be through to a final. So some of those that we were calling out as top 4, which is unfortunate maybe for the athletes who were listening on, thinking that they might be through, it might not be. So apologies for anyone at home who's thinking that their child, friend, whoever it may be, is through to a final. It might not be the case, so bear with us. Put our hands up. It's on me calling that race, but we'll sort it out. Our next event is on the track, so we'll keep you updated how that rolls through. It's our men's para under 15s 800. So a couple of these guys would have been actually competing here this morning in the long jump. We see a lot of our para athletes do quite a few different events. And it's Xavier Wilson, our T12 competitor, is in lane number 2. Daniel Phillips, our T20 man, is in 4. Then Ethan O'Donnell in 5 from New South Wales is a T20 man as well. And Toby Morgan, T43 from New South Wales, is in 6. So if you haven't watched para racing before, and you can see T20, T46, everything like that, they're different categories of para events. They all race together, but it all gets decided by our officials after on points and percentages. Here we go.
So we're away here. It's our men's under 15 para 800 metres. Xavier Wilson, our T12 athlete, is in the inside. Daniel Phillips, T20 from Queensland, is lane 4. Ethan Odell, lane 5 from New South Wales, also T20. And Toby Morgan, our T43 competitor, he is widest on the track. So 2 laps await here, our men's under 15 para 800. We would have seen a few of these gentlemen in the long jump this morning. They'll all know each other very well, and they get out there and move nicely. So it's Daniel Phillips of Queensland, who is the first one of the 200-metre marker. He's got some company behind him there. I noticed Xavier Wilson is in that 3rd spot. He's got that long stride and also those fluorescent orange spikes. You certainly cannot miss those. It's Ethan Odell in that 2nd spot, and Toby Morgan as well makes his way there at 200. But this is a good group working together up in front here, Trav.
Absolutely, Mitch. It's really impressive to see Daniel Phillips, the Queenslander. He'll be racing against the clock. He's come into this event well prepared to hit this first lap, probably at around about that 66, 67 it is, and he'll be pretty happy with that. The calculations will be complete at the conclusion of the event, but at the moment it's about getting the job done over the 2 laps, Mitch.
Yeah, so Daniel Phillips is out there. Beautifully said, Trav. They're obviously going to go over these points and percentages when it's all said and done. Our beautiful officials here at Australian Athletics do a remarkable job. But Daniel Phillips is out there. Ethan Odell will have some company, I think. Xavier Wilson might start to pick him up. He's about to hear the bell as well. Toby Morgan, he's through 350 metres, a young man from New South Wales. So there is no greater feeling than the sound of a bell in an 800 metres. Toby Morgan from New South Wales is about to get it, but about to round into the straight once again himself. It's Daniel Phillips of Queensland. You mentioned it, 2:21 is his best. He's racing against the clock, so he's going to need every bit of energy to go and get there here, Daniel Phillips. So Phillips rounds into the home straight. Our man from Queensland just continues to press. 2:21 was his lifetime best. He's at 2:11, 12, 13. He's going to get it easily. 16, 17. How do you do? Well done. 2:17.89 for Daniel Phillips. That is a lifetime best. Xavier Wilson now, he rolls into the home straight. 2:33 was his lifetime best. He'll be just outside of it. He was in that long jump this morning, and he's put up a remarkable 800. Well done, Zav. And next one through, Ethan Odell. 2:54 has been absolutely poleaxed here at this National Championships. Well done to Ethan. Phenomenal racing from our young men out there, and we still have Toby Morgan with 200 metres to go.
And Mitch, Toby Morgan, he runs under the T43 classification, which is for athletes with double below knee amputations. So he's got the prosthetic legs below knees, and he's able to just keep those feet rolling in this 800 metres, Mitch. He's been a phenomenal athlete. He's very new to track and field, but he competes in that T43, and he does it so well.
Well, we love you, Toby. You've got 150 metres to go, mate. He's doing a phenomenal job here. So 4:08.60 is Toby's lifetime best. He's at 3:30. You can see the entire field down here at the start-finish line giving Toby every bit of encouragement he so deserves. 3:36, 4:08.6 is what we're looking for a lifetime best. So here comes Toby Morgan. This is his moment now. He's got 80 metres to go here, Toby. Our T43 competitor, 3:50 on the clock. 4:08 is what we want here, Toby. He's been so good out here in WA. He's just going to round into 4 minutes. It's going to be oh so close. 4:08.60, Toby. 4:04.56. Easy. Well done, Toby Morgan. What a race for the young man. He gets his lifetime best. And that is lifetime best nearly across the board for our entire field there. Awesome, Trav. Just awesome.
Congratulations to all of our competitors. Toby Morgan has secured that personal best. Well done. Xavier Wilson, Daniel Phillips, Ethan Odell and Toby Morgan. As we head to a commercial break, we hope you're enjoying your afternoon of track and field here from Perth. This is day one action of the Australian Junior National Athletics Championships. We'll be back shortly.
We need to raise the bar, then drop it.
We need to push forward.
then push against that. We need to carry the weight of expectation, then throw it all away.
We need to know the hunger.
So we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition. Powering tomorrow, today.
We're back. Absolutely, we're back because we've got men's para under 17 800 metre national titles to win. The men's under 15 was so incredible and great to see some of our best para athletes in the country out here in WA. Heath Otto from Queensland's in lane 2. Archie Dixon is in lane 3. They're T37 and T38 competitors. Then Joshua Siregna is in 4. He's a T20 man. Jaden Graham's a T20 man in lane 5. And Harry White, also T20 in lane 6. We'll let them get underway in the safe hands of the starter. They're all pretty close in time, though, so this will be a fascinating one to watch in terms of where they finish. Here we go. Good start here. Our man from Queensland, Jaden Graham, certainly interested to get down to that railing first. So Otto, Dixon, Siregna, Graham and White. That's your entire field here for the men's para. Under 17, 800 metres, and he started very quickly here, Graham, but Heath Otto as well is going to try and get right up on him. Archie Dixon doing a good job there from Tasmania. So the Tasmanian in a really good spot. Siregna as well from New South Wales, just off the back of this leading duo. Then it goes down to Otto, and then a little bit further back to Harry White. So they're not too far separated. They've all got pretty familiar times with one another, but doing a really good job to lead it out here at the moment is going to be our man from Queensland and Jaden Graham, and Archie Dixon not too far away either. So they round into this home straight, doing a really good job. They're all spread across a few different categories here, T37, T38, and then 3 of our competitors in T20. But have a look at this at the bell. They're going to be just over 60 seconds. So doing a good job there is Jaden Graham to lead them out. 63 it is. Next one following through is Archie Dixon. And then it goes back there to Siregna. So they're 214, 229, and 213 athletes at their best. So they're all rolling under their lifetime best. Harry White as well, a 240 man. And the next one through here is Heath Otto, 258. So again, we're going to be watching the clock here. 3 of them they live in the same category there of T20. That's Siregna, Graham and White. Dixon and Otto in separate categories here. But with 200 metres to go, it really is just a battle of 2 in terms of getting to the tape first. Doing a good job to lead it out. He's been there the whole way is Jaden Graham. Archie Dixon in second now. Graham, you can just start to see shift through the gears. He's going to really see what the young Tasmanian has in him as they round into this home straight. So the men's under 17 para 800 is going to come down to the final straight. Doing such a brave job out in front is Jaden Graham, and he's not going to be beaten. So his lifetime best before this was 213. He's 204, 05, 06. He's under 210. Yes, 208.87 for him. Archie Dixon as well was a 214 man. He absolutely annihilates that one here. The clock continues to tick at 2:19. It's going to be Siregna. He was a 2:29 man. Consider it gone. 2:23.60 for him. Great racing in our under 17 paras. Harry White through next, 2:40, his lifetime best. 2:33, 4, 5, another one gone. So we got PBs across the board here, and Heath Otto, the Queenslander, will round it out. 2:58 for you, Heath. No longer. You're a 2:45 man on the nose now. Great racing for our men's under 17 para 800. Again, it goes down to the percentages, which is all done by our Australian athletics crew and officials who do a remarkable job. But what a race for our men's under 17 para 800.
Well done across the field. Heath Otto, who competes in the T37 classification for athletes with coordination impairments. He's absolutely blown apart his personal bests. Archie Dixon, T38, competes with cerebral palsy. He too has done really well for his classification. So the numbers will be crunched, the percentages calculated, and the results will be available very shortly on the roster app. Archie Dixon, there he is, just taking a well-earned break. Second across the line. And he'll enjoy the reward of a nice, big, shiny personal best time. Well done to Archie Dixon.
Awesome. so great to see. I mean, I feel like beating the clock is sometimes the most important thing you can do. So very, very proud of those young men out there. They did a remarkable job. We've got more Para 800s coming up after this as well. It's our women's under 17 Para 800 metre final, not too far away. Then we've got some heptathlon 200s. We've got some men's under 18 200s, and I think we got a few more little goodies in there as well on the track. Plenty of field events still happening. We can see our discus is still rolling. Our pole vaulters are still going. There's plenty happening up on the back straight. It may be another triple jump. So plenty happening here in WA, the dreamland of WA. And like I said, more of our women's Para 800s, the first of our women's Para 800s, the more Para 800s we've got here. If you are joining us for the first time here on day number 1 of the Australian Junior Athletics Championships, you are here with Trav Jenkins and myself, Mitch Dyer. And Trav, you've been rolling on 7 since the crack of dawn. We'll call it the crack of dawn because the beginning of this stream today, you've been on here doing a remarkable job. And can you believe it? We're getting towards the closing stages of day number 1.
Mitch, you've just given me that rejuvenation, though. At 2 o'clock, you've just brought me to a new level of commentary. But the athletes, actually, they've been fantastic this afternoon. It's really been so enjoyable to watch, and in the best seat in the house, Mitch.
Absolutely the best seat in the house. Sitting up here in the commentary booth, it is one of the great commentary booths, I think, in the Australian domestic circuit here in WA. You're in a beautiful spot. It's nice and open. It's fantastic. So great to be over here, calling some of our best junior athletes in the country. So our next one's up. Said we're continuing on here with our para extravaganza. Our para athletes in this country consistently, constantly do incredible things. We saw that at Maury Plant. Those hundreds that we saw were just phenomenal. What we saw at the Paralympics last year was phenomenal. What we'll see at the Para World Champs this year, I guarantee you, will be phenomenal over there in India. And our under-18 women, I'm sure they have many to look up to and aspire to be. Zoe Schultz on the inside, the Victorian, the T38 competitor, the Victorian in 2, Eleanor Downey. Our T20 competitor Victorian is in 3. Lara Pearson of the T20 category as well is in lane number 4. And Lucy Gilmore, a T44 athlete from New South Wales, she's in lane number 5. All of these times, once again, very close together. So this could be some very competitive racing where we see some more quick times happen. So we're away. Our women's para under 17 800 metre final. A really strong group of 4. Schultz, Downey, Pearson and Gilmore from inside to outside of the track. It looks like Victoria's Lara Pearson going to try and get down to that rail early. And in fact, it's Eleanor Downey. So Eleanor Downey, the Victorian, doing a really good job to set out the rest of this field. Pearson now joins right behind her. So they're 241, 248 competitors at their best. And they've got Zoe Schultz, also a Victoria, who's just cracked under that 3-minute magical marker as well herself. Lucy Gilmore from New South Wales, a 3:05 competitor at her best. So Zoe Schultz, T38. Eleanor Downey, a T20 competitor. Lara Pearson, a T20 competitor. And Lucy Gilmore, a T44 competitor. But at the moment, Eleanor Downey doing a really good job to set this tempo.
Yeah, Eleanor Downey, she's been really impressive in Victoria across the season, Mitch. She's competing in the T20 category, as is our competitor in second place, Lara Pearson. And Lucy Gilmore and Zoe Schultz will be racing hard against the clock, but it's a nice welcome sound for our leader, Eleanor Downey of Victoria. She'll be looking to go under that personal best of 241.40, and she has a nice little buffer going into the final lap over Lara Pearson, Mitch.
Yeah, she certainly does. She's created a really strong tempo. She went through in about 71 seconds, which if you were to evenly split that, obviously rolls out to a 222. So a fair margin ahead of her 241.40 lifetime best. So doing a really good job is Eleanor Downey. Lara Pearson as well, just continuing to find form there. Zoe Schultz too, the Victorian, doing a great job. And maybe today is the day that Lucy Gilmore gets under her season best of 3:05.70. But with 200 metres to go, Eleanor Downey
has done a large body of work here, and she's running a really reasonable clip. She was under 2 minutes there with 200 metres to go. Lara Pearson, the Victorian as well, doing a good job, continuously finding form and strength, in fact, over this final 200 metres. So this will be a real battle down to the line, potentially. Everybody with 200 metres remaining. Schultz and Gilmore as well hit that marker. But 100 metres to go here. Eleanor Downey is out in front, the Victorian. Lara Pearson rounds in now as well. Both T20 competitors here. So it's a Victorian 1-2 punch, a battle down this home straight. Eleanor Downey out in front. Lara Pearson, the Victorian. She continues to motor on. Eleanor Downey, she's close. Lara Pearson to the line. They'll throw it. 240.53. Eleanor Downey just from Lara Pearson, an 8-second lifetime best for her. Here comes Zoe Schultz, the Victorian as well. She's 252, 253. 259 was her lifetime best. She's going to hover just on it. 59.3, just outside. But a season's best at least for Lucy Gilmore of New South Wales. 301.77 to be exact. Great racing from this strong group of 4 women here in the under-17 para 800-metre final.
Called beautifully, Mitch, and we always love to see our athletes rise to the occasion on the biggest of stages here. And you can see for Lara Pearson, not a lot left in the tank. She's put it all on the line. Well done to Lara. Eleanor Downey as well has held on. Zoe Schultz will be right on to her best, Lucy Gilmore. So the numbers will be crunched and the medals will be decided for the under-17 para. And Mitch, it's really heating up this afternoon. Still plenty more to come. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back really soon.
We are on, we are back. Yes, we're getting towards the closing stages of day number 1 here at the Australian Junior Championships, all brought to you by Chemist Warehouse out here in the beautiful state of WA, in the beautiful town of Perth. The sun is shining. If it's the first time that you are tuning in, this is not a reflection of what the day has looked like. Let me tell you, somehow it's crept from 19 degrees to 25. I've never known a city or a town to do that, but thank you all for coming back. It's a pleasure to have you, whoever you are, wherever you are. I think some of my family and friends, actually, I think my partner's just jumped back on. So, Muscles, thanks for coming back. Maybe she wanted a break from my voice. That's why she hasn't been jumping on. But thank you for coming back, darling. I appreciate that. We've got heptathlon 200s here, Trav, and these women have been competing all day. This is their 4th event of the day, so you would imagine they'd be pretty tired.
Absolutely, Mitch. I feel like I've done the heptathlon today as well, up here in the commentary position. But Mitch, no, great to see you enjoying Western Australia so much. I can see you working on your tan up here in the booth with that sun shining right in. You've come from Victoria, so the sun is not something you're too used to in autumn. So enjoy it for your next 11 days here in the West. But you're right, Mitch, it's getting down to the final event on the program for the heptathletes. They'll be really excited to get this race completed and into recovery mode for day 2. So the under-17 competition is really heating up. Overall in the standings, it's pretty tight between Sophie Williams and Maddie Tarabay. Ella Leith is sitting in 3rd overall, but Sophie Williams will be probably feeling pretty happy with her day 1 score. She broke the record in the under-16 heptathlon last year, so we'll get a good look at her in the second of these 200 metres. Ella Leith, who sits 3rd overall in the competition, has had a pretty good day. She'll be looking to just secure a good 200 metres to round out day 1, Mitch.
Absolutely. You want You want to bookend the day well, don't you? You want to roll into day 2 with a lot of confidence, obviously with a lot of recovery as well when you're going between 4 events on day 1 to 3 events on day 2. But the Victorian will be really happy if she can bookend her day quite well here in the 200. So that's Ella Leith. Maddie Tarabay, you mentioned as well, competing strongly. She's in lane 3. Alaya Hionis, the Queenslander, is in 4. Sienna Latanis is in 5. Juliette Hearn is in 6. Teresi Hess from Germany, she's in 7. Macy Petterwood in 8. And Brooke Whiteside is in lane number 9. So there's 2 of these heats here for the women's under 17 200 metres in the heptathlon. As I've said, they've gone through 3 events already. They're in their 4th event, can you believe it, of one day. Not 1 week, not 1 weekend, 1 day of competing here in the heptathlon. So it'd be great to see how they track. 25 seconds really across the board for a few of them.
Yeah, Ella Leith, she had a really impressive hurdles, Mitch. 15.12. She scored really well. I think it was a 2nd or 3rd overall in the competition. So that set her day up really nicely for Ella. Her high jump, 1 metre 63. And then her shot put, she was 5th overall in the shot put and secured 641 points. So she sits in that bronze medal position currently. She'll be out after Tarabay and Sophie Williams, the defending champ, who we'll see in heat number 2.
Yeah, not often you see the medalists split up between the 2 heats, to be honest. So Sophie Williams, the current leader of the event, is in that 2nd heat, but you've mentioned it beautifully. Tarabay and Leith, they're in lanes 2 and 3, but really 1 and 2. Let's see how they jump. Well, really good start there from the inside of the track. That was Ella Leith. So Leith out after Tarabay. They're going to round their way around this opening 100 metres and slingshot into this home straight. So inside of the track, the 2 Victorians do battle. Now got the best of her there is Maddie Tarabay. So Tarabay wants to try and move away from the rest of this field. They're moving through pretty strongly here. They want to end their first day of the heptathlon well. Tarabay, the Victorian, it'll be that will crown it. 26.21 for her. Good racing there. It looked like very competitive across the board. It was Leith there in 2nd. Now, we've mentioned that they're sitting in the silver and bronze position at the moment in this competition. Williams will go in this 2nd heat. But really impressive racing there, Trav.
2.9, the headwind. So not ideal for our heptathletes who are racing against the clock for valuable points. But for Maddie Tarabay, she got the job done. She's sitting in silver overall, and she'll now be able to sit back and put the feet up for tonight. She'll be able to watch Sophie Williams, who will come in the next heat. But Maddie Tarabay's had a great day. She'll head into day 2 in the silver medal position.
Yeah, and it looked like Juliette Hearn got up for 3rd. It is. So 26.53 for her, which by all accounts is a lifetime best. So there's a lot to be proud of with a minus 2.9 headwind barreling down on you here in WA. So impressive, but you're right. They'll all be looking at what we see here from Sophie Williams. And that will not do her any harm there. Juliette Hearn, she's a little bit down in the rankings, but it'll be happy for her to pump up. Hess not far away from Leith either, but doesn't gain anything from that event. So now it's just Sophie Williams left. So really, how quick can Sophie Williams go is probably what we're asking ourselves now. She's the leader of the event. She's the fastest 200 metre time of all competitors. She's in the middle of the track, lane 5, the Western Australian. Bray Bernasconi, apologies, in lane number 2. It's going to be Armani Meriahuhu, the Victorian, in 3. Sienna Hobbs in 4. Sophie Williams, who is your leader of the event, as you've said so beautifully, Trav, is in 5. Riley Frank is in lane 6. Eve Ireland is in 7. And Annabelle Cook is in lane number 8, the Tasmanian.
Sophie Williams has really improved with her sprinting this season. She's lowered her personal best in the 200 metres to under 25. You can see that there, 24.90. She's had a terrific high jump this season. She's jumped 1 metre 66 today, so she'll be a little bit disappointed with that because she has had a few clearances at 1 metre 70. Perhaps just the conditions made things a little bit difficult. She has won the hurdles. She's won the high jump. She was 3rd overall in the shot put. And now for her to round out day 1 and put in a good performance here in the 200 metres.
So heat 2 of 2 for this women's heptathlon. Again, if you've just tuned in, this is their 4th event of day 1 of competition. In lane number 5, middle of the track, the Western Australian, Sophie Williams. She is leading the event. In the hands of the starters now. Great concentration, Sophie Williams. She's leading this event outright, and now she leads this 200 metres as well, the Western Australian. So it's Sophie Williams who will round into this home straight in front, giving them everything to chase. There is a barreling headwind. We've seen it all day long here. How quickly can she go? So Sophie Williams is out and clear. She's a mile ahead. As next up is Annabelle Cook. But how fast can she go? How many points can she get? Sophie Williams, impressive. 26.07. Well done there to Cook. The Victorian was next, and Maria Huhu, she's third in that second heat of the women's under-17 heptathlon 200. That rounds out day number 1. They're done. I think they'll be very grateful for that, Trav, but great racing across the board here from our women.
Yeah, Sophie Williams, the West Australian, she was contesting a 3.2 headwind, which is a bit nasty for your last event on the day. She'll go into day 1 as our leader. She's run the fastest time in the 200s as well, so she's won 3 out of the 4 events today on her program. She's had a good first day. She'll be a little bit disappointed with the time, but the conditions weren't ideal. But nevertheless, she will be the leader. She's looking to defend her title, and that's a great start for the West Australian. We'll look forward to welcoming the under-17 women back tomorrow for their final 3 events. Mitch, we've got some more heptathlon straight after the break. We have the 200 metres for the heptathlon. Looking forward to seeing you back shortly. It's Trav and Mitch enjoying our athletics.
Welcome back to sunny Perth. We've got more heptathlon action awaiting, but we're going to show you the standings of our women's under-17 heptathlon before we do anything else, because this is a very close competition. We just talked about Sophie Williams. She was the winner of the second heat of the 200s. She was also your overall event leader. So we'll wait for that. Before we go to that, we're going to go to the under-18 200 metres. This is heat 1 of 2. Charlotte Blaine, Gabriella Marchek, Emily Trajeska, Casey Taylor, Lily Smith, Ashley James, Talia Jo Camp, Macy Hadley, and Reiki Celicia Roberts. Is that order?
So Mitch, Ashley James is the best of the competitors here in the overall standings. She is currently in the bronze medal position, and Charlotte Blaine is just out of the medals. She's sitting in 4th. She'll be running in lane 1 for Queensland.
All right, so watch out for the Queenslander and the South Australian in lane number 6. Who's currently the bronze medalist. That's Ashley James. She's a 25.2 runner, which by my reckoning, and by reckoning I mean piece of paper that our lovely officials give to us via roster. If you want all the updates on what's happening, download roster. She's the fastest in this field, the South Australian, who's got the bronze medal. So she's in the middle. In fact, we're missing one. It might be the Tasmanian Lily Smith. Nope, Smith there. Here we go. Oh, great start there from Ashley James, the South Australian. So she gets up there quickly and into her running in this 200 metres, the last of the events here for the women's under-18 heptathlon. So they'll round in there. The South Australian has some work to do because Celicia Roberts on the outside giving her a really good push. So too the Queenslander in Blaine. But now she continues to move away. Ashley James of South Australia. She's currently in the bronze medal position, and that will certainly help. 26.20. Charlotte Blaine of Queensland was next. Obviously what we look for here in the heptathlon is times. Times accumulate points. The more points you can get, the better. And that is fantastic for Ashley James.
3.2, the headwind, Mitch, for Ash James. She's had a good day 1. She was the winner in the hurdles. She finished 2nd overall in the high jump. And she finished 12th in the shot put. So she loves her running, not so much the throwing. But that is the end of a good day for Ashley James. She'll go into her recovery now, sitting in bronze, the South Australian.
she'll be very, very happy with that.
Yeah, she was fast off the bend, wasn't she, Mitch? Just was able to accelerate and spring off that bend really nicely to go down a decisive winner.
So the next one to watch here is Bailey Vandenbroek, who is the current competition leader, the Tasmanian, in lane number 3, another of our 25-point runners. So she's, you said, currently the competition leader through 3 events, 4th about to get going. She's got Zara Nicholas from New South Wales inside. Imogen Klaas is outside of her in lane 4, the Queenslander. Japneet Kaur Badwal is in lane 5 from the ACT. Scarlett Mitchell from New South Wales in 6, great name. Adelana Condon in 7 from Queensland. Indiana Platten from Queensland in 8. And Ava Barton, the South Australia, is in lane number 9. But Bailey Vandenbroek, she's had a very, very good day of competition. A very class heptathlete. She's going to be second from the inside in the grey colours of Tasmania. Just watch for a good start from her, the Tasmanian. She'll be very happy with her day number 1 thus far. Let's see how she can end it off.
Imogen Klaas from the Australian Capital Territory in lane number 5.
So in fact, Ash James will stay in third, 2-2-0-0. She's 16 points, would you believe it, behind Reiki Salisha Roberts, who's on 2-2-1-6. 2-2-5-6 currently for Bailey. So she's
actually, sorry, Mitch. I think just on that, I think James with her 200. I think she may have moved up.
Oh, she'll go across
ahead. So I think with that run, she's actually moved up into silver.
Brilliant.
To 2.982.
Yes.
So
Trav does maths, and that's why I love you, Trav.
It's a team sport, track and field.
You're all over it. Heat 2, women's under 18 heptathlon. Watch lane 2, Bailey Vandenbroek, competition leader. It's a good start here. Heat 2, the women's under 18 heptathlon. We're watching for Bailey Vandenbroek. She's currently the competition leader, the Tasmanian. Fastest in the field on paper. Already picked them up on the outside, and she'll now ascend into the home straight. So Vandenbroek it is who leads out there from Adelana Condon in that second spot from Queensland. Will put that pressure on Vandenbroek, but the Tasmanian goes one stronger than that. She'll hold on just. Well done. 26.34. A great way to end off day number 1. Queensland's Adelana Condon was next. She'll be around 26.4. So again, a good accumulation of points. And that is day number 1 for our women's under 18 heptathlon.
Great day for all of the competitors. They've all survived. They've all made it through, which is fantastic to see. We can see the importance of this final event because Ashley James, she went into the 200 sitting in bronze. She's now into the silver. She's moved ahead of Reiki Salisha Roberts after her 200 metres. And we can just now see Bailey's results coming through. So she'll end the day on 3,025 points, which is a lead of about 43 points. So really tight in this under 18 heptathlon. It will be Bailey Vandenbroek who will go into the final day of competition with a very narrow lead over Ashley James and Reiki Roberts. So it's going to be thrilling to watch day 2 for our heptathlons.
Certainly is. It's going to be an absolute cracker. A great event to watch and a great event to respect is the heptathlon. It's hard to imagine doing all those events all at once. We're not done here yet. We're in the final hour of coverage here for 7 Plus. We'll be right back with some race walking, followed by some more of our sprints extravaganza. Don't go anywhere.
We need to raise the bar, then drop it.
We need to push forward.
Then push against that. We need to carry the weight of expectation, then throw it all away.
We need to know the hunger.
So we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition. Powering tomorrow, today.
So we're back. We're in the closing 40 minutes of coverage here. Big shout out to Chemist Warehouse, of course, for their continued support of Australian athletics and also our coverage of the Australian Junior National Championships out here in the lovely WA. Dreamland of WA. Anything's possible here. It's been absolutely stunning. This afternoon has only got better and better. We're back with some race walking action. Now, race walking is a part of Australian track and field that is consistently dominant. And it is great to see it in this broadcast. It's great for people at home to be able to watch really, really great race walking. It is a mixed event, so we've got our men and women together. It's the under 14 mixed race walk final. So obviously we will call them out by their hip numbers as they make their way through. But some very impressive athletes out here.
Absolutely, Mitch. And I think the scene has been set by our senior athletes, and as they've all come through the rank. And I look through the record books, Mitch, and a lot of the race walking records have all been completed in the last 2, 3, 4 years. They're all very recent. So race walkers are just getting better with their training, getting better with their professionalism. They're working beautifully as a team, and all of the latest records are all really recent. There's no really long-standing walk records in Australia at the moment because there's this young crop of young athletes who are just smashing everything. You've seen them, you know them well, Mitch, and it's just exciting for these under 14 to get a little taste of national action and a bit of coverage on the coverage here tonight.
Absolutely it is, and it's actually remarkable that we don't have long-standing race walking records given the pedigree that we've had, with Deeks and Jared Talon and Dane Bird-Smith, the likes of that. Obviously Riddy and Cowley just seems to continuously get better with age. We're also holding on to Declan Tingay at the moment, Jemima Montag across with the women, Liv Sandry as well. So, we really do have such a depth of talent. Jane Saville back in the day, Saxby as well. It's just been remarkable, the walking talent we've had in this country. So to know that we don't have any long-term records is pretty impressive. So our under 14s, I'm sure, will go out and get after it. They'll try and rewrite their own history. And if you do want to keep up to date with everything that's happening here at these Australian Junior Athletics Championships, do make sure you download Roster, whether you want the timetable, you want the results, anything that you could need right in the palm of your hands. It's honestly incredible how really tuned in Roster is and how easy it is to use. Like I said, entry, start list, live results, whatever you want, Trav, it's been phenomenal. We use it up here, Roster, so it's just remarkable. Make sure you do download it if you want to stay up to date and get it live, because realistically within about a minute, if not less, after the event is done, that result is in the system. It's awesome.
It really has revolutionised the way we do our announcing and the way that our officials gather the information. It's in the palm of your hand, it's lightning quick, and it saves a lot of paper too up here for us as announcers, and it's really been a fantastic thing that has been introduced as our athletes just start to assemble for their work just behind the Chemist Warehouse banner. Great to have Chemist Warehouse a part of the coverage. Also great to see the support from the West Australian State Government for this big event. They announced it with Nina Kennedy and Curtis Marshall on the steps of Parliament House. It was a great day to be involved in athletics because the government have really got behind track and field in this state, which is great to see, and that's why the numbers are huge here in WA. Record numbers of athletes competing. But Western Australia is proudly hosting some of the world's biggest events. Make sure you visit westernaustralia.com/events for more information. So a big opportunity here for our young race walkers, Mitch. They've travelled across our great land to end up here in the West. Probably, for many of them, the first time in Perth. So a good opportunity to test their skills against the best in the land.
Absolutely. And look, he is one of the fastest in the field, if not the fastest in the field. But Nate Appleyard, I love that haircut. I am all about that haircut. Our man in hip number 8 from New South Wales. You can see him, he's got the fluoro shoes on. He's just going through his own walking motions. He's in between our man from WA and another from New South Wales. Just wait till you get a good look at young Nate's hair. That is awesome. So he is one of the fastest that we'll see out here on the track. It's 7.5 laps of fun out here. And obviously with race walking, if you are just dialing in for the first time, there are a lot of rules and technique things that you must get right. You have to have a straight leg underneath you and 1 foot on the ground at all times. You get warnings, you can get disqualified. it doesn't appear at this age you have the sin bin, which is quite new to race walking. In fact, I think it came in 2022, if not 2021, where rather than disqualifying somebody now, they'll let them sit or make them sit for a minute, 2 minutes, bring them back into the race. If they do it again, then they're DQ'd. So it doesn't appear that we've got that system here. There's no box set up to be able to put the athletes in. So technically, we hope for some very sound walking. So if you are watching on at home and, touch wood up in the booth, you're wondering where somebody is, might not be worth sending a text. Just let them come off the track and deal with it themselves. But this will be a great race. We've got 13 men and we've got 12 women. Or 14 women, I should say. So this will be great. In fact, 13. It's updated again. So 13 men, 13 women. Charlton Maxwell, Alexander Dennett, Lincoln Moore, Tate McQueen, Zachary Frunt, Matthias Hutchins, Liam Meal, Nate Appleyard, who I said, watch out for his hair, Riley Cunnold, Tom Murphy, Leo Hyde, Tate Moore, and Sebastian Ryan. They're our men for the under-14s. Then we've got Kiara Gill, Elizabeth Hooper, Ava Tomasini, Scout Linton, Avia Lukatic, Mackenzie Silito, Darcy Bramwell Keys, Amelia Chisholm, Ashley Mansell, Isabella Welsh, Piper Reed, Audrey Russell, and Isla Banks. So they've got our men on the inside, our women on the outside. They will merge. They will walk together. But 26 strong for our under-14 mixed race walk. Here we go. Starters' hands. And we're away.
Mitch, the race walk, it is such an exciting to see so many young athletes deciding to travel across here to the west and join the West Australians in walking action. It is an event that I became very familiar with in 2006, Mitch. My first ever big opportunity in announcing athletics was at the Commonwealth Games in Melbourne. I got given the task of calling the race walk for the crowd on the Docklands grounds.
Wow.
It started and finished in Docklands, and I had the opportunity of calling the race walk there, and it was a fantastic morning of race walking. Sarah Lacey from Malaysia, I still remember his name. He won by a good distance. But it was a fantastic introduction to race walking. I realised that there were a lot of rules on that day because I was tapped on the shoulder about 14 times about mistakes I was making. But it was a great learning experience, and it's just fantastic to see these young athletes competing here in Perth tonight.
It's an awesome event. I have a very long history with race walking. My father was a race walker. He went to 3 world championships for Australia. He has a world record as a 16-year-old. My grandmother was a race walking judge, Margaret Robertson, life member over in Victoria. My mum was a race walker, so it runs deep for me. I was never a race walker myself, Trav. I should say that. I'll leave that to the professionals, but any opportunity I get to be able to talk race walking or call race walking or promote race walking, I'm always here for it. Unsure if my parents are watching at home, but if you are, shout out Bill Dyer, one of the great names in race walking in my opinion. So we're out here, and I told you to watch out for his hair, but I also told you that he was one of the fastest in the field, Nate Appleyard. He's out there in front in this mixed under-14 race walking. We see the talent of our young female race walkers consistently on display. We've got Lukatic out there from New South Wales, and behind her fellow stateswoman in Audrey Russell, just sitting behind there. So often we do see the development of race walkers. Our women just develop so well, so early. They really are just class competitors. Nate is the only male within the top 7 right now. He is in front. There's a good group behind him there, but the strength of our women in race walking needs to be talked about more. You can see Mansell as well from New South Wales, just in front there of Welch. And a little bit further back is Hooper, our Western Australian, not too far away from them either. But they're nicely strung out. They're not going to be chopped. The good thing about this type of race walking, although a big group of men here are all bunched together, our women though, nicely spread out. Plenty of room to be able to get into your form, and to your point with all the rules and different things that you have to be worrying about. They can put that at the back of their mind when they've got some real estate. So a good start to this 3,000 metre race walk.
Yeah, you're spot on, Mitch. And it is interesting to see how the female athletes are up the top of the leaderboard in this early stages, because just having the flexibility in the end ranges is is much easier for a younger female than it is the men. Their strength will come into it as they work through the system. But at the moment, Nate Appleyard, he's showing a nice clean pair of heels. He's walking nicely. Lukatic leading the way for the under 14 women as the clouds just keep conditions nice and cool for the event. There's a little bit of a breeze down the back straight, just pushing the walkers along. They'll hit the headwind each time they move into the main straight here in Perth. But in the early stages of the walk, it's the young man, Nate Appleyard, leading the way.
He's doing a great job, and need to stress when we say the mixed under 14 event, of course, it is separate between men and women. They're just mixed together in one race, so definitely don't want to stress anybody out there in the crowd. It is separate events for the men's and the women's. They're just going to be competing alongside one another. So Nate Appleyard is leading our men's event, and leading our women's event in and amongst this is Lukatic as well from New South Wales. But good to see them all racing against one another. This women's competition, like I said, will be very close. They're all pretty close on paper. Next one there, Audrey Russell, doing a good job to put herself in a great spot. And then it goes to Mansell, and then from Queensland, it's Welch. So Audrey Russell, faster on paper, but doing a good job just to sit off the back of the group here. Next through for our men, this is our current silver medalist for men, Western Australia's own Tom Murphy, who's doing a good job. Technically quite sound. He keeps that leg underneath him really well. And our third place getter for men at the moment is Charlton Maxwell of New South Wales too. So it is still Appleby leading it out here from New South Wales. And there won't be too much changing, I wouldn't think, in the minor placings here at the moment. Although we've only gone through the opening kilometre, so they're a third of their way through their national championship here. In fact, they're 1,200 metres just about through their national championship here, as the rest of this field continues to press on, Trav.
You just wonder how much Nate Appleyard has just been watching the likes of Isaac Beecroft coming up through the ranks. What a walker he is proving to be. No doubt we'll get to enjoy his talents at these championships as they roll on, but it is just creating that real sense of striving for good things amongst the New South Wales walkers, I think.
Absolutely, yeah. Alana Pritchard as well is another one that's been walking really well out of New South Wales. So it's a really strong staple up there at the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Like you said, Isaac will be here ready to contest. A very fun personality as well as Isaac Beecroft. So I can imagine if they do any training together, he'll be keeping it very fun and very light-hearted. But he's doing a good job at the moment, Appleby. He's got his head down. He's not focused on anything else other than trying to get out there as quick as he can. And apologies, Appleyard it is who's leading it. So he's doing a phenomenal amount of work out there in front. He might even start to pick up some of our other competitors here as we see the next of our female competitors. Our gold medalist at the moment is Lukatic, but these minors certainly are going to be decided late in this 3,000 metres. Piper Reid just looks on her shoulder and sees Ashley Mansell come around her there. And often you don't want to see too many walking next to each other. You want to be able to move through and get some clean heels. This group of men, though, battling it out. They're not interested in clean heels. They're three wide here at the moment. The Western Australian, that's with young Tom Murphy. He just felt that immediate pressure of Charlton Maxwell and now moves into that silver medal position for the men. The Victorian now moves up to third. That's Tate McQueen. And then just back from there is Lincoln Moore. So the minors for the men are really interesting. Out there in front, Appleyard, he's pretty comfortable and it appears unassailable in terms of where he is on the track. Just got to make sure he continues to walk cleanly. But those minors, Trav, they're certainly nowhere near decided for the men.
Big pack starting to form for the minor placings, Mitch, and that's the thing with walking. You never are really out of it because technical officials can just spoil the party really quickly. And as the athletes start to fatigue and tire, the connection with the ground just becomes a little bit more difficult. The movement through the hips gets a little bit tighter. So it's really important that our leaders just remain focused and stick to the task. But young Nate Appleyard, he's got the sunnies on and he's got the hair just beautifully pulled back and he's walking beautifully towards what could be his first gold medal at a national championships. For the women, it's really nice to see that things are starting just to tighten up a little bit, actually, Mitch. Xavier Lukatic, who's been leading the way throughout this race, is actually just starting to, well, we'll start to feel Mansell and Russell just edge a little bit closer. So gold, silver and bronze not over yet for the women.
Certainly not. A really strong trio of New South Wales women as well, doing a great job. So, yeah, they're really hard to be separated at the moment, Ashley Mansell and Audrey Russell. They're sort of going back and forth. But as I say that now, it looks like Mansell might just get the measure ever so slightly. But the benefit of being able to work together there after Avia Lukatic, who you mentioned, a warning gets issued here. Our silver medalist for men now becomes the Victorian. So Tate McQueen puts himself in the silver medal spot. Charlton Maxwell is in third. Lincoln Moore is in fourth. And now our WA athlete in Tom Murphy slips back to fifth. So it really is a strong battle for the men here with second, third and fourth. Appleyard just moving so comfortably out in front. He'll be really impressed with this time if he can keep this up, because as he rolls into this home stretch, he'll have 900 metres to go. So he's got under a kilometre remaining for his 3,000 metre journey. And it's just a mindful watch for our women. It'll be interesting. Can this duo go out there and get after Avia Lukatic, who's done a big body of work to try and clear out? 15:23 apparently here is Lukatic's best. She'll be a mile under that if she can continue walking at this clip, Trav. She'll be very impressed. But as I said, now race leader for the men, and he is leading just overall in terms of how many athletes are on the track, but they are separate events. Nate Appleyard out in front. He's going to have 800 metres to go here, the young man from New South Wales. There you see him cross the start-finish line. Lukatic still sits there in first for the women. And moving on nicely here, our next group, and that is still Mansell and Russell in that second and third spot for the women.
Been a good lap for Avia. She's been able just to maintain her lead. If anything, maybe has just extended the little buffer over Ashley Mansell and Audrey Russell, who are still walking really nicely, showing good heel strike and toe off as they navigate the WA Athletic Stadium. So gold, silver and bronze just starting to sort itself out for the women. And the battle for the minor placings for the men still looks pretty interesting here, Mitch. We can see three young competitors about to come down with 2 laps to go. It's the hips of Tate McQueen, who's now moved into silver. Charlton Maxwell is walking really nicely as well. He's right up in contention for a medal, the young fella. And Lincoln Moore as well from New South Wales. So that little group of 3, Mitch, will be just starting to get a little bit excited during the closing stages with about 720 metres to go for them.
Yeah, that is a really fascinating watch there, the medals or the minor medals for our men's portion of this race. He's getting into the home straight now, though, our gold medalist at the moment. It's Nate Appleyard, who's just going from strength to strength. He's been walking on his own really the entirety of this 3,000 metre event. That group of 3 men is on the back straight, so Appleyard has about 250 odd metres on his next closest competitor in this event. Our women's event as well, very interesting, still leading it out here, and I think you called it perfectly there for Avia Lukatic. She's leading this out and just continues to go from strength to strength. She's going to have 450 metres remaining. Mansell firmly in the second spot, and in third, Audrey Russell. But Appleyard is in the last lap of his event. About to go and get the bell now is Lukatic. And then coming along there strongly is Ashley Mansell, all from New South Wales. So talks to the talent that they've got in New South Wales at the moment. Now getting the bell too is Audrey Russell. And keeping a mindful eye on the men's minors at the moment. It looks like the Victorian slips back into third. It might be Charlton Maxwell who's in that second spot. So that's Tate McQueen, Lincoln Moore, Charlton Maxwell. In fact, it could be Lincoln Moore, possibly, in that second spot. It is. So Lincoln Moore's in second. Maxwell in 4th, and Tate McQueen just holding on for a bronze at the moment. So this will be fascinating over the final 450 metres. But with 200 metres to go, or just less, it is all Nate Appleyard. He's out here, this young man, all on his lonesome. He's been walking this track for 7.5 laps by the time he finishes, all on his own. That head has not left that position of just straight down looking at the track. He's been dialed in, and that's really what you need in this race walking event. You need to be able to just fixate on one thing only, and push through that pain. Here he is. He's going to be a national champion for the men's under 14  3,000 metre race walk. The New South Welshman, he came in with the fastest time. He's going to be just outside of his lifetime best on time, but who cares when you're the national champion? He's going to take home a gold medal, the young man. A great performance, all on his own, here in WA. The sun is shining on you, Nate Appleyard. You are the national champion. Congratulations. Just awesome walking across the board. And it looks like our gold medalist for our women's event as well is about to come down, and hold on here. Avia Lukatic with that black visor on will be the national champion here for the under 14 event too. Well done to her, 14:33 to salute. Brave racing there. Ashley Mansell comes away with a silver. And our bronze medalist through here too, Audrey Russell. That was a great battle between those two. We now turn our attention to this battle for the minors in the men's, and it is still not over. So they're all out in pursuit here. It looks like they're all about to round around into the home straight. This will be a kick down in the race walk. You don't see it all too often, but here we go. They're going to round into this home straight now. It looks like our silver medalist may have done enough. That's Lincoln Moore in that silver spot. Tate McQueen is in 3rd right now. Charlton Maxwell in 4th. They're all coming down here. They've hardly been separated at all, these three. And now finally, with just under 100 metres to go, they're able to find some separation and come into the home straight as a silver medalist there for Lincoln Moore. Bronze medal goes to Tate McQueen, and great racing from Charlton Maxwell. He'll be 4th. That was awesome.
It was an old-fashioned kick down in the walk, Mitch. It was great to see them just tussling all race, and not much separated their personal best coming in. It was just over 1 minute separated them. So it was fantastic to see our walkers finishing off a very strong and very big depth in the race walk, which is really good to see for the future. There they are, our competitors putting the feet up. Our gold medalist with the sunnies on, just waiting for the rest of his competitors to cross the line. And for all of these walkers to be here at the National Championships, it's a big moment. Families have travelled long and far to be here, so I hope there has been a PB in the account for your trip home.
Absolutely. They'll continue rolling on here, our race walkers. And I reckon some of our senior race walkers might even be tuning in. That's just my guess. It is such a tight-knit community, the race walking community, and it's great to have them here on the broadcast for 7+. As I've said, consistently at Olympic Games, Commonwealth Games, World Championships, you see our Australians up there on the podium. We brought home 2 Olympic medals in the race walk, the inaugural relay, and also Jemima Montag's incredible performance to bring home an Olympic bronze. And it is just such a treat to be able to consistently be exposed to world-class race walking on the regular, both at a senior and a junior level. It's absolutely fantastic. And I'm sure a lot of these young men and women will be the future faces that we see competing at World Juniors, Commonwealth Games, Olympic Games, whatever it may be. It is an awesome event. And if you've never ever race walked before, because I feel like this commonly comes up, how hard can that be? I guarantee you go out, try and keep one leg straight underneath you and one foot on the ground at all times, and go and try and walk at 4-minute K pace, and just come back and tell me how you go, because honestly, it is incredibly difficult. So all my love and respect to the race walkers of this fine country. And our youngsters here are doing it very proud.
And Mitch, I've no doubt there will be living rooms across the country who have heard your call to practice their race walking.
Go and give it a crack, I'm telling you. I thought that as a kid when my dad used to tell me about it, and I'd be like, how hard is that? And then did it, and I thought, I'll stick to running. That is very difficult. I think I'll stay to just my left foot in front of my right. I don't want to think about too much else. So, yeah, they've done a phenomenal job here. So, obviously, as well, we'll have to wait for all of our judges' cards to come in. We'll make sure everybody's got through cleanly. I mean, that'll be a conversation had between, judge and athletes, and we hope that our medalists are our medalists. We'll wait and see on those results because, like I said, there are plenty of judges out there who are doing a remarkable job in picking up on these techniques. That is the end of our 3,000 metre race walk, I believe. That is all our competitors in. And again, not to cause confusion, the mixed event purely meant they were mixing our women's under 14 and our men's under 14 together in the same event for a time thing, but separate medals for our men and women, obviously. So great walking across the board. And as I say that, Trav, no, I've cut you off. No, you are the wizard here, Trav.
No, I was just going to give a shout out to Amelia Chisholm for completing her walk in what would have been close to her PB. So well done to all the walkers. They've performed well. They can put their feet up now. We've got one more instalment before we leave you tonight. We'll welcome you back here really shortly. It's Mitch Dyer and Travis Jenkins with you. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Back soon.
Working on a dream. How can I explain? Talking to myself. Will I see again? Is it real now? Could you be
Walking on a dream. How can I explain? What a track, what a place. I don't mean athletics track, I mean tune. What a place, Western Australia. You literally are walking on a dream. I don't know if you saw Tate Van Camp run earlier, but he literally didn't even touch the ground on a dream. He actually floated on a dream. I don't know if you've ever seen that. But anyway.
That looked great, didn't it, Mitch?
We are in the backstages, Trav. You can when I start singing on the stream and doing that, you can tell we're at the backstages of an amazing day one of athletics. Big shout out to you, Trav Jenkins. You've been on this 7 broadcast since second 1, and you've done a remarkable job. Can you believe we're at the end of day 1? It's just crazy to think about.
It's been a really good day, Mitch. I've really enjoyed the action. I've really enjoyed Ethan Quinlivan earlier and working with you, Mitch. It's been a great team effort to bring the broadcast to everyone, and it's great to have everyone, the athletics family, back in WA. It really is exciting to have everyone here and to see such good competition too. And these men have had a really big day. They
had a huge day.
Are on event 5. It's the 400 metres to round out day 1, and it really is a test of endurance, stamina, personality, everything.
It is remarkable what these young men do. Under 17 decathlon as well. And now there's only one of these heats. So I was about to come on here and give you a speech that our top 4 are all in the same heat. Well, that's because there's only one of them. So Thomas Cashon goes from the inside. Matthew Haristra is in 2. Thompson Fraser, he's one of those medalists at the moment for Australia. I'll talk about that in a moment, is in 3. Connor Brady, the New Zealander, probably can guess why I said from Australia, is in 4. Spencer DeLacy, another, in 5. Ryan Mollenhauer from Queensland is in 6. Tristan Wilson from WA in 7. Cyrus Ong is in 8 from Victoria. And Zach Sanderson is in 9, also from Victoria. So our New Zealander is currently the clubhouse leader in this men's under-17 decathlon, which makes sense given he's come all the way from New Zealand.
Yeah, he's called the direct flight into Perth and has had a really good day. He won the 100 metres. He was 2nd in the long jump. He was 1st in the shot put, 5th in the high jump with 1 metre 67. He leads the way by 240 points over Spencer DeLacy. Tristan Wilson currently sitting in 3rd overall. Thompson Fraser 4th. Let's see how the 400 metre turns out.
So the final event here of day number 1 for the men's under 17 decathlon. The New Zealander is currently the leader of all proceedings. He's in lane number 4, Connor Brady. Spencer DeLacy leaves it out for the Australians as well overall. He's out there in lane number 5. So in that red singlet, he's doing a really good job in this opening 200 metres, although now, as I say that, Connor Brady's ears have pricked up. He says, I want to get around there at 200 metres to go. So about 24 point. They're moving through nicely. The New Zealander is just going strength to strength. He's going to see out day number 1 in emphatic fashion. So he's out there, Brady. DeLacy in that second spot. From the nation's capital, Thompson Fraser, also a medalist at the moment. He's working well on the inside of the track. New South Wales, Cashion doing a good job as well. But how quick is he going to go here, Connor Brady? He's at 48, 49, 50, 51 for Connor Brady. You've got to love that. Thomas Cashion gets it, then DeLacy. Back there to Fraser. Geez, he just continues to extend here. Wasn't that impressive over his final 200 metres, the New Zealander? Worth the trip to beautiful WA.
He arrived here with a 51.28 lifetime best, Mitch, and he has lowered it here in WA. Unofficially 51.15. Very valuable points. He's wearing the Auckland colours, and he has no doubt enjoyed his time here in WA. He leads the competition overall, and you can see why. He has blown the field away, and he'll go into the locker room, the clear leader after the first day. Spencer DeLacy and Tristan Wilson will just have to wait to see how the points have fallen for them, to see where they finish, because not a lot separating them coming into this. But a good day for the man from New Zealand, Connor Brady. He will lead the competition after the first 5 events.
I'll say that is a great day for Brady. You're going to make the trip all the way across from New Zealand, make it worth it. He's certainly doing that. So fantastic for him. A lifetime best in the 400. Round out day number 1. 5 events done. Lock in for 5 more big ones. Really impressive from him. He was stoked with it too across the line, wasn't he? That finger was up. The salute was ready. It's like he'd had it loaded. Fantastic. I don't know what you do. Put your legs up, relax, carb load. What do? I have no idea. I've never done a decathlon before. I never will. These guys are absolute animals. The under 17 decathlon. They're all going to. This is another thing about. I was talking about the race walking community, and other communities would be upset if I don't talk about them. The decathlon and heptathlon community actually probably is the most encouraging and loving community in athletics. I love it, global events. And actually, at national events, they'll do it here. At the day's end tomorrow, they'll all do a lap together. They'll get a photo together, arms around each other. It's beautiful. You can see these under 17 men. I'm saying they're here watching because they love decathlon. They also might not be able to move, so it could be a little bit of a double, but our men's under 18 decathletes are just about ready to go here to end day number 1, and one of WA's finest is leading the competition. That's Wyatt Hill. So he's out there at 2,846 points. He's flying. Ollie Conrad, the Victorian, in second, and then Dylan Gardner is only 5 points ahead of Jack Howard. So watch for that battle. South Australia's Jack Howard and Queensland's Dylan Gardner in third and fourth.
Yeah, he's had a great day. Wyatt Hill, coached by Ben Catley for the sprints, and Ethan Quinlivan for the throws. So
there you go.
He has a good team around him. He's been in scintillating form over the 400. He won the outright state title here in March. So his improvement with his speed has been really impressive for Wyatt Hill. A lot stronger, and he finds himself in a really good position coming into the final event of the day.
So it looks like we've lost one as well. Liam Piccolo, the Victorian. Looks like he won't be contesting here this afternoon. We hope he's okay. You can see Conrad, the Victorian, there. So Neil Conrad, Kojopoulos, Wilson, Gardner, Hill, who's the leader. No Piccolo by the looks of things. Jack Howard and Ricky Carter. So again, Conrad in second, Hill in first. Dylan Gardner and Jack Howard are in a battle to end day 1 with the bronze. Gardner out of lane number 5 and Howard out of lane number 8. He's the closest to you in those South Australian colours, second from the right of screen in front of you. We saw a lifetime best from a man from New Zealand. Can we see one here? Men's under 18, decathlon 400, 5th event of day 1. See how they round it out. Oh, a really good jump there from Wyatt Hill, the Western Australian. So he's got no company on his outside shoulder. Doing a good job, Jack Howard, who's in a little bit of a battle of his own at the moment to try and end day number 1 on that podium. Ricky Carter from South Australia, though, like a bullet out of a gun, is going to give Hill everything to chase. Inside of the track now as well, the Queenslander Gardner and Maddox Wilson too, looking really strong in that opening 200 metres. So they're going to round this turn pretty quickly here. It's about 25 seconds. Still out in front, though, is Ricky Carter. So Carter out there, he's going to leave everything on the track for day number 1. Doesn't maybe remember he's coming back for day number 2. He doesn't care. He wants to run as quickly as he can. Ricky Carter is out there now. Wyatt Hill, the leader. He's just moved past him here. That's strength to strength for the Western Australian. Look at the clock. 48, 49, 50 on it. 50.50. That is quick. The South Australian was blistering as well. So too Jack Howard. Oh, really great racing. So, as I said, they're in a bit of a battle here across the board to try and end day number 1 on the podium. I'll be interested to see the points. But the Western Australian continues his dominance here in the men's under-18 decathlon.
It's been a great day for Wyatt Hill. Congratulations. He'll head into the locker room, the clear leader after the first 5 events. He has made a huge improvement on the track this year. He's lowered his best time to under 50 seconds. And he'll be pretty impressed with his day's work. He'll finish with a 50.45. He won the high jump. He won the long jump today. He won the 100. He was 3rd overall in the shot put. It's been a terrific day. He'll finish on 3,640 points, which is a fantastic first day for Wyatt Hill. We have really enjoyed seeing his rise, and he'll be really keen to come back tomorrow and push towards that gold medal. Wyatt Hill of Western Australia. The rest of the results starting to come through. It's been a little bit of movement in the overall leaderboard. Oliver Conrad has moved, Jack Howard. It's just updating now. Jack Howard has actually moved up into silver. Dylan Gardner is in bronze after his 53.38. And Ricky Carter, who finished 2nd in that 400 metres with 51.76, has moved into 4th place. The South Australian, Oliver Conrad, will be in 5th. Maddox Wilson will be in 6th, the Victorian. Oliver Kogiopoulos, the West Australian, will head into day 2 in 7th position. Tyson Neal will finish in 8th after day 1. There's Wyatt Hill. Looks pretty comfortable too.
He does, doesn't he? He looks pretty relaxed at the end of 5 events.
Don't know how good he'll feel this time tomorrow after the 1,500.
Why does he look more relaxed after 5 events than we look up here in the booth? That's concerning, but well done to him. A lot to be proud of. Yeah, he's really improved this year, Mitch. He's worked really hard, and hats off to his team. As the sun sets here in the West, it's been a rather coolish day. It's had a bit of rain, it's had a little bit of everything, and there's been action aplenty across the field too. The under-16 triple jump final, the favourite event, the triple jump, Mitch, and Amalia Bond from New South Wales has taken home the gold, 12.16. Faith Agayir from Queensland, the silver, and Ila Pearson from Queensland has finished in the bronze medal position with the best today of 11.46. Yes, I do love the triple jump, Trav. So well done to our young women there on coming away with a national medal. We're going to move to the discus now. Women's under 15. Madden Henry Purcell takes it. 39.68 for the Queensland and New South Wales duo goes 2nd and 3rd. Tamaya Nataka, 37.22, and Elia Garang Hall, 36.76. Geddes was close, 36.68, so just misses out by 8 centimetres there on a national medal. That is everything we've got for you on day number 1 of the Australian Junior Championships here in Perth, all brought to you by Chemist Warehouse. Travis Jenkins, beautiful to work with you today. You've been absolutely incredible. Obviously, Ethan Quinlan this morning as well. Our whole cast, our whole crew here doing a phenomenal job. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back right here again tomorrow. We will be continuing to push on. It's going to be beautiful temperatures. You can see that the sun is setting marvellously here in WA. Again, big thank you to Chemist Warehouse 7+. The stream goes on tomorrow, day number 2 coming up. Thank you so much for joining us here. Have a great evening, or wherever you are in the world. We'll see you tomorrow.